Hello, everyone. This is Milkman of Gaming Philosophy. Welcome back to the Vampire Masquerade stream. Pardon me. Having a quick snack just before this intro ended. We are starting Chapter 2 of the stream, so this is the first session of Chapter 2. Chapter 1 is already on a playlist over at the YouTube channel. I am collab streaming along with Crowley once again, who portrays our wonderful Rune, biker, vampire, and maybe alcoholic.
Maybe.
We'll see. I knew that he had the bottle. I just didn't know if it was full this time. We also have our lovely Dr. Healer and fellow vampire, also believing she's an angel, Amala Shamash, returning again. And we have our favorite horse handler owning a demon steed of questionable morals, the wonderful
Who's
Lynn.
questioning them? Who's questioning that horse's morals?
And
It's not me.
And having to go ahead and manage this wonderful words, they're hard sometimes. This wonderful crew of chaos is our wonderful storyteller, Catherine. Thank you again for hosting. E.T., thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate that. So we are just getting started, folks. And Crowley, you're already up? Or
Yeah.
No? Okay. So in case you do want to watch, Crowley's beautiful layout and how he has this all set up, feel free to go ahead and check Crowley out over on his Twitch, and this should play a brief clip of what his content's like. And it's For Honor.
Hey,
Oh, shock
I
horror.
knew my impatience would be rewarded when I returned.
You coming back
Yeah,
from
my
a
main
break
problem-
talking about your impatience being rewarded? Okay, then.
Sounds about right.
All right. So, where did we left off? How are we starting this off?
All right, where we last left off, you have left your interview with Critias. Always that one took me a while to learn how to say. Seemingly, it went well. At least you all were accepted into his academy at the University of Chicago.
Yep.
One person in particular learned that this university is his domain. So you should be safe at least while you're here. Just don't cause any problems.
And don't show cowardice ever again. He
Learned
doesn't
your
like
lesson.
me. He doesn't like me.
Nope. You're garbage. All right, moving on. So,
I'm not a Bruja, therefore I'm automatically garbage, of course.
But I'm a Bruja and also female, so I'm half and half.
half garbage, yeah. Well, your class will be Saturday. You have the rest of Thursday night and tomorrow to do what you see fit until you have an obligation to go to class and learn what it means to be part of the Camarilla, what it means to be a vampire, what is expected of you, what should you do, and most importantly, what shouldn't you do.
Kill other vampires, apparently.
Yeah, probably not a, or also, blow up beaches. It's also maybe a,
Yeah, maybe but hey, there was no vampires involved with that. That was all humans.
Yeah.
it was all humans. Yep.
Them crazy humies.
The hit job I did was just a human or two. And then I blamed it on somebody else.
Also
Yeah.
humans.
As you guys,
So what you're saying is, if we have to kill a vampire, all we have to do is get humans to do it for us.
brilliant, Flawless.
That's never gone south. Ever.
flawless. Well, as you guys are leaving you're gonna be leaving through the Cobb Gate, which is the very Victorian-esque entranceway that's a tourist attraction here on the campus. You are going to see a familiar face as you guys leave.
Oh, Mr. Winters.
Yeah, you can tell that he's talking to someone right now. This person, and you know what? I'll pull up so I can. Here we go. This person, what's going to stand out most is they are, well, they have very greasy ginger hair
Okay.
and a very straw jawline. This person, their skin is pocky, freckled. Their teeth maybe aren't the best. Just someone who's lacking in the appearance department. He's dressed in royal blue scrubs with a logo of a cat and a dog. And he's chatting up with this individual. It's hard to really tell age, especially because he looks pretty roughed up. But as you guys walk by, he's gonna call out to all of you, and he's going to remind all of you to make sure you get your jackets tonight. He's not sure if really the cold bothers you. But I'd let you know. We'll see you in class. And he kind of is going to say something over. You can't really tell what he's saying, but to the gentleman that he's talking to. And he kind of like makes motions to a few of you as he's talking. All right.
As we return to, well,
I mean, I'm gonna inquire about the jackets. What jackets?
He tells you a storm's coming tonight. He'll wink at you.
I thought we got free school jackets.
this is
Yeah,
the
right.
university.
Mm-hmm.
You
You'll get nothing
honestly
for free.
expect to get anything for free? No. If you're lucky, you get out of here without an insurmountable amount of debt.
How's that $50 towel doing for you?
It was 15.
15.
Well, 50 would be just as believable.
Yeah. Because of the insignia.
We don't have a hot take on how school systems are run here. No.
She's holding on to that towel. That towel's never leaving her sight.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Always know where your towel is.
New personality trait unlocked.
No,
When she
just need to
spends-
start.
When she spends that much money, she's gonna be holding on to the thing that she spent that much money on.
Okay, well, I'm sure the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy would be happy with that. Moving along, we have a panicked horse on a beach to go ahead and check on.
Yep.
All right.
So,
Is everyone coming?
do you guys want to join us to try to go ahead and see what's wrong with Calamity, or are you going to bugger off and do your own thing?
I'm still waiting on a call from Bowman, so as long as I can keep a respectable distance from the horse and stay in the car, I'm more than happy to come check out the horse with you.
Okay, then. Probably best we shouldn't return to the vehicle that I stole to get us here on time.
You know what now?
We have the car. Why would you need to steal a vehicle?
Because you abandoned us.
Well,
We had
you're
to-
here now, and the car's over there.
It's like slight eye twitch from Theo.
Right.
And then he's like, sure, I can't wait, as he walks over to where the car is parked.
I am going to look at ruins we're walking and be like, we didn't abandon them. We told them not to ride the horse.
That is true. We did tell them not to ride the horse. And I don't think the horse will be there when we get there anyway.
Oh, heavens, no.
Okay. Well, who's driving?
It's Lynn's truck,
Yeah, it is
Oh,
my
yeah.
car.
It is.
Okay.
There you
Lynn
go.
behind the wheel. You guys make your way back to a beach, which is only about 5 minutes away. Very close to the university. It looks like it's quieted down since it is a little bit later now. So I'd say about 11 o'clock at night at this point. It's cold, especially on the beach. It does have that chill. Doesn't really bother any of you, though. Beach looks beautiful. Moon is out. Looks like it's starting to wane. No sign of a horse.
I'm gonna go in the water because I'm pretty sure that's where it went.
Okay. I mean, are you gonna take your shoes off or anything? I'm just curious.
Gonna take your towel with you.
Yeah.
Make sure that really gets soaked.
No, you'll leave that in the car. 'cause
No, we'll put it on the engine block. That way it can dry out.
Mhm. Well, you
Wow.
go out into the ocean. Water's cold.
I don't need to breathe, right?
Hmm?
I don't need to breathe, do I?
No, you don't.
So yeah, I'll just use the boots to kind of weigh me down to the bottom then.
All right. You're gonna watch ET. She's gonna submerge herself in the water. As you
That's
do,
Gotta be a surreal experience.
as you do, it is once again cold. You can feel the ocean just thrash you about slightly. Still, no sign of calamity from what you can see. It is very dark under the water, and unfortunately, vampires don't naturally come with dark vision.
That seems like such a weird thing since they live in the nighttime.
Well, there's the discipline for it.
Was it
Fair.
Auspex?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you can get it at level 1. It's very useful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can get access to it.
Let's
But
just go
you
eat a
don't
gangrel. It'll be fine.
see anything really in the water, unfortunately.
Yeah. I rolled investigation. Any hoof prints on the beach?
Is that you here?
That's me.
Ooh.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, you take a good look around and you do see what remains of some hoof prints. And it's funny, it doesn't really show it like coming onto the beach, leaving the beach, just few hoof prints that have been left closer to the water. And it looks like it starts to go towards the ocean, but the waves have cleared away the remainder.
Well, it looks like Lynn has the right idea. Somewhere out there. I'll point out the host and be like,
He was gonna start calling mentally for it.
Oh no.
I know that's what worked last time.
But why do we want the whore?
Again,
It's great.
One, it saved your life at one time, and two, it is
Doesn't matter.
I mean,
That thing is evil.
A collapsing building could save your life. Doesn't make it any less dangerous.
No. I mean, a lot of things could save your life. Doesn't make them any less dangerous. But would you rather not know where the collapsing building is?
Yeah,
Yes.
because that means it's not near me.
It's not near me.
Okay, so I mean, if the collapsing building just happens to be behind you and you didn't know it was there, and it falls on you when you die because of it, well,
I think I would know it's a collapsing
ignorance does not mitigate danger.
Yeah, but not being around the danger does.
building. Mm-hmm.
But if you don't know where the danger is, how can you not be around it?
oh no.
Pretty simple.
Oh
It's
no.
not here.
What's
Bring the
Basically, one
danger.
of you would have told her to not take her cell phone into the water with her.
Well, you've already submerged it once. Why not again?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well,
looks like we'll be.
you call out to Calamity, let Calamity know, come here, I need you. You don't really feel a response.
Well,
Oh, look at the doctor, so happy.
Fat horse.
Mm-hmm.
I was. All right, I'm just hanging out by the car.
yeah.
I will, like I said, I'll point out the tracks that I found. Kind of, Lynn's must be doing the right thing. It looks like it's out there somewhere.
Well,
Last time we were on the
since-
beach, it didn't go very well.
Yeah, well, at least we don't have way too much money and a connection to someone that has high.
I know she still has her fucking money. No,
No, I would have kept it like in a safe.
So
I'm talking about the doctor.
yeah,
Ah,
yes, the highfalutin, overly paid physician of, very little restrictions on what she does with her purse strings. Anyways, since I don't know when Lynn's going to come back, and the doctor had pointed out horse tracks, I'm assuming that the doctor had pointed that out to everyone. Okay. Is there any other unusual signs or things that look like they might be important or anything like that on the beach? And if so, should I roll anything particular for that?
First off, just looking around,
Oh, hold on.
the easiest thing that you can find, since you and Lynn were here before, is a few of the footprints that the two of you made that still remains and hasn't been washed away.
Any
Besides,
new footprints that doesn't look like it belonged to either of us?
all right, roll me a mental investigation.
Okay. Give me just a moment. I'm pulling up my character sheet now. I should have had that loaded already.
So is it the obvious things that you
Yeah,
forget? Trust me, I
brr.
know.
Brr. You know, got
Is there a
shadow.
volleyball court nearby?
Mhm.
Let's see.
Everyone's getting bored.
Mental investigation. All right, that'll be. That's a 6. So, always forget. Is it hashtag or slash roll on this?
Slash or hashtag.
Either one works.
Okay then. Okay. Well, I guess that works. Several almost successes and then 2 successes.
Yikes! I know. The 5s are evil.
Yeah. Can we round up?
Right.
I still see all the 10s from last time. It's so beautiful up there.
Oh,
Yeah.
that will never happen again. Last session was a miracle session for multiple people. It's never gonna happen again.
Yeah. Well, no, you don't see any new footprints. Seems like the beach has been pretty quiet tonight. It's really cold, so not much of a surprise. People aren't really going for a late night dip in the winter when a storm's coming.
Okay.
Well, after some time, ET, you call out, and you feel the best way I could describe it is a stir within yourself. After your calls and calls, something doesn't answer. No. But something is making itself known. It feels like your beast within you as it just shifts. Almost like it's just waking up. Hard to say. But still, nothing from Calamity.
How much time has passed?
A few minutes. Some of you who are new vampires are like, man, she's really good at holding her breath. And now that I think about it,
Wait a second.
you're just like, I don't have to breathe. But after some time, Lynn's head is going to pop up. So none of you see Calamity, no sign of Calamity when Lynn's head is popping up.
Are you ready to beat this popsicle stand? We're just gonna hang out at the beach all night.
I think we need to head back to the Haven, see if maybe Calamity's already rested up there. If that's okay with everyone else.
Yeah, well, we'll be heading there eventually, but I want to go to my apartment.
Ah, yes. Okay. Should we all go to your apartment then?
Well, if the Strangler's there, it'd probably be good to have multiple people just in case something goes awry.
Okay.
I mean, we
Fair
still
enough.
only have the one car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they seem easy enough to acquire if you know where to look.
Yeah, if he's
Out on
there,
the
I want
street.
to make sure that his wife-to-be did not give off the wrong impression of what I wanted the other night.
Huh?
You heard over the conversation. Just kind of getting a bit pushy about murder.
I think he wants to make sure my sister does not kill his parents.
That would be good. I really don't need any attention drawn to me at the moment.
Well, okay. So, what is going to your apartment solve as far as protecting your parents from the doctor's sister for trying to,
Because I could talk to the Strangler if she's there.
Oh, okay. So we hop by your place, check things out. Strangler's there. We have a nice cordial conversation.
Yeah.
If not, we head back to the Haven.
Yeah. Well, unless doctor wants to visit church. I mean,
Oh, I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hopefully the horse is okay and we don't have an unexpected surprise.
Of course. All
Well,
right.
that thing will do what it will do. On the drive there, I'm also going to tell you guys a secret the Strangle whispered in my ears the first night.
Okay.
He told me, gone but not forgotten, no longer juggling his web of dependence, only a friend who walked on the moon. Now, I'm not entirely sure what that meant, but maybe you guys can figure it out.
Maybe gone but not forgotten, no longer in a web of dependence, you said? Does
Yes.
the Strangler have someone from his past that they're no longer dependent on, or?
Yes, most likely their sire, a person by the name of William, I believe.
Oh, okay. So what do we know about this William?
Pull out my cell phone. I'm gonna pull up a picture, and I'm gonna.
Oh,
Read a
the
fun-
note that you destroyed.
Read a-
Yeah, that I
read a
saw
fun
you
le-
read, but you didn't read it.
burn.
Yeah,
I didn't read
yeah.
out loud now.
No, I didn't think you did. That's why I didn't want to, out of character information. You know what I mean?
No, that's there you go. So I will now show you all the picture since I'm not driving. It's easy enough to
Excuse
do.
me, I have to do some squats real quick.
Squat. And if we do need me to reread this note, I
Thank
will.
you, by the way, Bobcat.
But if not, if we remember what's on the note, we can just now make this information canonically known.
I'll put it up
Mm-hmm.
as you remember where it is.
I would join you, Mel, but I can't.
All right.
I will also tell the group that during my conversation with Iris, she hinted at the Strangler is either staying at my place because either there's something I have there that's important because he likes important things, or I'm important. But Rune doesn't think that one.
I ask what perhaps would he think is important from your residence.
Well, I have a collection of fine wines and whiskeys, but I mean, she said he liked shoes, but only fancy shoes.
You have
I don't
any
think
leather biker boots or something that would be rather impressive that he might find alluring?
Just Davidson's, but
I'll ask if you have any jewelry.
yeah, a little bit, but most of it's on me.
I say that might not be a bad place to look. I'll say that the note references princesses several times, so think princess themed, I guess. Jewels, tiaras, fancy
Well,
dresses.
given how much she talks about her prince and refers to the Strangler at that, and she refers to herself as a princess, it seems like if the Strangler's sire uses that kind of delusional talk, and therefore the Strangler might do the same, that same kind of envisioning yourself as a person of royalty or political power might be a common thread amongst their blood, I guess?
This makes sense to me. I say, but from what I can gather, the gentleman seems to be. It seems that the Strangler left because something happened. It says, "We don't blame you for what happened," followed by a whole bunch of comebacks in all capital letters. A lot of other really weird things. Oh, it does. Come to LA. So I believe this William may be in LA.
No. This
So I believe-
William, where would you grade them in your professional medical opinion on the level of stability?
Oh, I would say I'm on the lower end of the spectrum based on what I have here.
Catherine, I love the gestures.
Well, I say that it wouldn't be a bad idea to investigate, see if something similar to what the Strangler does happened in LA. Clearly, there was some sort of incidents that happened that drove him from his sire and from his home up to Chicago.
Well, unless Lynn's contact on the black market can get us information, the only individual that I know that would possibly be able to get us any intel from LA isn't returning your phone calls right now. Unless unless he's returned your phone call recently and you haven't checked your messages yet.
I'll check my phone. Have I missed anything?
Nope.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you that he is not called back. He is most likely doing his job. He is a very busy man. I mean, why can't we use the internet?
God dang it, Catherine. So, does anybody have any way to gain any information from LA? Anybody we could talk to?
You have a laptop?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, though, that... Well, we could try. Nothing hurts from taking a look.
We should call the Hollywood Museum.
Shut up.
Sorry.
Mhm.
I mean, I could try my contacts. I don't know if they have many.
Your contact is
things
black
out there,
market
but-
based, so they may or may not have any information about something big that went down, but they probably don't know anything about vampires.
Well, yeah, no, but maybe some weird instances happening.
And now, this may be for I suggest another night, but he basically lives at the Red Number 5. We could ask around there. Plenty of people see him come and go and know he works out of there. Maybe somebody knows something.
Yeah. I'm sure that there's one individual that probably knows anything and has a level-headed ability to be able to communicate it. The problem is, I don't necessarily trust him all that much. But he basically runs the joint, so he'd be the person to know.
Well,
There's
I didn't-
also she, if we want to bring her up.
She did seem to know my sister quite well.
Catherine really wants to play her again, I'm noticing.
Well, I mean, the one person that seemed to get along with her really well, I'm going to look over at Rune. Maybe you'd have an advantage on go ahead and getting her to talk.
Well, that was kind of part of the plan since we need more friends. Definitely could be a good one, I hope.
Correct. I say when Bennett recontacts us with whatever job he has, we can use that as an opportunity to inquire.
Okay, well, we're going to Rune's apartment.
I'm gonna check my cameras on the way there.
It's quiet.
It's very clean, like usual.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't been here to mess it up, so yeah, still very clean.
All right.
And there's a few bottles on the floor
Oh.
that you see.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Did your
Eh,
did your human buddy have a key?
I'm sorry. Oh. I don't think you know about my human buddy.
Oh, did I not? Okay.
I've never really brought up my
Apologize if it was
personal
out of-
life.
I
I've been
apologize
avoiding
if it
bringing
was
up
out of
my
character
personal life.
information. Forget I said anything.
well, you guys are. Who's coming in? Is anyone just waiting in the car before I jump ahead?
Well, he wanted backup, so
Yeah.
Everyone coming?
Why not? Since we're all kind of looking for stuff in his apartment, more eyes is always better than less.
First thing I would probably do when I came in would be go to the bathroom and take the mirror off the wall so I could see if I scan, because I caught him in the mirror reflection once before.
yeah, okay.
I can do it again.
Here in
Rune walking around the
Taylor's-
mirror.
Yeah, here in Taylor saying more eyes is better than less.
Very funny.
No, you gotta wink with the third one.
When I have like the little setup where I can just like go,
Yeah.
we'll
All right.
Okay, well, make your way into the apartment. Quiet, clean, just a few beer bottles that are on the floor. You don't see anything.
I'll
Did
tell
you-
Theo to look in those bottles.
Great, more Crayola drawings, I'm sure.
Well, there's about a handful of bottles. You kick them around, take a look. There is one that has paper in it. It's been rolled up.
Let's take a look again and see what kind of interesting diagram's been written on this one. Oh, this is
I will
not-
read it.
This is not a normal Crayola drawing that he's left us. He's got an actual thing here. Hold on. What does it say?
I will read it to you guys. All right. Fledglings. News of, I always say this wrong. News of Critias's most recent class has spread through the city, and many Nosferatu are chomping at the bits to release several incriminating videos of your coterie. But I have found a job offer so juicy that everyone, big and small, will owe you some gratitude. There is a problem spreading in Chicago, and it has been traced to downtown, uncomfortably close to our most popular feeding grounds. The blood of certain humans has made kindred sick to the point of starving themselves into a frenzy. And the common thread between all these people? A pharmacy in southern downtown called Megadon Pharma. The amount of business this rather new chain has begun to gather puts CVS to shame. If your coterie looks into this and can find the cause of this sickness, you will gain even faceless allies. Your friend, Mr. Stedman.
So that's how he delivered the message.
Okay, so this is really good news. Bennett said that, we were to try to curry favor with the Camarilla, and if we can find out where this pharmacy is, what they are doing, what they're giving people that's making their blood toxic to us, would be invaluable. The question is, who do we tell when we find out? Do we tell Bennett over at the Red 5? Do we tell Cretus? Do we tell the Prince?
I imagine Bowman would probably be the best first starting point.
Well, if we could get Bowman to bloody talk to us, yeah.
I think if we call him with something like this, he may pick up. Most of the things we're bothering him with lately are inconsequential, but this seems to be at least intriguing enough to catch his attention.
Okay, so was there a name again on the letter about the pharmacy, what it's called or anything?
Yeah, it was
It is Megadon Pharma.
Megadon.
Megadon Pharma. I'm assuming you have a phone book around here somewhere, Rune?
Oh, yeah, but everything's a bit disorganized in the fact that I did not move everything.
I'm going to look for any sort of phone book, and if so, find a directory in it for Megadon Pharma.
Yeah, I'll invite everyone to investigate and see if maybe my apartment's on top of an Indian burial ground.
Well, now that you said that, I rolled a 4 on my investigation to look around the apartment.
Yeah, I'm gonna investigate as well.
Do I need to go to hunt up a phone book in his freshly tidied apartment? Do I need to roll for that?
I'm gonna laugh as pull out my phone, open the map, type in Megalodon Pharma, hit enter.
Hey, okay.
Old school.
Theo is not technically competent, all right? And he prefers books, so looking for a book fits the character, all right? Watch, I find it, and you've already got the address for Megalodon Pharma as I go ahead and say, yeah, I found the phone book.
Basically, the phone book that Rune has is an old one, about a year old, 2017. And about the time you have it, you start flipping through it. The doctor's, she has an address. It is in southern downtown. And if I'm not mistaken, you're gonna find a website and everything if you really want to snoop.
Or their store hours.
24 hours.
Bueno.
Mm.
Yeah.
Megadon building a better you.
Oh. Oh.
I
Oh.
like it.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's almost as good as Elon Musk's built by humans for humans.
Or, like the motto for the umbrella company.
Was it building a better you or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what this is, yeah.
Yeah. I'm getting some freaking. Getting some. Not liking this. Not liking this a bit. Okay, so now let's be clear. What our goal is to discover how this is happening. Not to stop, not to control, but figure out how. Which means if we destroy the building and burn it to the ground, we will never know. So
I only did that once.
And I did it to a
Twice.
beach.
yes, my point is subtlety, information gathering. No murder, death, kill.
Right.
Okay. Looks over at room. Can you be
Excuse me,
subtle?
I have not done any of the violence so far. I've only defended myself.
You
I'll have
left
you know.
a body with all of your trademarks on it.
I don't remember that happening.
Okay. So how are we going to approach getting into this building in a way that allows us to look around without being suspect?
I would imagine the front door. It's open 24 hours. We're just going in to buy something. Simple shoppers. No
Yeah.
reason to be anything else in this point. Maybe go buy a few things, look around, talk to the staff. I'm a doctor. I can maybe try to poke at the pharmacy and see if I can learn anything.
I do have the merit blush of health, so I do look more human than normal vampires. If that makes any difference.
Okay, so here's the idea. We go in there, and the ladies go ahead and talk people up, see what information they can gather in the front. We go ahead and find a door to the employees only section, and see if I can get in unnoticed, and see if I can dig anything up in the back room. But I don't know if things go south, and I can't handle it. Rune, will you be to pull my ass out of the fire?
Oh, I suppose so.
All right.
I'm going to ask, when was the last time you went into a CVS or Walgreens like building? I tell you, the back rooms always have codes on them that will set off an alarm unless not put in.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's something that I am not familiar with. Alarms and the such. I mean,
Yeah, I warn you that these places always have cameras and alarms. As far as I know, any pharmaceutical building that has controlled substances typically has slightly above average security on it.
that I guess would make sense. I don't have any problems getting cameras to not see me if I want them to. It's the alarms that would be a challenge. So how do we go it? Well, there is one tactic I can think of. Make
Anyone
them
good?
not trust the alarm.
Oh, I thought it would be the old I was looking for the bathroom and accidentally walked through the wrong door.
Oh, no. This is a trick you use when you want someone to take something they should value and no longer value it anymore. You make the alarm cry wolf enough times that they think the alarm is on the fritz, and then they start to ignore it. So
While this convo is going on, I'm gonna pull the power on my security cameras. I'll plug it back in on the way up, just in case I'm a little bit superstitious.
So
Well, I say that before realistically any solid plans can be put in foundation, we need to at least see the building. Who
Right.
knows? They might not even have a way into the back that we can find.
I mean, there has to be a way in the back, though.
how do the employees get back there?
What
Do
if
they
you need a
just
key
walk
card
through
or
walls?
I imagine they might need a key card. It might be behind something locked. It may not be something you can just walk into without certain restrictions.
I mean, if it's
So-
just a key card, it might be simple to pickpocket.
You would have to find the manager, but I assume yes, that wouldn't be too hard to acquire. But once again, we're really just shooting at the wind. We have no idea what we're going with. So I think the best thing would be let us at least
Go first, get some very basic intelligence, get the
And then move from
layout,
there.
and then make a more detailed plan after that.
Yes.
agreed.
Okay.
I think this is what the criminals call we are casing the joint.
Yes.
The criminals.
The criminals.
Oh, starting
that
criminals.
considering my character has talent in larceny, his backstory before he got into the Tremere clan as a aspirant, if you will, probably was mixed.
All right.
But you don't know for sure.
Question:
So you're an angel. Go ahead.
if the power doesn't work, how well do those locks work? How well does the alarm work?
We'll do a quick Google search real quick. Because Taylor knows this answer, but the doctor does it.
Najiri Kumar, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, Adderworks, welcome to the stream.
Yep, it's the first thing. I'm going to go ahead and let you know that CVS, Walgreens, and most pharmaceutical companies have backup generators in case of power outages or storms.
And there's supposed to be a big storm tonight.
I'm going to nod.
So we cased the joint, and
Alrighty.
through the course of us checking it out, we could necessarily have someone knock over a tree into the power lines outside the building, like, you know, the wind did it or something. I don't know if we have anyone talented enough to pull that off. Looks over at Rune. That would knock the power up, force them to be on backup power. And how long, Doctor, would you know how long their backup power would be reliable?
Going back to Google. Gonna see if the doctor can just pick it up off a random search.
I feel like it entirely depends on like the grade of backup generator. it
Yeah,
is.
from what it looks like, it really 6-1. It's a crapshoot.
Well, I'm assuming most backup generators are like combustion engines, right?
I'll tell you that it seems most run off some form of petrol. Yes.
Okay. And those need to breathe, right?
Yes and no. It could be in a room that has ventilation that, you know, employees don't go into, like a sorry, not a.
So
Like
if the
a,
storm was bad enough that a lot of water was going in that ventilation, say from heavy rain or something of that nature.
I tell you that we would have to find where the backup generator is. It may not be something on the bottom. It may be on the roof. I tell them that I know a lot of places put them on the roofs for just that purpose. So it's not going to be anywhere where it can hurt people when it needs to be used.
Oh, it's on the roof.
It might be.
It seems like two of us have a very specific thing that might be able to get us to the roof.
So the power gets knocked out. I'm assuming this conversation is happening as we're heading to the place, and we're just not sitting in Rune's apartment. We are heading
Well, I have
out.
some supplies that we might want.
Yeah, I assumed we were still in his apartment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Building the plan. I'm going to check the weather. Does it say what time the storm's supposed to roll in?
A little bit after 1 in the morning.
So we have about 2 hours until the storm rolls in.
Okay. So, Rune, you said you had some supplies?
Well, yes. Well, first of all, bandanas and hoodies for everybody. You know, cameras could be a thing to worry about. But yeah, I got a shit ton of stuff that I just have laying around for my security business I run. Handcuffs, pepper spray.
Also,
What kind of stuff do you want? Zip ties, bam.
also, doctor,
Yes.
would it be possible that we might be able to, you know, posing as customers, actually take something of theirs, and you might be able to examine it and see what might be causing the toxic blood.
I'll let you know that potentially, again, I would need access to a lab. I let you know that my specialty is in blood. Once again, not really. I tell you, I can do a lot of things, blood being my primary specialty. I tell you from what the note says, it would probably be more beneficial to find one of these people that seems to be infected and get their blood and study that. That would probably yield some more results.
Okay.
But of course, I'm gonna need at least some basic equipment, and not even really. I let you guys know that if we are able to get a sample in something, we might be able to just use some of my old hospital equipment, depending on if I slip in at like a really bleak hour. I might not run into
Do
too
you
many.
have a
No.
Do you have a friend at your hospital that might be able to examine the?
No, I was. No, I will let you know that I was basically the floor lead from where we were. I'm the one who ran the lab, so I was the
Question.
boss.
This might be an idea that kind of cuts out the need to study the blood at all, but the complaint is vampires are getting sick from drinking blood only from this pharmacy, which means there is a drug or something of that nature being prescribed only out of this pharmacy. Now, I did say that knocking out the power would be a way to go to disable alarms, but if we could get someone inside, could you like copy patient records or something like that that might see if there's a particular thing being prescribed regularly to people that are going to this pharmacy that seems out of the usual, that might give you a lead on what might be causing the problem?
I will let you know that if we can get those logs, I'm sure there may be some pattern there, but the only real problem is I let you know that I can Google search stuff, but I'm no Hollywood hacker. I can't. I can do a spreadsheet. That's about the extent of my technological
Can you
skills.
lie?
Depends who I'm lying to.
Can you lie to the manager of the pharmacy?
You can do white lies.
I sure can try.
Can you convince that the manager of the pharmacy that a patient of yours got deathly ill after they got a prescription filled at here, and you want to check the patient records to see exactly what was prescribed?
I tell you that question is a lot more complicated than you think it is. I tell you that unfortunately several businesses have to get involved. If I was to do that, I would have to give my work, my actual hospital, my doctor's unless I got someone's else information, it could very easily be traced back to me.
A whole
Would
bunch of
you,
HIPAA stuff
as
too.
you are more than just a human that would have to go through those means, be able to convince another human that you'd already given them all that information?
Oh, of course, but let's scout out the place first.
Okay.
Let's see what we're working with before we start doing anything
All right, sure.
suspicious.
Rune,
Yep.
as far as the security gear, do you have a full suit of dark clothing that I could use to disguise myself?
That just says security on it, of course.
I would prefer something
Yeah, I
that,
got like 10.
yeah, just something that I can switch into quickly, because I'm going to want to keep it on hand. Scouting, I'll do in my normal clothes, but once we go into sneak business, I'm probably not going to want to be anything that can be traced back to us.
Yeah, help yourself. There might be there's some female articles still lying around. If unless you guys don't want it, that's fine. I wouldn't want it.
I'll ask if it's your sister's.
Don't have one.
Oh,
The only sisters related to Rune are ones that are wearing a habit.
hey. All right. Well, is there any other plans we need to make? Is there anything we need to grab, or are we gonna go check out this
Am I the
totally
only
not
one getting-
suspicious pharmacy?
Am I the only one grabbing a disguise kit out of Rune's supply?
I'm gonna hand everyone a bandana though. Disguise.
Yeah. The classic low-tech Western villain level of disguise.
I'm gonna get me my fancy one where it's like a skull on it, and then you pull it up.
Okay, so he's going full payday. Got it.
Very cute.
I'm also probably gonna check my safe, get like a box of shotgun shells, and the rest of my money I have. I imagine I have
My money.
like half of my wealth. I imagine Rune is in the business. Half of it's in the other half's in the bank. Well, half of the half is in the bank, and the other half is in the safe. So, whatever's left, grab that.
Is Rune the type of guy to keep like gold ingots in his safe because he's afraid that if he had it all in cash and the freaking American dollar, is he that level of prepper?
Not quite,
Not quite.
but
Okay.
he does have like some of those. Oh, here's this quarter from 1976 or something, and then you have the whole like series of years. There's a couple of those.
He-
I
he's-
told you there was money in that banana stand.
Oh God.
Okay.
So,
All right. So you have
Hey, I
a.
was born that year.
I would say you probably have in the safe couple thousand.
All right, that'll be more than enough to finish the bike off, I think.
Yeah, I'd say you probably have about 4,000 just in your safe.
And now we know
Okay.
his real reason for visiting his apartment. Wants to
Making sure
get
it
his
wasn't
bike
Ralph.
fixed.
Managing
Priorities.
Only having one mode of transport is a pretty bad idea.
Yeah,
That's fair.
yeah. I'm
buy another
I'm
Prius.
working on alternate modes of transport. Who knows? I read in a
flying
book
race
that
car.
apparently there's a way to travel through the abyss from point A to point B. I don't know how
True.
feasible that is.
I mean, is that what Lynn and Calamity are doing?
I don't know if what Calamity does anywhere near the same level or nature of magic. But, well, let me put it this way. I know when I'm in the abyss, I could feel that difference. When I go through and travel with you and Calamity, it doesn't feel like anything to me. It's literally a blink. For you, it's completely different. You've told me as
Now.
such.
Now it is.
Yeah, so, but the abyss, it feels empty and very full all at the same time.
Well, I'm gonna get out my fancy clothes and put them into like one of those fancy suit bags and put that in my backpack and get back into my hoodie and stuff since we're gonna go gallivanting, it seems.
Yeah.
Also,
No problem.
suggest that people get a jacket so we don't stand out so much considering it's freezing cold out.
Mhm.
I'm assuming that you have a spare duffel that I can put my ad hoc disguise into.
Yeah, I'll find one in my closet. Hold on.
Yeah. And then, yeah, if there is a jacket that Theo thinks is particularly nice that he could wear over his shirt, he'll probably go ahead and grab that on. Something that just appeals to him. Whatever
Cool.
Rune has on hand that would even come close.
You want some handcuffs? I'll be twirling them.
You know,
And
I think-
these are
I
not for
think-
what you think.
I think Rune and she are meant for each other.
No,
He's
they're
got
not
zip
for that.
ties,
I mean,
he's
they
got
could be.
handcuffs.
No, it's for
he's
Woo!
got
Individual.
he's got mace.
Whoa.
Hey, you know what? If you're making some food and you're
A
out
baton?
of spice,
Oh.
Now, as someone who's accidentally bear maced his girlfriend, let me tell you, that's not.
When
Don't
did this happen?
I don't think this is a
2,
story
3 years
that
ago?
Catherine once shared.
Doesn't seem she's very happy about it.
We
We look so happy with the idea of this being shared on the internet.
It was so freaking painful. Oh my god. I still worked. I still went to work.
Oh,
Wait,
God.
this didn't happen on a trip. It happened at home.
So when we moved to Massachusetts, my mom gave us a can of bear mace because that's what moms do. It's been in her
Okay.
car for like years. It was in her center console. One day we're getting in to go to work, and I open the center console to grab something, and like I close the center console, and then the spraying noise starts coming out. She's like, "What is that?" I'm like, "I don't know." So I bear maced the whole car, We have to evac it because that shit hurts. And we still went to work afterwards with burning eyes. And then when we got back, and bless Catherine's soul, when she got to work, some was on her hand and she ended up getting some in her eye again.
Oh.
But you know, life sucks. And then we had to go get the car cleaned the next day, and we warned the people. And then when they tried to clean it, the chemicals reacted with the bear mace and bear maced the people who were cleaning the car. It was just like
the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah,
So the car cleaning service, you gave them a decent tip afterwards, right?
we also warned them ahead of time. We were like, this car's been bear maced, so be careful. So like they pretty much knew something bad was happening and didn't do too much, but they were like, it took us an extra hour. Our chemicals reacted with it. Sorry. We're like, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I would be very hesitant to leave a can of compressed anything in a car because I've seen too many videos of someone taking like one of those little rolled up Pillsbury biscuit tins and leaving it in the car and it just exploding due to heat. So I would, a can of compressed bear mace, if that was in like direct sunlight at all in a car, I could only imagine that would just bam, and you would be having one hell of a bad time. Wait, you know, that might be a great booby trap. Just get a bunch of bear mace and then go ahead and get like, you know, a high-powered laser. And just put it at underneath someone's chair and just see if you can heat up the can to the point where it pops.
It's like those packages that like explode on you.
Bear mace
yeah.
is combustible.
But anything under pressure when heated expands. If it's a weak enough can, it can still pop if it's under pressure.
Oh no, those cans are freaking solid cans.
Oh, it was
They're
one
like
of those professional mace cans that's like made out of. Okay, I was thinking, you know, I was imagining like this can of bear mace that was in something that looked like a little air horn tin, you know. That
no, it was
like...
one of those big honkers, and I just closed the lid right down on top of the top, and it was just like, it's go time. I guess there's a bear.
Yeah, well.
So, Doctor, you want some pepper spray?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, here you go. Lynn, would you like a Bowie knife or something?
Isn't it Bowie knife?
Bowie.
Even I think it's Bowie knife.
Yeah.
You want a knife or not?
Sure.
Yeet. There you go.
Yeet.
All right.
It has a
Well,
sheet. I'm taking the Ziploc handcuffs, so a pile of those just in case.
not really
cheap.
certain of how great of a plan has formulated.
There isn't
We're
one.
That's kind of
just
what I'm.
looking around
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, we're casing the joint, and these are
Buy some
goodies.
chips and some lemonade. We'll be fine.
We're going to go in. We're going to scout the place out. We're going to see how easy it would be for the doctor to talk up the management to be able to get access to the information. If not, if we can't get in and get the information quietly, then it's going to be finding a way to knock the power out and then go in a little bit more sneakity-sneak.
Okay.
Potato, this is the Vampire Masquerade tabletop live stream. Thank you for joining us. This is Chapter 2, Session 1. There have been 9 other sessions that were part of Chapter 1. They're already over on the YouTubes if you want to check them out. And this is a collab stream between me and Crowley, so you could go and check him out at twitch.tv/Crowley. That's CROWLLY. He also has a YouTube where he takes these streams and edits out all the time that we end up talking to Chad or go off on
About
an
bear
tangent.
mace.
Yeah. And makes them more focused on the story that's developing in the campaign too. So if you want something like raw uncut stream with all the little niddly bits in, you watch me on YouTube. If you want a more concise and edited and cleaned version of the story, go ahead and check out Crowley's YouTube channel.
Yeah, but you'll miss all the times of Taylor sharing all the times he traumatized me.
Mhm.
But isn't
Sometimes
that-
with liquids, sometimes with
Twice.
sprays.
Twice?
He's traumatized me.
There's a
Yes.
story
Oh,
that I
good.
will not share on stream, but it has given her nightmares. It has actually scarred her for life.
I'm
This
pretty
is
sure we've talked about it on stream
We've
before.
talked about this, but she's here now, so I'm not talking about it right now.
Okay then.
I know where to stab you just right.
Evidently, yeah. Well,
Right in
before
the
we head
carotid.
out, before we head out, I am
Please
gonna
don't use the Bowie
leave.
knife on me.
Before we head out,
Yeah, I'm gonna leave a note. I'm gonna flip my couch upside down since he likes cleaning things.
Well, they'll
Gonna
know
leave
if
my-
he's been there if it's fixed.
Yeah, I'm gonna
So-
leave my note there on top of the couch. And it's gonna be like, hey, was kind of hoping to see you when I stopped by. You weren't here. I believe your fiance got the wrong impression about something when I had a chat with her. So just disregard anything involving me and her if that's brought up. If that'd be good with you.
Are you
I'll-
sure you want to write it that way?
That's a really bad sounding note. That's definitely gonna get my sister in trouble.
Okay, erase.
No, the Strangler would be coming after you, mate, because he thinks you're doing naughty things with his glass. I mean,
All right, I'll phrase it in a better way.
you think about that,
what's
give
this?
it some thought, and then get back to us after you've thought that out a little bit better.
yikes. All right.
I have clipped that. That is, I'm going to be keeping that.
All right. Well, I guess we're heading to downtown, which is close to the Red Number 5, close to the Succubus Club. Downtown's where all the fun stuff is. Close to where our dear sweet doctor's apartment is, too. That's nice. Okay, well, we're heading towards the southern part, which has more so, shops that, you guys can walk through. It's a little bit more of a nightlife, especially, being close to the weekends. It's not going to be too busy with the storm. But, I mean, it's not really what you guys are here for. You're going to find just within the rows of shops, Megadon Farmer. Oh boy. And it's open, and it's almost midnight. I wouldn't say it's bustling, no. But there's still people that are there. Most of these people, I mean, it's a mixed bag from age, race, even just how they carry themselves well. Some look like they, are just young kids. Some look like they're actually just getting stuff for the next day. Some people look like they've got some money. As you guys make your way in, I will go ahead. Oh boy.
I'll lean into Rune and say, make sure you just see if anything smells off. You know what I mean?
Already on it as I'm rolling.
Yep.
Or
yep.
3 on my investigate as we go on.
This one.
Hat.
So for me to investigate, would that be with investigation and bloodhound?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Considering this is the first time that Theo recalls ever being inside one of these buildings, it looks like a general store that specializes in pharmaceuticals, basically, to him.
Yeah, I mean, they have food, snacks, they have, cards you can get. It's very similar to a CVS. I mean, they've got a bunch of just cleaning supplies, toilet paper. They even have some Christmas stuff that's out. You can get a cute little stand-up Santa, that kind of stuff. But the majority of it is medicines, feminine hygiene products, and they do have on the back wall where you can come and pick up your prescriptions.
Okay. So I'm assuming, like any general store, they probably have products that they're advertising throughout the store, right?
Yes, they do. They got the major one that they're pushing right now. It's flu season, baby. So you know what that means? Bust that flu with some flu buster. Sorry. Cheesy, but there you go. They're promoting it looks like it's, think of emergency, for example. You can take it to boost up your immune system. You can take it for just an energy boost. You can take it if you are sick. It can help with sinuses, coughs. It seems like you can take it before you get sick. You can just take it for energy. You can take it when you are sick. It's a cure-all.
A miracle
Snake
cure.
oil.
Maybe. That seems to be the big thing that they are promoting.
So I'm going to go ahead and if that's the thing that they're promoting, I'm like, okay, so this apparently is a wonder thing, and anything that's too good to be true often is, which means Waithia looks at it, this is the snake oil they're slinging. Could this possibly be the vector which is making people unsatisfying? I guess that would be the word to put it.
Unsavory.
Unsavory. Ooh, that much better.
Well, Lynn, as everyone's just kind of looking around, you can see that Theo's mostly focused on some of the signs that are promoting this flu buster, and it will even tell you what aisle to find it on. You can find it on just the cold medicine section, cold relief. Lynn, there's a younger gentleman, probably about early 20s, dressed in a hoodie. I mean, you could tell that, yeah, he's dressed for the cold. Hard to really get many features besides, he honestly looks like maybe a college kid. His skin is a little red from what you can tell, and that might just be from being out in the cold. But as he walks by, you feel this rustling within you. Go ahead and roll me a frenzy, please. I need you to roll your willpower and 1/3 of your humanity. I believe that's a 3.
Okay.
Or 2. It's a 2. Willpower plus 2.
My humanity?
Yeah, it's 1/3 your humanity. I think that's 2, right, for you?
I have 7 humanity, so.
Yeah.
It could be a
Yeah.
third. Okay.
It's 2, yeah.
It's always
It's
rounded down.
yeah, I know. I'm
Alright.
sorry.
Vampires.
Vampires.
Then the willpower. Where's that? That was composure and resolve.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so 5, so 7.
There you go.
4 out of 7.
Okay. Well, hello. All right. You put points into it, which is very smart. You
No, I
feel.
But I'm going to.
Oh, okay. You feel your beast just rile, and no, it's not your beast. It's something that it's almost as if it had a connection with this person as they went by. Honestly, it feels like it just. The best way I could say, like, it insulted it. Hard to say, but whatever it was, this person is really seemed to offend it.
That was that the offense.
And you feel, and you're all gonna watch it. It's pretty obvious. You know, Lynn's gonna. It looks like she just got hit with a wave. To a normal person, it looks like maybe just she's sick. Well, it's a good thing she's here. But all of you watch. I mean, she's gonna let out just a growl. She's gonna just like tense up, hold herself. Her eyes are gonna shoot wide. And I mean, the person's gonna like look back, but keep walking, not really paying too much attention, a little weirded out. But no, you feel then suppress away, but it's still there, that it seems whatever's within you is aware and awake and is now just waiting. You can't even feel your beast at this point because of whatever this is just taken over. It's a flu buster, right? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to ask Lynn if she needs to get some fresh air.
Might be wise right now.
Perhaps go hang out in the truck.
Yep. If anything, I might be able to look for those, generators. See where they are exactly.
I'm going to tell Rune to come with me, and we're going to go out to the truck with Lynn. We'll let Theo keep looking. I figure I only need one Brujada if she starts swinging to get between me and her.
Okay, so I guess I'm investigating the flu buster by myself. Do I need
You are the smart one.
debatable.
Did I
Well,
notice anything from my investigation roll when we first came in?
no. I mean, it smells
Nothing?
like a pharmacy. Smells
Gross.
like, yeah, that medicinal. This place is very clean. You can smell that. That's really all you're going to gather.
Gives
A
me
lot of
hospital
these.
vibes. Get me out of here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the people that are coming in, I mean, they're ranging in their resonances. Some are kind of sad. Some are probably feeling kind of sick. But there
I thought
is
you liked the
one.
medical type.
But there is a common theme. You see that a lot of people are maybe a little irritated with their resonance. A little more, I think, if I'm not mistaken, choleric. But no, nothing else really weird. All right, you guys are leaving. You go outside. Theo, you can find the flu buster, just the signs. You go to the cold and medicine, and they have, I mean, a bunch that's out on display.
Does it look like people are buying them regularly, or is it something where it's getting advertised and no one's really buying it?
Well, it looks like it's pretty stocked now, not full. I mean, you can tell that there's some places that they're going to have to restock and pull some forward. It looks like you can tell it is a medicine, but it looks more like it's in a can. It does have that energy drink look to it that it does promote. You can see that they're trying to make it like, yes, this does help with flu and everything, but you can just have this as an energy drink and it will boost your immune system. It's great. You can grab a can, look it over. It's FDA approved. And someone's going to come on over. It looks like it's an older woman, probably in her 50s. And she's dressed, obviously, for the weather. It's pretty dang cold outside. She's got a lot of layers, even a scarf. She's some gloves, too. She's going to come on over. She's going to look at you. She gives you a sweet smile. She's going to grab a flu buster. She can tell she also is going to, like, now just scan the rest of the place.
Those any good?
What's that, dear?
Oh, are those any good? I've never tried one before, but I might need to pick some up.
She tells you that they are great. She says that she always has them for work in the mornings. They wake her right up.
Really?
She says they are a little addictive, she would say. I mean, it's like coffee.
It's like coffee.
Mhm.
I'm going to pick a can up and I'm going to look at the ingredients.
A lot of just nonsense science terms. Do you have science, perhaps?
Theo, why do you have to be dummy in so many different areas?
Oh yes, I know. Quanzai sodium ultrate. Yes, great.
Okay. Academics research and science chemistry.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a mental and your science chemistry.
All right, so mental will be which? So that's 4. It's 1 dot in science with the specialty of chemistry, so that would be 6 total?
That's correct.
All right. 1 perfect, 1 critical failure, and 1 success. So, I'm not going to understand, like, you know, the interactions between ingredients or anything like that, but...
Of course. Well, you're smart. You're doing some research. So you're like, all right, you can pick up a few other just things on the shelf, compare, and you're going to see a lot of similarities of an energy drink. They have a lot of the same ingredients in that. And looking at just cold medicine, they too share some ingredients in lower doses than you're going to see in like NyQuil and that kind of stuff, much lower. Okay. It does seem, their main thing is energy drink and an immunity booster. There we go.
Is there anything that's listed as an ingredient on the can that is neither in any of the energy drinks or other cold remedies? I'm looking for the thing that stands out.
One of these things is not like the other.
No, nothing really that stands out. You will get a little like you have to check a few things, but you'll see that some terms are the same as others. They're just using different translations.
Means the same exact thing.
Exactly,
So,
but
like,
no.
You know, xanthan gum as a stabilizer or stabilizers.
Yeah, no, but nothing strange.
Yeah. Okay. So it's like, I think this is a red herring.
I mean, it's really great because it says it has enough stimulants to provide a kick of a 6-pack of energy drinks.
It doesn't sound
Who needs-
healthy.
Who needs that much energy?
Old ladies, apparently.
Ooh.
She's only in her 50s.
Well, I mean, if I ever need a human to go ahead and suffer a cardiac arrest, I'll just get them to drink 6 of these in a row.
Yeah, it doesn't really have a warning of a limit or anything like that.
Oh, it's an energy drink that has cold medicine in it, and it's FDA approved, and
No
it
warning.
has no warning over overconsumption at all.
Correct.
That's a little sus.
That's red flag there. Question: the labels on these things, are they like, one of those you paste it on the side of a can label where it could easily be peeled off, or is it printed directly onto the container itself?
It is on the container itself.
Okay, so the label is imprinted into the
Yes.
container.
Yes.
So,
Correct.
okay.
Very similar to like an energy drink, how it's just part of it. Even has like some designs. Yeah.
I was just, you see like a 7-Up bottle where you could peel off the glue and the label would come off or
Yeah,
something like
no.
that. I was wondering if someone was putting new labels on other medicine. So this appears to be a product that doesn't exactly seem legit. I'm assuming it's on the product itself. It says somewhere where it's manufactured.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I can tell you. It is. Here we go. All right. Well, it is manufactured from Megadon, which seems to be like the company, the corporation. Hey, it's made in America, baby. Look at that. You never see that. It's processed, made, and canned all in America.
But where in America?
Mm,
America.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't usually say where home.
That's really interesting. New York.
New York. Just- Okay. I'm going to find a store clerk and ask, how long have you been stocking these?
Yeah, it's like a younger kid. He's kind of looking at you and he says, as long as he's worked here. I don't know.
How long have you been working here?
Just don't remind him. And it tells you 2 years. Feels like 20.
Poor guy.
And it's been always this exact same can, not labeled didn't change or anything like that?
I mean, he says it's changed. Like he says they now have it like embossed, but that's really about it. He says it used to be a lot more simpler. He says they've really gone hard with the little character they got on there of it. He'll show you.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna pull out his phone to show you like what the old ones was. So it used to have like, it looks like a little astronaut kind of guy on it, but it seems like they've kind of done away with that and have done more just the name is the focus, Flu Buster. But yeah, that's the old they used to have.
Oh, so I'm assuming that's Buster in the Flu Buster from the product originally.
Yeah. Yeah, he nods.
Okay.
What was that Rune said about your friend no longer on the moon? Strange, the only space theme thing we've come across since then.
Oh.
Especially since he's removed, gone but not forgotten.
Ooh. That is an interesting little thingamajig there. Too bad you're not there to remind me of that. But it isn't knowledge that I would have on hand.
You were reminded like 15 minutes ago, which is why I felt like it was safe to
Yeah,
bring it up.
Eidetic memory. Yeah, right? I wouldn't have forgotten it that fast.
You're a little smarty smart.
Well, unless you were
Hey, the character's smarter than I
yeah.
am. Let's just put it that way.
I know that's always so hard to do. But I mean, the kid is going to warn you. He's like, look, I mean, he used to pop those when he'd go to class. He tells you to be careful. I mean, but he says they're really good and you can get pretty addicted to them.
Really?
He says that he would get, yeah. So they kind of made him irritable. So he had to stop taking it.
Question. So you're saying it'd probably be bad if I were to like, chug like 3 of these back to back, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it.
So why isn't there a warning about consumption limits?
He says that he doesn't think it'll cause you any harm, but he says unless you want to be jacked up on caffeine and not sleep for a whole day, he doesn't recommend it.
Well, as little as I know about caffeine, you can take enough of it that it can stop your heart.
I mean, not to mention the fact it's also unhealthy for pregnant women.
Yeah, I mean, it says it's FDA approved, but there's no warnings on the cans. You don't find that a little strange?
He's like, God damn it, Karen.
Look, he tells you that he's a liberal arts major. What do you want from him, man? I'm sorry.
Oh, poor guy.
I apologize in your current trapped in this place. It's just Thank you so much for your time. I'm sorry for pestering you.
He's gonna ask if you're like an inspector or something.
I can't reveal what I shouldn't. But if you were to see anything strange around here, I could possibly see about a reporting bonus going in.
I mean, he says, yeah, he's seen some weird stuff since he's worked here.
Anything that you feel that I should be made aware of?
I mean, he doesn't really think it has anything to do with us, maybe more so the location, but man, he feels like there's always a shooting or a fight or something going on around here.
Really?
Yeah.
Shooting?
Yeah. He says that
It's Chicago.
he tells you that he always
That's fair.
carries something with him just in case when he gets off late on these kind of nights.
Well, I mean, it's of course within your right to go ahead and defend yourself, especially when you're not on company property. Just make sure that you do not pull anything like that while you're on duty, because the company would not appreciate that being a representation of itself.
Right. But now he says that's really about it.
Okay. Well, I should probably let you get back to work. Thank you for your time.
He's going to keep stalking.
That's maybe going to bite me in the butt later, but sure. Who knows? That might help me out down the road.
Who knows?
Especially if he thinks there's going to be some financial benefit for him ratting to me about something strange that's happened.
How's he gonna rat to you? You didn't give him a phone number or a card or any way to reach you.
And that's the better.
Well, in the meantime, you guys went to the car.
Mm-hmm.
You guys wanted to get Lynn out of there because it looks like she wasn't feeling so great.
Yeah.
You guys mind if we take a quick little break? Because I think my family just got here. So I wanted to say hi.
Okay. We can go ahead and do that. We've been going, let's see here.
An hour and a half.
Yeah,
Little
So-
pee break.
Yeah, everybody go ahead.
Little pee break, yeah.
Everybody take a moment, use the restroom, get a snack, get a drink, whatever you want to. And
Okay, let's say hi to my family with this makeup on now.
Hell yeah.
lovely. Yes, yes.
I think that was your plan all along.
Yeah, make them come in and introduce themselves on stream.
Oh,
Nope.
God.
Oh,
Nope.
Well, my sister-in-law did wanted to crash the stream at one point wearing one of my
Hey.
masks, but
Oh,
There you go.
lovely.
Look, with how
she
off
wanted to
tangent we
sing
get.
like Phantom of the Opera specifically.
Ooh.
Hey. Catherine's a
She
big
had-
fan. That
She
actually
has
would
been
have
classically trained. Just
that
saying.
would have gone
She is
over
a good
very well.
singer.
Our
Yeah.
DM's a big fan of Phantom of the Opera, so
Oh.
I don't know. I don't mind the stream being hijacked a little bit if everybody's okay with it.
the little sporadic interactions is what makes it fun. Like bear macing stories or people coming in randomly to sing Phantom of the Opera.
All right, I'm getting coffee.
And then I have to edit it out later. Anyway.
All right.
All right, 5-10 minute break.
Yep.
We love you,
Yeah.
stream. Stick around.
We'll be back.
Okay.
All right, folks. We are
Very
back.
good job.
We're just settling in. Unfortunately, it was a false alarm. Everybody took the break, but the family isn't here yet.
Yeah.
They'll be dropping by later. But so we'll probably have another interruption in a bit. But let's go ahead and get as much of the game handled as possible. So
And let's try to talk Lynn out of murder.
Well, you guys left.
Trying to murder?
You weren't trying it.
Not trying.
No, the fucking Cthulhu inside of you was.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
another story.
Yeah. Well, you three left after that, whatever that was. Go back to the car. Theo is going to remain and do some more investigation. I will.
I'm going to ask Lynn if she is doing all right.
Define all right.
You growled at a stranger 2 minutes ago. That's not all right.
45 seconds ago, but yeah. Yes, I'll ask if she is hungry by chance. This really isn't the best place. We will definitely make a trip on the way home, but I'll ask if you need to stay outside, get some fresh air, anything we can get for you.
I'm not hungry. I don't have any hunger. So this is completely different. I don't know what was going on with that kid, but apparently this other beast in me wasn't happy about it.
With the person specifically that walked by you.
Yeah.
All right. I'll tell Rune to stay right here. I'm going to go try to find that person and talk with them.
Poor kid. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Go ahead and roll me. You're gonna have to find where they went, and hopefully catch them in time.
I've been out of the store for like a minute.
But they're getting in their car and leaving. So roll me a dexterity and an investigation.
All right. My dex is a 2. My investigation's a 3. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Amala, I roll a 5. 3 successes.
Okay, yeah. So you are gonna keep an eye on the parking lot, and there's gonna be 2 cars are gonna be leaving. Driving within. One's leaving. One seems to be coming. Maybe not to the pharmacy, but is just parking in the parking lot. I don't really know if you got a good glimpse at the person, but it does look like it's a younger kid who's driving. Oh.
All right. Can I attempt to look at him? A wink.
Okay.
Give him the old third eye treatment. See if there's anything
Bark.
funny that's
Yeah. Resolve and your sight beyond.
sight beyond sight.
by the power of Grayskull. Or was that? Wait, no, that was Thundercats, right?
Correct. Thunder. Thundercats.
Lightning and the thunder.
2 successes with 3 successes, one of them being a crit.
Yes, thank you, Potato. I am glad that you're here in chat. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate everybody watching.
Here,
Love me,
second.
Daddy.
1 second, real quick. I gotta go put this downstairs. I'll be right back. You need to go.
Okay, so you're trying to get a good look at this person. 3 successes. Mm-hmm.
Amala's ability is the ultimate cheat code to get intelligence.
Yeah.
In certain situations.
Yeah, true.
Mhm. All right. I'm going to be cheeky. I'm sure you don't mind.
Never.
Oh, we appreciate the cheek.
All right, then I have to go all the way over here.
A little tongue in cheek.
Does it? That's fair. That's fair.
Oh, Potato.
Mhm.
Just to let you know, because the Vampire Masquerade is a role-playing game, I do turn the blurps off for this because it can be very distracting when I need to listen to the DM and everything. So you don't have to. Whenever I'm doing the Vampire Masquerade thing, you don't have to worry about the blurps. They are turned off for this because there was a problem with people playing them too many times when I need to listen. So.
All right, my dear doctor. You're going to get, and very quickly it's just flashes. You are not going to be able to comprehend what exactly you're seeing as it's just flashes as you look at this kid. But you are going to get, all you can make out is for the future of our world.
Oh.
All right.
2 seconds to check Amala's character sheet.
Sounds like some altruistic mumbo jumbo to start a cult.
What?
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Why did it come back too?
Oh no! Mala just had a vision staring at the kid that gave you the heebie-jeebies.
And all I got was for what was it for the
future of our world or something like that.
That's correct. For the future of our world.
I don't like that.
Mm.
That's some Skynet shit.
No. That's what is the group of the vampire hunters? Purify evil for the future of our world or something. That sounds like something that would fit right into a vampire hunter's motto, right? And we're having something that's making vampires sick if they feed on people. What do you want to bet the vampires designed a super drug disguised it as cold medicine?
I was thinking something along
Just to
those
go
lines,
ahead
too.
and make vampires sick so they're easier to track down.
Well, I'm gonna wave the kid. See if I can get his attention. See if he can look at me.
So I should have torn him to shreds. That's what you're telling me. Okay.
No.
No. There were cameras. Bowman doesn't like us already because he has to go ahead and cover up this kind of shit.
Yeah, please. And then you throw up that at him. Yeah, I mean, you wave down. You try your nice to be all like, oh, excuse me, And yeah, the kid will stop and roll down his window. It's only really going to go a little bit down just so you can talk through it. And you can tell it looks like he's going to give you some money. He's going to give you $1.
Oh, heavens. What a good young man. 1 second.
Yeah, what a roll.
He thinks you're a panhandler.
Nope. This is the game. Do you have the book over there? I just need to read Dominate. I need to read Compel just to see what the length of what I can try to bamboozle him into doing for me.
You should offer to tell his fortune.
Yeah. No.
It works for Badoma.
Yeah, it does, but that's kind of her thing. She does the whole
Wibbly wobbly wibbly.
wibbly wobbly wibbly.
Are you doing mesmerize?
Compel.
Oh. A single action command, no longer than a short sentence.
Do they have full memory of the compel? Is it because I know interactions between humans and vampires are different with these things.
Could something like, would you like to park and chat with me for a moment work? I don't have much experience with Dominate.
Fine, I got it. And then, since it's a human, it just works, right?
He is an unprepared mortal, correct?
That's the best kind of mortal. All right, well, obviously I'm
Isn't
going to
that
thank
the
him.
majority of them, though?
Not vampire hunters.
Yeah.
I have to roll to use this one, right? I have to roll arouse.
No, it's free.
Even better. Perfect. Well, I'm going to compel this young man if he would be willing to just step outside and talk to me about this Megalodon pharmaceuticals.
Turns out their secret ingredient in their super medicine is, ancient
Dinosaur?
shark. Yeah, Megalodon, ancient giant shark genetics.
He's going to tell you that he really doesn't know anything about it. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to let him know that I'm actually doing an investigation for the FDA. We're talking to guests and customers of people who use their products. I'm going to ask if he's noticed any strange rashes, irregularities in mood, elevated deposition, kidney stones. Just, throw a couple weird ones in there to make it look like I'm looking for specific things, but I'm really just fishing for information.
No, sorry. He's kind of weirded out of this conversation.
I'll let him know that he is to drive safely and get home before the storm, and to thank him for his time. I'm not taking the dollar off, of course. That's just silly.
I mean, he's gonna drive off a little like that was weird at midnight, but okay.
No one suspects you at midnight.
No one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
No one expects the FDA.
No one expects the FDA. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and make my way back. I'm going to let both Rune and Lynn know that was an interesting experience with that young man.
Did he give you $1?
He tried to. He thought I was a panhandler.
No.
No.
Doctor has a future as a busker.
I let them know that the only oddities I could get from him is... I ask if the phrase for the betterment of our world sounds familiar to you.
Was it betterment or the future?
For the future of our world. Hold on, I'm going to Google that. I'm going to Google that phrase. Does anything pop up?
Ooh.
I
It might be
Roman death
possibly
is bad.
Shrek.
something. I'm not sure.
All right. Okay.
I
You
wonder
little.
if I did put that in an actual Google for...
The
Go
future
ahead
of
and
our
roll
world.
me a mental and a technology.
I have a feeling you're going to find a lot of stuff about global warming on there.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually curious if you'll get.
I know, right? I'm
Hold on.
expecting cult stuff.
Okay, so let's see.
I'm very curious.
First thing I'm getting is, what will be the future of our planet?
Told you.
Yeah, okay. that's
Followed
good.
by,
I
we've
was
seen
gonna
the
be freaked
future,
out.
and it will blow your mind. A new scientist. And then, this Earth in the next 100 years, if we don't act on climate... ...
Told
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, it's all...
Yeah.
Change.
If the doctor is Googling it, I will also Google it.
Yeah, so
Okay, yeah. Roll me.
everything is coming up as like climate change stuff.
I
Like,
just
you
have a
youngins
mental-
and your phones. I'm
Yeah,
going to go
roll-
upstairs and figure out the situation up top with the generators.
I'm going to tell you to wait till we can find the cameras.
Voice craft.
Cameras!
Yeah, go ahead, Rune, and roll me your mental and technology.
That's fun.
I got 1 success.
I mean, it was a crit,
Well,
though.
you and Rune did fabulous, both of you.
Yeah. Wow.
Can I help either of them and look over their shoulder? Because they're not letting me go anywhere.
Sure. How good are you at technology?
Well, that's the thing. I'm looking over their shoulder to look at like news headlines. That's all I'm doing. I'm not like.
Oh,
using
it's
the phone.
fascinating. I mean, they type in on a search engine, Google, and it just pulls up just like links and crazy stuff. And they're doing for the future of our world. They're getting a lot of climate change, articles talking about the ice caps that are, or ice, whatever the heck, are melting. Poor little polar bears. A lot of just environmental stuff.
We try on ShrekNet.
You could try.
Ooh.
We don't have the laptop on us, so that's something we'd have to do later.
He has it on his phone.
Oh, we do. That's right.
Yeah.
Big smarty smart.
Mhm.
Yeah, we got the Bowman chips. Yeah, I'm gonna tell Rune that's a good idea. Hold on.
All right, I want a different role then.
Oh.
I want a mental, and it depends. I understand some people have academics research.
Yo.
Mm-hmm. I also understand some people have investigation.
Yo,
But if you'd rather stick with technology, you can.
I have no points in technology, so
Yeah.
Yeah, technology is my weakness.
You know, if,
All of this is
Hey,
my weakness.
twice
the
as
only
good.
thing I have is investigation.
I think that the next time I have to roll up a character, if something ever happens with Theo, my next character is going to be just a freaking computer geek. I swear.
Nosferatu, huh? One of them and Malkavians are I don't know. I like Toreadors. Toreadors are so underappreciated.
yeah, I was thinking about if I play another character, maybe I'll go Toreadors, like super whore lady.
Yes, yes. Okay, so Mala, you got 2 with 1 crit. 2 with 1 crit. You both got the same. That's hilarious.
That's 7.
Both times.
All right, well, the Shrek net is, I guess, the closest thing that the two of you have ever seen to the dark web.
Yep.
It's absolute nonsense. It's not like Google. You don't just search something up and it gives you just a bunch of like lists of things to check out. You kind of need to know what you're looking for. And most of the stuff you're going to find is just a bunch of memes hidden behind layers upon layers of internet. Yeah. I will say, and I'll give you guys 2 different things. Okay.
I missed my Nosferatu. Oh, technology roll? 12.
I know. I know. All right, Doctor. You're going to find a lot of jokes. Specifically, this phrase that you looked up for the future of our world seems to be a lot of jokes because I guess there's a connection with oil. I guess whatever you're kind of getting from that. It seems like a lot of people are saying, "Oh, for the future of our world," and it shows like the oil spills and all this just nasty, horrible stuff that happens from pumping oil. You, Rune, as you two are just like, "What is this nonsense?" Oh, I hate that. I hate that a lot. Sorry.
What did you see?
A secret.
Yeah, secret. No, I just. You are going to find something called Red Network that is going to link to, and it looks like it's a news and commentary network that goes 24/7.
I will recommend to the doctor, maybe we should check out this 24-hour news network I found.
Yeah, I'll let you know. All I have is a bunch of stuff on oil spills. I tell you, this is something we can do a little bit later, but let's go see if Theo has found anything. Would you like to stay with ET or Lynn outside?
I think that would probably be a wise choice.
I agree. If you folks need anything, just let us know. We'll be right inside. I'm gonna go back in to see what good old Theo's skirmished up in the last couple minutes here.
All right, Theo, well, you spent some time with Flubuster, asked a few questions. Anything else that you want to check out? You gonna purchase anything?
While this is going on, can I do a awareness roll to keep an eye out?
Yeah, go ahead and roll your nose as well.
Excellent.
I'm going to go ahead and take a look at employee entrances, that sort of thing, kind of get a layout of the area. Is there an electronic security system on some doors? Is it?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Specifically the door that leads into the pharmacy, the back end. Yeah, I mean, they have security locks. It actually seems like they have their like employee badges. And they're going to have to use that to get in.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How many employees Can I tell how many are in the back right now? I mean, by peeking through like a pharmacy window while I'm passing.
Oh yeah, you can just see easily. There's only one person that's working the pharmacy right now,
Okay.
and there is really only one door to get back there, from what you can tell. There is another door that doesn't have these crazy securities to it. That's probably the employee area, but yeah, no, only one person.
Is there a restroom inside, as far as I can tell, the back room, or just the restroom for the entire store on the outside in the main area?
You know, if you had to guess, you can go ahead and just check out the area where that says employees only. They do have a bathroom sign,
Okay.
but it's hard to say if it's public or not.
All right. Is there a public restroom at all?
Not in here, you can tell. Not one that's just easily accessed.
Okay. Strange that the general store doesn't have a public restroom, but okay. So the flu buster may or may not, it seems a little sus, but it may or may not be a lead. It might just be a red herring. The security locks are a thing. How many cameras? I'm assuming there's at least one camera watching the secure door.
So you can pick out, it's hard to tell in the pharmacy itself, but in just the general area, there are 3 cameras. One that's in the door in and out. One, that's the door to the pharmacy. Another one that then just covers the blind spots.
Mm-hmm.
In the pharmacy, you can only pick up 2 from what you can see through the window, unfortunately. Obviously the walls back here you can't see as you look through.
And is there, okay, because there are cameras, I'm assuming there's probably a security room of some sort where all the feeds for the cameras go.
Probably.
Anything that I can make out in the layout where that might be?
Well, you can see, so they have the door that says employees only, does have a little bathroom. Check it out. Also has just some, I guess the best way I could put it, more advertisements, but these are ones that you recognize. These are just like regular, like, oh, these are deals on toilet paper and nonsense. There is above the pharmacy, a little bit more towards the left, there is what looks to be like a slit, very small, thin of a window. But yeah, it's hard to say. You'd have to go in the employee area if you want to investigate more for a security room. What are you doing over there?
Sorry.
Okay, so summoning my little shadow buddy out in the middle of a freaking general store, probably not a good idea. Because I don't think I could do that discreetly enough. My sneaky stuff, because I have Ghost Machine and everything, I could foul up the cameras, but there are people present. I need to go and talk with the others before I do anything obvious. Of course, make sure that we work as a team.
Well, Doctor, I mean, you're coming back in to check on Theo, and you'll notice it looks like there is an employee who's chatting up with a few of the others that are working here. The one that's working the cash register, and another person that, if you had to tell, probably the manager, chatting them up, and you can tell that this person is kind of making like motions towards Theo as you come in.
Well, as I come in, I want to look at this store differently than the first time. Now that I had that interaction with the gentleman, I think it might be worthwhile to take a bigger scope of what this establishment may be. Maybe I'll find something that leads me a direction that I need to go.
Go ahead and roll.
Oh, the little brat's out me to the manager.
1 success.
Roll me a willpower, please.
Ah.
Oh, watch this. This place is warded against
3 successes.
peeking.
3 successes.
Yeah. We're gonna have to burn willpower here.
Yep. All right. Ugh.
Say, I think I might want to burn a willpower.
You can't use willpower to
this.
roll willpower. That's
Oh,
very
that's fair.
silly. No, can't do that.
You didn't grab lucky.
Okay.
It would have been good too, because like 3 were successes, 3 were fails. So would have been able to reroll the 3. Would have been great.
Nope, that's very silly. Spend willpower to reroll willpower. It's great.
Hell yeah.
All right, my dear sweet doctor. So sweet. Time to kill you. No. But you don't, unfortunately, I know you don't want to just reveal your eye. So you're just opening it. And the eye opens. As soon as you do, you feel as if something, and it's funny because you've seen it before, but you feel like something just whips towards you and it hurts. You are going to take 2 aggravated damage, and it feels like whatever this energy is, as soon as your eye opens, directs towards your eye and pulls, drains from you. You're gonna feel weak, sick, extremely sick. It looks like you are on the verge of puking, but you hold it. As, I mean, your eye instinctually just closes instantly. And you swear you can hear something as you try to catch yourself. It sounds like whispers, something just maddening. You can't even tell if it was even English. You might just be losing it here for a second. But you give heavy breaths. And you still feel like whatever just hit you, this might leave a mark. I don't think you've ever been hit for aggravated before.
That's fine. I learned a lot from this. I'm gonna point at Theo. I'm gonna give him I'm gonna point outside.
Well, since I gathered as much information as I can, I'm going to go ahead and walk towards the doctor, heads towards the door. Casually.
Question.
The way that Catherine's just
We'll say
shaking her head.
mumbo jumbo damage. There's
Okay.
no, like, you're not bleeding, you're not bruised. But then again, it was directed at your forehead. Are you gonna like get a mirror and look?
Not yet.
I thought so.
Like, damn it.
All right, you guys are gonna leave. Slide on out of here. The doctor doesn't look good, Theo. She looks extremely pale, even a little shaky.
I'll go ahead and literally offer her my arm and say, "Are
This
you okay?"
place hates women. Just saying.
Oh, is that it?
Uh-huh. Nope. I'll take
Critias was right.
Yeah. And I'll whisk back out to the car. As we're leaving, I'm going to whisper to Theo that this place is the same as Calamity.
Really?
I'm gonna nod.
So, okay, question. What is the possibility?
I'm sorry, ET's face was amazing.
What is the possibility that the 10-gallon hat gentleman is leaking a little bit of himself into the pharmaceuticals that are being passed around?
I tell you, it's different. I tell you, I think the closest thing I can explain it to is that first night on the beach.
So, radiation?
I say perhaps, but without any kind of proper testing, I wouldn't be able to know. I tell you that I would not even test for it in objects, but in blood, I could test for something like that quite easily.
So I talked to one of the kids here, asked a few questions. Apparently, he's worked here for a couple years, but they recently changed the design of their flu buster. I checked the ingredients. The flu buster seems to have the same ingredients you would have in any energy drink and cold medicine, but it says on the can that it's approved by the FDA, but it, unlike other energy drinks that have like you probably shouldn't drink more than X amount in a day, there's no warning or anything like that on this can. Does that seem unusual to you? I mean, it may just be a red herring, but I mean,
I tell you clearly that whole store is unusual.
yeah. I was thinking about,
Not recommended for children.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking before we take off, I go ahead and let my shadow do some stealthy prowling around to see if we can dig up anything else. But I think if we do too much, we might attract too much attention, if you know what I mean.
I'm going to tell you I don't think we're ready for this.
Well,
I'm going to tell you that this store can fight back.
I don't
Like
think we're
Calamity
exactly
Clan.
trying. I don't think we're entirely trying to fight it. We're just trying to figure out what is causing this thing. We're just investigating.
so are you saying that we have a lead to go ahead and help vampires of the area out? And you think that rather than us pursue it, it would be better if we mind our own business and abandon?
That is not what I said at all. I'm letting you know that I think if we pursue this now, we will lose. This is something we need to step away from for a moment, get ourselves ready, and come back.
How?
I tell you that we need more friends, we need more power. I tell you, if we try to go into that store now, it'd be the same as us trying to fight Calamity. We would lose.
Okay, so you're telling me it's too big of a fight for us to take.
At the moment, yes.
Then when? What do we need to achieve to be able to be fighting on that level?
Knowledge.
Okay.
We don't have.
That's why we're here.
I mean,
we were casing out a store before. Now we're
And we
fighting
still
a
are.
beast. It has
Well-
changed.
I understand your hesitancy, Doctor, but I understand
worried. I'm worried if you send your shadow friend in, he will never come out. What then?
Then I go ahead and find a way to get a more powerful shadow friend.
And what if, now I'm going to let you in on something. Clearly, I tried to investigate this place, and it didn't like that. It may strike out at you through your shadow. I'm warning you now. It struck out at me.
Doctor, I want to let you know that I am taking your warning fully seriously. But we cannot gain knowledge by hiding in a cave. How do we go ahead and solve this problem by waiting?
You keep making assumptions. Once again, we would not be waiting. We need to go, report what we have found, let them know it's some strange entity or beast-like creature, something a little bit out of our league, and get information on what we can do to properly approach this.
Report to who? Bowman?
Obviously, the person who gave us the job. If
The Strangler?
Oh, no. The Strangler didn't give us the job. Bennett gave us the job.
Bennett,
I have the letter.
Yeah, Bennett
I
gave
thought the
us...
Strangler dropped it off for us.
The Strangler
but it was
dropped it
signed
off, but
Bennett.
it's Bennett, Mr. Stedman.
Stedman, yeah, that was
Yeah,
it.
Stedman gave the Strangler a note to drop off to us, and Crowley found it. This is basically a job from Bennett, the guy that runs Red Number 5, and we're going to go to him and say, some hibbity-bibbity mumbo-jumbo that we don't understand and don't think we could take is inhabiting that pharmacy, and it may be the source of what's causing the problem, but it's out of our pay grade.
You seem to be very bad with people. No, we would go to him, tell him what we found, and ask who we can talk to learn more so we can complete the job. You keep assuming that going and talking is doing nothing. I thought you were one who was all about learning and studying.
Yes.
You're being rather rash about something that's quite deadly, in my opinion, or very dangerous at the very
Then
least.
Calamity comes walking down the street and goes into the pharmacy.
Oh yeah, they're the same thing. Calamity could probably walk up and buy cigarettes.
I mean, last
No.
time I rode Calamity, it seems scared of the very thing
No,
that.
Doctor, I think
acting
you and me have different ideas on danger, and you are danger adverse to an extreme.
I am a doctor.
Yes, but one cannot avoid every fight.
Well, that's not true at all.
This is where we will have to simply agree to disagree. I will go ahead and listen to your wisdom, but I do not think we have enough information that it would be beneficial to report it at this time. Because we're literally going to him, telling him we have nothing and we want more information. And I think the response we're going to get is, then go get it.
All right. Well, then
I think
What
we
if
need
we-
more intel than what we would be proffering at this point.
What if
I-
we give
well-
Bowman a little bit of a
I will let you know the employees were
Challenge
talking to
that.
their manager and pointing to you. So whatever you did in there did raise suspicion.
Yeah,
Your attention had been drawn to you.
I figured that it would probably be getting to that point. The kid that was really sketchy that I was talking to, and I probably didn't come off too terribly legit as well. So I probably got reported to his manager or something, which means they'll probably be watching if I pop in again.
All right. So
But all these places, they have secret shoppers and shit like that, right?
I would imagine so. That's a pretty safe guess, I would think.
They'll probably
Right.
just assume I was one of those.
And one other thing, Lynn, would you like to explain your experience to Theo as well? He hasn't heard that.
Wait, what happened to Lynn?
I'm a little hungry.
the beast woke up a little bit when I went past a certain kid. Don't know why.
Okay.
She claims she's not hungry as well. She seems it is very strange, different than normal.
So, a kid roused your beast.
Yeah. Don't know why. It felt like it had a. Maybe because he had a flush of just red blood in his face. I don't know. It was weird. I know it wasn't the normal vampire.
Did you feel threatened or panicked at all?
No. He's a kid.
Bruja.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'll look over at them all. You feel that the place itself is a threat, and Lynn literally got roused by a random flush-faced kiddo that walked past her. Did anybody find out what was going on with the kid? Talk to him at all, or?
I'll let you know I did catch him on his way out. He thought I was a panhandler and offered me $1, but the only thing I was able to.
Panhandler? Ah.
I know, how strange. But the only thing I was able to get off him was for the future of our world.
For the future of our world. That sounds very cultish to me.
That's what I was thinking.
Either that or, like some slogan or something. I don't know.
We tried to Google it, but all we got was a bunch of climate change mumbo jumbo.
That's not something that would come up with my knowledge of a cult or anything that would trigger off of that, would there? Okay. Long shot, but I figured I should ask. Because if there was a cult that was like their motto, it might come up in a cult. We know that this place is a threat.
Uh-huh.
We know that people coming and going from it can rouse us, or at least Lynn in specific. And we know that around the area, people being fed on cause vampires to fall ill.
And they're also selling a cure miracle in the bottle.
I mean, if making them frenzy is ill, it's more of a death sentence, but I get what you mean. It's making them act adversely.
If I remember the note right, they would not eat and eventually would frenzy. from the-
That was it.
okay,
So they'd starve themselves into a frenzy. Okay.
So, drinking the blood of the people that come to this pharmacy is unappealing to the point where people are going to starve themselves.
That doesn't make sense, though. I mean, even if the people down here's blood is unappealing, why wouldn't you go somewhere else and just hunt there? I know it seems strange, but maybe I'm thinking something you're thinking. This might be some sort of cult or something like that. Maybe buying certain products slowly starts to indoctrinate you into it.
Well, that's why I was so interested in this Flu Buster energy drink. How often do you find medicine being packaged also as an energy drink?
No, I mean,
I've
don't
never
package
seen-
anything nowadays. Have you seen the marshmallows that have the chocolate right in them? Great for s'mores.
Wait, what?
I haven't actually.
Oh yeah, I think they're called stuffed or something. Oh, they're great.
Okay,
I'm
then.
not normally a sweets person.
I'll
Quick question. We're not having this conversation just in one spot outside the store, are
I
we?
figured we were already in the car talking.
Okay, car. I
Yeah,
would
okay.
insist that we drive around while we have this conversation, not just saying
Who's
parked.
paying for
outside.
the gas? Just question. Because I paid for the
We'll
last
chip
one.
it. I don't
Okay.
care.
I'll
Well,
hand Lynn a 20.
And I'll do it. And second of all, has my awareness caught anything? Nope. All right, good.
So the good doctor is against me using my shadow to scout for any further intel.
I feel like it may affect you adversely. I tell you that me trying to investigate in my ways affected me adversely, and I feel the warning should be passed.
I appreciate the warning, but Doctor, your kind of investigation, my kind of investigation, I feel like we're the opposite sides of the same coin in a way. What might affect you adversely may not affect me at all.
That's fair, but it might also empower, possess. Instead of attack, it might do
And
something
I might
else.
turn into a fruitcake at the stroke of midnight. But that doesn't tell us anything, does it?
Well, I wish you the best of luck. If you truly wish to do this, I will not deter you. Past my warnings.
I appreciate your warnings, but how else do we gather intel in this situation? I'm open to hearing options, but reporting what we
Listen,
have now...
this conversation is going nowhere. I'll give you guys a proposition.
I'm listening.
Okay, we'll see if the storm takes out the power. If it does, we will take out the generator. Then Theo can shadow cat and see what he can find out.
Just a heads up for the two of you. Lynn, you might find this particularly interesting. That store has the same kind of energy as Calamity. It's the same kind of beast in a different form.
Well, that's a good thing the
How
generator
that
is outside.
possible?
I do not know. But if what we think is true and there's some sort of entity controlling the horse, it may be a similar kind of entity controlling the store.
By the way, I really like this
okay.
music.
So, all right. Let me go ahead and sum this up in a way that makes sense to my brain. We know that the energy that's in Calamity, when it got transferred into Lynn, she had a moment where she almost went feral on us, but she calmed down. And she's been struggling with her beast ever since. Now,
It's a second beast. Just saying, it's not.
yeah. The thing is, vampires coming to this location or feeding from this people aren't frenzying. They're avoiding it altogether. They take a bite of.
Oh, they
someone that-
starve until they frenzy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rather than drinking of the blood, they avoid it like a plague to the point where they don't drink anything. So that doesn't strike me as the same exact kind of reaction. If it was something that was related to Calamity and that, I would expect it to something that would out and out cause vampires to go nuts, rather than force them to abstain from drinking.
I'm going to ask, when you learn the full list of Calamity's abilities, how do you know that's not something that the horse cannot do?
Well, you
It
know,
hasn't done it.
you're guessing at the absolute unknown at this point. When we guess at the absolute unknown without any supporting information, we can go ahead and say the moon's made of cheese.
But I have supporting information that leads me to believe that they're of the same kind of beast, creature, or entity.
You believe it
Obviously,
is? Then-
albeit slightly
then
different.
what
One
would
is a horse,
explain
one
the
is a building.
difference in effect?
I tell you once again, we do not know the full range of these things' power.
Look, Look,
Have you
I
guys seen
have an
similar
idea.
powers used between the two?
I am open to
That is
listening
where I'm
to
getting the
new
correlation.
ideas.
Okay. I know we haven't been speaking to Bowen for a while, but this might help because what if we got what if we got one of these cans that you're talking about? And we take it to Bowman saying, hey, this is something interesting. Everybody, like, it's FDA approved, but there's no warning signals. Is there something in it that might be interesting?
You're wanting him to solve the problem for us again.
No, not exactly. Like, it's just we don't have the capabilities of doing this.
Plus, we
Speaking,
get some of that lab equipment.
well, okay.
I mean, yeah.
I did explain this earlier. If there was some sort of adverse effect from the materials in the store, it would be almost impossible for me to test the material itself. But once it was ingested by a person and has entered their bloodstream, it would be a lot easier to detect in that case.
So here's a crazy idea, and this is absolute ape shit.
I don't like it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm going to make a leap of assumption that whatever is causing the bad thing that's keeping people from wanting to drink, or vampires from wanting to drink blood, is in one of these people that probably
Drank the energy drink thing.
I don't
Miracle
know that,
cure?
but I'm trying to make a point. That type of person that is triggering this effect is probably the type of person that would trigger someone like Linda going into a frenzy. If we got one of those individuals and one of us voluntarily fed from them,
I tell you that is
That sounds like an awful
an
idea.
incredibly poor idea. We already know the effects of that. Some sort of toxin or something will make you not want to feed till you frenzy.
I know that, good doctor, but you need a sample to figure out what's causing this, yes?
It doesn't need to be in you. Get it on put it in a vial or literally anything except you would be better.
Do you have a syringe on hand that we can go ahead and find someone that seems to be flushed in the face and that looks similar to that kid that we can go ahead and knock out and go ahead and take some of their blood voluntarily?
I'm sure we could find a syringe in the park
Yes!
quite easily.
You can buy syringes in
yeah.
most CVS's. Especially
Wait,
for...
Really?
Depends on the state, but
Okay.
that's a state dependent one. I'd have to check
Okay.
Chicago.
All right.
If we get a sample of one of these individuals, could you sneak back into the hospital you work at and analyze it there?
Oh yeah, you can buy like syringes with caps and everything at like Walmart and shit. All right, hang on.
Did you hear my question?
I did. I'm gonna tell you that I wouldn't be able to sneak in, unfortunately, to get into the labs and a lot of the equipment. I would need to scan my employee card, which unfortunately would let them know I was there.
I mean,
Okay.
could you ask specifically for like a night shift, maybe?
Well, I mean, I can enter the hospital and the labs at any hour of any day if I so
but
desire.
if you do any unscheduled testing, it might raise red flags.
It depends on what the testing is. They do know I have been doing a lot of side work with blood work specifically, so I should be able to smooth that out with little to no assumptions, especially if I put my whole sister's missing, I'm so sad kind of thing on it.
So
They're
if you
very
accidentally run the same test a second time because
I tell you,
you're
I've run the same test.
distraught.
I tell you, I've run the same test close to 300 times now. No, that's totally normal.
Okay, so do you think that if you got a sample, you could analyze it at the hospital?
Yes, absolutely. I think that would be a
So-
much safer alternative.
So rather than trying to take on the beast of the building itself,
Mhm.
we find
Which was not our job. Our job was to figure out the symptoms, and we're doing great.
No, our job is to figure out the cause. We assume that we're looking for someone that looked a lot like the kid that walked past Lynn. Red in the face, flushed, and possibly addicted to this cold energy drink.
I tell you, I suspect we could probably find a fair amount of them on the college campus.
Well, okay. The thing is, though, the problem wasn't reported around the college campus. The problem was reported around the pharmacy.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Pharmacy.
So I
As-
think we should be canvassing an area closer to the pharmacy and not go back to the college, unless you really want to go ahead and talk
No, I was
to
just
that
trying to
wonder-
find. I'm trying to find like young kids who need to pull all-nighters and drink lots of energy drinks. So
Yeah.
I remember my college days.
No. I valid point, but I think
I tell you that there was the shops right outside. I tell you that I think if we investigate there, we should be able to find someone.
I think that you guys investigate. I apparently need to lay low because I'm already busted. So I will go ahead and stay at the car and see if I can go ahead and still do some minor scouting with my little shadow buddy while you guys check out the local store, see if you can find someone that has those symptoms and maybe get a blood sample off of them, and we will go ahead and go from there.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and plug in the local Walmart, see if any of them are open, and we're gonna need to get syringes. It's kind of step one. Need the supplies to make this mission happen. $11.99 for a 10-pack.
How much time is left in the night?
Is there any chance that? Can I take the car and go talk to some of my black market contacts and see if they know anything about the phrase that we heard?
I mean, I think it's possible. I just don't know time constraint wise. Like we could very quickly run by Walmart, get the syringes, me and whoever else is gonna go. How with money?
How long will it take for you to go ahead and get in touch with the black market contact, ask them a question, get a response, and have us get back here?
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we like
How
do it
fast?
while we're trying to find this person?
Yeah. Is it something where you can dial up your contact on your cell phone, or
Well,
is it
my
some-
cell phone is destroyed because
Twice over.
yeah, because I got it waterlogged.
payphone?
Yeah, maybe go find a payphone.
So while the
Good
good
luck
doctor,
searching for one of those.
we go ahead and drive to the Walmart. The Walmart
I
will
could
probably okay.
Walmart has payphones.
Walmart will have
Yeah.
the payphone. That way, the doctor can get her syringe, and Lynn can go and get in touch with her contacts, and
We could even buy her a new phone at Walmart.
I'll trust you to handle that, Rune,
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
and I will watch the car.
Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Wow, it's all done. The only thing that actually probably needs to be done is Lynn talking to the black market folks.
Yeah, I think honestly we are boring the tears out of Catherine over here. It's like, why don't they just do the thing that I want them to do? Why are they doing all this random shit?
Oh, if only there was the right thing to do.
Oh,
Okay, so you already know how much it's gonna cost your whatever syringes, so go ahead. Are we getting her a new phone? Like, are we just getting her like a burner phone?
Oh, yeah, it's just
Prepaid
the
phone.
shitty flip phone, prepaid, track phone.
Okay.
How dare you? I use track phone.
Joke's on you.
Oh, nice.
So do I, but I can still have a smartphone.
So can I.
Yeah, but Lynn can't operate one of those things.
Okay. Wow, it's actually
To be
pretty cheap at
honest-
Walmart.
If you actually explain it to her, it might be easier.
It was.
I've already gone through how phones worked once now.
A new phone at Walmart's only going to cost you $55 with the plan and everything, just the prepaid ones.
Now, don't get away. Let's buy some Ziploc bags. Give her a couple of Ziploc bags.
Extra $3. Get her,
We'll
get her
all
the,
have
the
a
water.
Ziploc bag just in case.
There you go.
Thank you.
And so you want to get in contact with your amigos.
Mhm.
So go ahead and roll me a social and your streetwise. Yes, you can include your black market specialty.
The Armito Bandito.
So 7. All right.
That's right.
That's 4 successes and a crit.
Okay. Yeah, they have no idea. They don't recognize that phrase. It means nothing to them. They don't know what you're looking for. Sorry.
By the way, I need good. What was the thing that we're supposed to do tomorrow? Isn't that the class tomorrow? Or is that
No, the
the day
class is on
after tomorrow.
Saturday. Mhm.
okay?
Tomorrow's Friday.
I'm just gonna ask him like, is there any like little quick runs you want me to do tomorrow? Tomorrow night.
Hmm. They don't have what you've already. They don't have any pot jobs. I'll put it that way. But hey, if you're willing to move they this oh, I don't know if Lynn's okay with this. If you're willing to move guns, yeah, they got a job. You're gonna have to pick it up from a ship off the docks, and you're gonna have to bring it to a warehouse. Simple, quick, just don't be stupid.
That's kind of our whole thing.
Being stupid? Yeah, I've noticed.
No.
Thanks.
No.
Thanks.
It's all of us.
I mean, you're not wrong, but still, thanks.
I'm scared by a CVS.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, if you're willing to accept that job, they can get you. It is a bit of a drive. You're gonna have to. It'll probably take you hour and a half to get to the warehouse. It's right outside Chicago. It'll pay just under $1,000, $950.
Okay. Actually, she will do it. She's hoping that she might make friends with the group that she's giving the guns to.
Is Ruin getting an invite to this?
If you want to come.
I'll come, and if I'm by the phone when you're having this conversation, I'm going to ask you to tell them that I want to finish off buying my parts. I guess.
Oh, yeah.
And I just want them to specifically get me a really good engine, all-terrain tires, and a big gas tank and everything else I need.
Okay, well the question's gonna be: do you want it to be street legal?
For the engine? Or fuck it, nah, not street legal.
All right, they'll get you the best parts, and it's probably gonna be from not in America. Fast and Furious, let's go.
And
Can
all
do.
of a sudden, I see Rune blazing a trail down the road, and then I hear an explosion as his engine just blew. Because
He puts it together.
No, it's not because he put it together. It's because it's not street legal parts, and he just pressed the NOS button for a little bit too long.
This is 2018. Street racing is pretty legit right now.
Yeah, no, totally. But the thing is, anyone can push a vehicle too far, especially a bike.
What I'm really trying to do is make like a tank of a bike.
That's up to his rolls. He's fine. I'm sure his drive's great. I don't think he's gonna bust it up too bad.
I am not going to get on the back of his motorcycle.
Who invited you?
We'll see about that.
Sidecar.
I think traveling through the abyss will end up being safer.
Well, since they're going to be getting you some, well, it is going to be street racing parts from most likely China and maybe a few other places. I know Japan's pretty big in it too. Yeah, it'll probably take them about a week to get the pumped up stuff in, but they're going to have just like the base parts that, you know, they can get that ready for you as well. You can pick that up tomorrow.
Cool.
But if you
Of
want
course,
fancy
any
stuff,
tools that I didn't already have, you know, just getting everything I need.
Okay. All right. Okay. And they can't really give you an exact price how much it's going to cost. It's going to determine what they can even get from out of the country. So they'll talk further on that, but it is probably going to cost you at least $5,000.
All right.
Okay.
So, Lynn's lined up a job. Crowley's lined up parts for his bike. And did we go ahead and actually talk to the black market people about possible info on the phrase that we had learned?
That's the first thing we did.
Okay.
They have
Yeah,
no
there's
idea. They've never
Of
heard
course.
of it. Sounds like cheesy corporation stuff. They have no idea. Whatever.
I mean, I was thinking since my skill set with this place is not so helpful, I can still get us money. while you guys look at it.
Yeah.
Well, what they can say with the freaking logo like that, they're gonna say it's probably like a tech company or something. That's what it sounds like to them. Whatever.
Yes. Programmers are wizards.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, but
Yeah.
maybe they're making robots. Who knows?
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys seen the Tesla robot?
Oh, the Tesla robot? Yeah, I saw that.
I haven't
The
seen
guy in
it
the
yet.
suit
Okay, let me-
dancing.
The thing is, all I'm saying is we go ahead and restart the battle bots. We put the Boston Dynamics bot in one corner, the Tesla bot in the other. I'm betting you the Tesla bot's gonna get his ass kicked.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I saw that Boston Dynamics like dancing video with all their robots.
That was awesome.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, and the Tesla bot can move a maximum of 5 miles per hour. Awkwardly.
And it's also a dude in a suit,
In a morph suit.
in a morph suit. I don't know if you saw that video.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a guy just comes out in a suit, starts dancing. It's like Elon Musk is insane. All right.
Just imagine being that guy. All right, we want you to put on this morph suit, pretend you're a robot, and dance on stage to sell this this robot product that we're never gonna make.
I mean, just do the robot.
Oh no, he did like the Charleston, like he was going for it. Like bless his soul.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, if you look at it this way, Elon Musk, the one thing that he's always succeeded at being is a showman. And a showman will sell you anything that you're willing to buy.
Flamethrowers, tunnels.
Cybertrucks.
Blue Buster.
My brother wants that truck so bad.
He wants the Warthog.
Okay. Well, you guys have got your goodies. Didn't really get much more information, but at least you got a job set up. Some parts are going to be coming in, some fancy street racing parts. You got your syringes, doctor.
And I've been watching the car.
Okay.
Truck.
Yeah, it's a Walmart, 24 hours. It's never dead at a Walmart.
And you see Calamity coming down the street.
You're
Eating somebody.
You're so obsessed with that horse.
You are
Yeah.
just baiting it coming back right now.
Oh, it's gonna happen. I'm just gonna be upset when it does.
No,
Yeah.
it's quiet. Some people come in, people come out. Parking lot's just scattered. There's, of course, cars that have probably been here for months, as always. There's even a few campers that are set up. No, you don't really notice anything as your friends make their way on out.
So we do know that the storm's about to pick up at about 1. How long does this shopping trip / phone call take? How close to that 1?
1
Yeah.
o'clock is about 20 minutes. I mean, it's dark, overcast. It is cold, but doesn't affect your dead body.
We have jackets.
Yeah, and you have jackets. Yeah, if you had to guess, because it's sometime after 1, the storm's going to start. You guys should probably get to cover soon. Unless you want to just hang out in snow. I mean, why not? It's not like it's going to be a blizzard. Might be pretty.
The idea is to try to go and find someone that's expressing symptoms of whatever triggered Lennon, somehow getting a blood sample off of them in the vicinity of the pharmacy to see if that is what's causing all of this. At least we have a blood expert to actually do the analyzing.
Well, you guys are, if you want, you can just sit out and stake the pharmacy and what you're looking for red in the face people? Is that what we're doing here?
If I start getting any sort of
I don't.
irritation at all.
Yeah.
I
I'm
mean-
mostly just going to when there's larger, I guess, groups of people I can see, just kind of take quick peeks to see if I can get anything that kind of resonates like that first guy did, because I'm looking for something similar.
I could keep my nose open and see if I can smell anyone that stands out.
and I can go ahead and literally sneak up on someone and literally look them in the face to see if I get any res out of them while them not being able to see me. And see if I get anyone that looks incredibly red in the face, or even if I have any sort of negative reaction to anyone. So, I mean, maybe it's just that Lynn's more sensitive to the hibbity-jibbity that's going on, or it's having some effect to a wide range of vampires in the area. So, but
Okay. Okay. Well, I guess I can make this simple. It's a pharmacy, 24 hours. It's getting pretty late. Storm's coming in. It's definitely slowed down. As 1 o'clock hits, you guys make your way back. You can feel like the slush in the air. It's probably going to be more so a wet snow, which is always the worst. Drive safe. It's going to be ice. And it's quiet. I mean, there's nobody on the streets now, except for, looks like there may be someone hiding in the alleyway as you guys drive past, probably sleeping from what you can tell. But staking out the joint, there is going to be some movement inside. You can tell it's employees. A car is going to park. Someone's going to come on out. This person looks very reminiscent to what Lynn is used to seeing. This person's in like a black jacket, hoodie up, can't really see anything, but also the weather's terrible. What really will stand out to Lynn in particular with her gun knowledge is you can tell that underneath you can still see right in their like holster belt that they have a gun holster. Hard to tell if there is a gun in it though. The person's gonna head on inside. You don't really see if they're red in the face, unless you, Theo, want to just hang out by the front and be sneaky.
I will full on use my stealth and my shadowing and be quite literally invisible and follow him around.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna use your, then you don't have to worry about it.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, the person looks a little red in the face, but once again, it's freezing out here. It's honestly what it looks like, but they're heading inside. You don't really have a reaction to this person. For you, Rune, the resonance, honestly, it seems a little melancholy, a little sad or bummed out, but you don't really notice anything either. E.T., you're still in the car, right? Or by the car, I should say.
Yeah.
No, you don't really have a reaction either. Person's gonna go inside. He's there for a bit.
What are
Theo,
they
you can,
buying?
so Theo, you can see what they're buying. He is getting what looks to be an generic brand of headache, like Advil, something
Okay.
for headaches. Purchases that. Gonna go get themselves a nice Arizona tea, and goes to the counter, plops it down, and leaves. And I mean, as soon as he gets out, he's already opening his Arizona and taking some pills. Gets back in the car, and we'll leave.
And the question is, do I stop him?
That is the question.
Okay. Are there cameras in the parking lot?
No.
Is there anybody immediately present that could spot me?
There's a few cars, but from what you can tell, there's 3 cars. No one's in them, around them. No, it's quiet.
All right. I can interact with when he's approaching his vehicle. Does he have the beepity beep that unlocks all the doors when he unlocks his car, or is he a key entry kind of guy?
Beepity beep.
Okay. So he's not going to notice my presence at all because I've got obfuscate going. I am literally going to open the back seat right behind the driver's seat and get into the car as he's getting into the car.
Okay, well, roll me a stealth, because, you're still opening the door.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll me your dexterity and your stealth.
Oh boy.
This isn't
with this-
shadowing, unfortunately.
Yeah,
No.
I was going to say, but that's still 7, so... And this is
Okay.
where my luck is going to fail me. Or not. That's 2 successes. 2 out of 7, though, is not exactly good odds.
Okay. You pop open the door and it makes like a noise. And as soon as you do, I mean, you see his head like jerks. And I mean, he's gonna go over and check out what's wrong with his door. And yeah, he sees that it's open, and you can tell that instantly he starts checking his car to see if someone broke in. He's checking for in his glove compartment, checking a few things. Yeah, he's gonna do that for really quick, and you can tell he looks a little like uncomfortable, and he's gonna get in his car.
Okay,
and-
so while he's checking everything, I am going to wait until right before he shuts the back door. I'm going to slide down and sit in the seat. So I'll be right behind him when he gets into the driver's seat.
Okay. Well, he's gonna check it. He opens the door, he looks, and it's pretty cute because like the entire time, Lynn, you're gonna see it too. He has like his hand ready as he's looking around, checks his glove compartment. You can tell he's looking for his registration. He's then just gonna sit in his car, mumble under his breath, starts the car up as you are sitting behind him.
Second, he's got both hands on the wheel. I'm going to quietly, without making him aware of it, wrap my arm around his neck without making contact, and then force his head into my arm as hard as I can without causing permanent damage, but enough to cut the blood flow off to both arteries to the neck to force him to pass out.
And Theo kills a man.
Okay, roll me a strength. You're trying to choke him, and a brawl.
Oh, strength and a brawl.
Mm-hmm.
This is going
What
to be
else would it be?
well.
Mhm.
Not
Have you
melee.
tried to strangle someone before? Melee, you're not using a weapon. You're using yourself.
Okay, fine.
But he is a weapon.
Oh, but he is okay, Bruja.
I'm trying. We need him knocked out to go ahead and extract the blood from him. That's all I'm working on. And sadly, this is going to be 2 dice. So, yeah.
As we watch the car swerve.
Well, he
and the
hasn't.
fight
He
starts.
started the engine. He hasn't pulled out yet.
Correct.
Yeah, and one success.
Not bad. 50%. As a shooting happens in front of his place. And
Well,
we're
I mean,
trying
Well,
that's
to
evidently
normal.
shooting
Normal,
happens
it's
often
normal.
here.
Yeah, I
normal.
mean, I'll survive a bullet
Chicago,
wound.
baby. A bullet wound, maybe 2. I mean, how far are we gonna go?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you wrap your arms as you use your strength. You are a vampire. If you want to try to put a little bit more into it, it's up to you if you want a blood surge. Because as soon as you do, you notice that. Oh, I'm still really not that strong. As this person's now fighting back, and they're basically going to swerve, get their gun, and shoot.
Can I see the struggle happening?
Oh, absolutely. The car's shaking.
Yeah, okay. Can I run forward and just try to punch him
All
while
right,
it's
hold on.
unconsciousness?
Okay.
Wait.
The
Did we have any
car's-
idea he was in there? Theo was invisible when he went in.
Yeah.
How do we know he's in that car?
Yeah, no one saw me.
Yeah, no one saw him go
Okay.
in there. Not even us.
Yeah,
Cars
it
make
just seems like
mistakes, all you're
someone's
gonna
having
know.
some good time in that car.
I mean,
Woo! That's like the pharmacy. Let's go.
could I tell by the way that Theo would have been watching him and then disappeared?
I thought he was invisible the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
it was?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, never mind
yeah.
then.
He went in. I disappeared. You guys have no idea where I am. It's something that I'm gonna have to sort out on my own.
I
So yeah,
tried to
searching
help.
probably
I
searching would probably be a good idea.
I appreciate it, ET, but unfortunately, yeah, sometimes out of character knowledge just has to stay out of character.
I know.
So
Yeah, he's in his own put and pop right now.
Yeah, so I don't want to hurt him in a permanent fashion because, killing him is not the goal, but I need him restrained well enough that he's just going to go and pass out, which means that if he's fighting me and it feels like he might be resisting enough that he's not getting the circulation cut off enough, that he can get to his gun, then blood surging is something I'm going to have to do.
All right, go for it.
Okay, so what does
I
that
think that's-
entail?
You have to roll a rouse. So go ahead and roll me 1d10.
That
Ooh.
is a success.
Good. Okay, now go ahead and roll me 1 dice, another 1d10. That's what you're going to add to your roll.
Another success.
Hey, okay. So that's 2. Okay. Yeah, you feel he's reaching down for his gun as you then, that blood that feels you, it pulses through you as you then just tighten. And he's now just struggling. He's trying to get his gun. He did have his seatbelt on, unfortunately, as he was getting ready to get out of there. And it seems like right now it wasn't as fast as you hoped, as he is going to just jerk, twist, move, try to get his weapon. And
the great thing about car seats is they're designed to hold you in place in case there's an accident, which means that as long as I'm directly behind him, he's going to have a very hard time lining up a shot. That's why hitmen get you when you're in your car.
Yep. And all of you folks, you're just going to hear ring out, and this is Chicago, it's not that rare, a gunshot, just a loud pop. You, Theo, you hear it. You hear just the sound go off, but you don't feel anything as this person's just struggling. And you can tell that, yeah, he has his gun. He's shot. It looks like he's shot somewhere towards the passenger side as he's trying to land, get himself. Whoever's attacking him, unfortunately, you're still invisible, but he's at that point now where he's starting to lose consciousness.
The second the gun leaves his hand, I will know that he is out.
All right. Yeah, you hear the pop as he once more tries to get another shot, and slowly the resistance is going to stop and drops from his hand.
Okay. All right. So I have taken him out without killing him.
Are you sure?
Well, if I hold it too long, yes, I will actually cause brain damage and kill him, I'm sure. But that's
What's your medical knowledge?
very limited, but
Well, you folks hear that gunshot. You can see that there's movement inside the pharmacy as people are like kind of peeking outside, taking a look at what's going on, but no one's going outside. Heck no.
yeah, I'm going to go ahead and literally get out of the car real quick, still being invisible, open the door, literally pick him up, push him in the passenger seat, grab the gun, put it between my legs, and since the car's already started, I'm just going to take the car out of the parking lot and then go ahead and go past to where I find an alley to pull the car in out of sight.
All right, well, there is blood as you move him, and you notice that it looks like he shot his own leg. It's grazed his leg when he was panicking.
Well, hey, we don't have to open him up to get the blood done. That's
Oh,
convenient.
vampires.
I'm sorry. If people think that Theo is a good guy, he's
I
just
never
a
thought
Can't
of
wait
that.
for Lynn to smell that blood and go werewolf. Blah, blah, blah.
She's not. At
Well,
which-
the
at which
car's
point-
going to drive off. That's what you guys can see.
Yep.
Yeah, but didn't we see a man get shadow pushed or something into the passenger seat?
I mean, the storm's kind of started, so
No, not
yeah.
from this distance. Sorry, we don't have dark vision. That'd be great, but we don't.
Okay. So
Yeah, it's really slushy. It's terrible.
once I go ahead and get into the alleyway, I am going to pop the trunk, grab the unconscious man, put him in the trunk, making sure to keep track of the firearm, which I am keeping on my person, shut the trunk, then go get them.
As he bleeds to death.
Well, he grazed
Oh,
himself.
great.
It's
It was
not like he
grazed.
hit
There's
himself in
some
the...
important arteries in those legs.
He grazed
Yeah,
the
but
side of his
grazing-
leg,
Femoral.
not shot himself in the
Femoral.
crotch.
Or
Well-
on the back of his knee.
Yeah. After a few moments, Theo's coming back towards all of you, and you can tell that the people in the pharmacy, were watching. They never came outside to kind of see what's going on. If anyone wants to roll a mental and awareness to try to pay attention from this distance what they're doing inside, but Theo's gonna be making his way back.
Sure.
Oh my
Oh,
god, Potato in my
they're
live
calling the
chat
cops.
just said, "Help, I've been shot in the bone zone." Thank you for that, Potato. Thank you.
There. Fucking fives.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that they all seem to be on their phones as they're all taking a peek.
Man, I wonder what
What's
they could be
going
doing.
They heard gunshots. They saw a car leave. It's storming out. They couldn't be sure what they saw.
All right, well,
At which point, as I approach the vehicle, do you want that blood sample?
I need to investigate the person. Yes.
Come with me. Quickly before he wakes back up.
I'll go with him.
Okay
I'll
then.
go to.
I tell Lynn she should stay behind for this one.
Yeah.
Tell Rune to hang out with her. I just need to go and check to see if this person is even afflicted in any way that's noticeable. We might not even need their blood. I didn't have a chance to find anybody that was a good target.
Mm-hmm.
okay, well, he's going to lead you to an alley, just, I'd say probably about 3 shops down.
Mm.
And he's gonna pop open a trunk, and there's someone inside who's. It doesn't sound like they're snoring. No, it just sounds very nasally. Like, I don't know, their windpipe got crushed for a bit there. Oh, horrible.
All right.
Heard any good stories there recently, Rune?
I'm gonna go ahead and roll medicine on this guy, and
I could tell you about Odin if you want to hear some from my studies. Maybe the Asia.
Thinking more so like just street stuff.
I will point out
General.
to the good doctor that I think he accidentally shot himself in the leg. There might be way to draw blood there.
I might have.
medicine on him. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm checking him out.
Okay, well, first things first, you recognize that noise. It sounds like his windpipe is maybe damaged from the sound of it. Nothing requiring, immediate medical attention. Should take care of itself on its own, but his neck's gonna be hurting for a while now. He might need to take some more Advil. But really the bigger concern is he's bleeding from his leg. It's a graze. He could probably, stitches wouldn't be a bad idea, but not totally necessary.
All right.
Shame we didn't pick up a first aid kit.
I'm going to ask him to go back to the car and see if he can find me see if Lynn, and I would suspect she might have this in her car, super glue.
Super glue.
I'll nod.
Okay.
I mean,
And that's what it was invented for, so.
Yeah, a liquid bandage.
We'll work with what you got.
Yep.
All right. Well, while he goes and does that, I'm going to take a look at this guy to see if maybe
Just be
he's
careful.
a good
If he wakes up, he's probably going to be in a bit of a fighty mood. He doesn't have this anymore. I'll show the handgun, but
I'm not worried about it.
okay.
I thank you. I tell you that this will be done in hopefully just about a minute or
can I have
two.
the handgun?
You
I
don't
get
know
it.
about
When
the
I
handgun
get back to the
existence yet.
car, no
don't
one
get it back to-
other than the doctor knows I have the handgun. So
I know.
We'll see.
I'm just saying, like, out of character. Like, can I have the handgun? I like having extra
we'll
guns.
figure. Theo is not likely to want to hold on to it since it's obviously after this going to be reported stolen. So yeah, but I don't see a problem with that. Anyways,
I'll just etch off the serial number and whatnot.
yeah. I'll go ahead and get back to the truck and say, do you have anything like super glue, liquid bandage, anything like that on hand? I'm asking you, Lynn.
Oh, sorry.
I came back to the truck. Do you have any super glue on hand? Maybe a liquid bandage, first aid kit, anything like that?
I mean,
I'm looking in the glove department.
Yeah, I would look in the glove drawer there because she probably would, because she lives out in the stick. She lived out in the sticks so long.
Yeah, she's probably, a farmhand accidentally cuts themselves. You might have an emergency kit or something in the truck.
I might get cut on chicken wire or something.
Yeah.
So.
Oh no, the vampire got cut on chicken wire. Oh, get the first aid kit.
Well, that's why I was thinking more likely if she had a farmhand or something, it would make more
little
sense.
Timmy. Poor little Timmy got shocked by the electric fence.
Yeah, no, I'm imagining that if Lynn hired a farmhand, it would probably be somebody, a little bit more useful than little Timmy.
Oh, that's just their nickname.
Yeah.
Oh. Is this like Little John wasn't exactly that little kind of little
yeah.
Timmy? Okay.
Most certainly.
All right. Sure.
No, she always employed college students to help them through college.
Oh, yeah.
Humanitarian.
Try to.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Doctor, she did a sight beyond sight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Checking out to see if this guy works.
And
Okay. Doctor, you are going to see as your eye opens, it looks like you are seeing an x-ray of this gentleman. It's really bizarre, but kind of what is that? You're going to see where his appendix is. It looks like there is just worms that wriggle like inside, around, like it just looks like where his appendix is. It's, just to everyone, it's a narrow finger-shaped pouch that projects from the colon. There you go. But it looks like, it's just worms are coming in, out of it, crawling. It's honestly rather horrific as your eye then closes.
Specifically, the part of the body that is used mainly to digest vegetables in herbivores.
Yeah, but
And worms, apparently.
Not so much.
Isn't it also like an antibody kind of building thing? I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
as far as I recall, the appendix was a organ that no longer is normally used, but it functions much like the liver as far as purifying your blood and cleaning out toxins. So the reason why it's okay to have it removed is because it doesn't really serve that function. It's a leftover organ, so to speak, anymore. It's something that our great ancestors needed, but is not necessary for our day-to-day lives.
Like wisdom teeth.
Yeah, basically.
All right. Well, Amala's like,
Theo's going to come back with some super glue, duct tape.
Whatever first aid kit she had on hand in her truck, I'm bringing back.
Yeah,
If it
gauze.
has super glue in it, then
That did have some, yeah. There's like gauze and super
But it
glue
sounds
and
like
whatnot.
this guy needs some anti-tapeworm medicine.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
He's got a case of the graboids in his gut.
Really need to stop sitting on my legs. Oh, it makes them fall asleep.
Oh God, I've totally been there.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, I used to do it all the time. When I first started streaming, it was like I would sit like, Indian style cross-legged on my chair.
Mm-hmm.
And then after like the first or second time I stumbled out of my chair to take a restroom break on stream, it was like, maybe I should stop doing that.
I know, I never learn. At least I don't do that. It just starts to get tingly. Sorry, go ahead, Taylor.
Of course, my chat's medical opinion is we should just give him plenty of vodka and he'll be all better.
Right.
here's what the doctor's going to do. There's a fourth one hidden there.
Yeah.
If you highlight over it, there's an 8
It's
hidden at the
weird
end.
how it actually hides his.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do it.
Oh.
I'm literally doing hashtag roll 8d10.
That's what I've been doing.
You're the only one that can't do it.
And apparently maybe it doesn't like my computer. Any rate, so 4 successes. I'm just gonna clean up the man's leg, super glue, duct tape. Then I'm going to take out a syringe and I'm going to pull the old, what you would do during an appendicitis. I'm actually going to draw the fluid from his appendix specifically.
Hmm.
And if you happen to go ahead and get a whole chunk of a worm in that fluid.
I mean, it's a syringe. It's a very thin tip.
Well,
I guess
these
it's a
are
parasite,
like
but-
the Walmart syringes, so some of
I've
those
never
can be
seen one.
they can be pretty chunky. Like I've seen
Hmm.
ones that you would use to go and
Oh, you're
give
leaving a
liquid
lot of
medicine
bruising.
to animals.
Mm.
Okay, I'm a doctor. I'm doing blood work. I would have got the best I could, of course, but it's not like I'm going to get.
It's what you could get at Walmart.
You're gonna leave a lot of bruises behind.
Dude's gonna wake up later and think someone's stolen an organ from him. What do you want to bet?
I mean, but all the taping and whatnot isn't there at his stomach.
Yeah, I know, but hey, we could probably. What do you think, Doctor? You could pull out. You think we can remove his appendix and him be fine
No.
out? Oh,
Sorry, I had to educate him that you can't just syringe.
Yeah, I didn't think
appendix.
so.
I had to tell him how it's actually done.
Yeah, I'm not a doctor. I don't know this nonsense.
Yeah,
Okay.
wow.
All right. Draw some blood then. Easy enough.
Have him
Close to
remove
that
his
area,
appendix.
maybe.
I'm going to move him from the trunk to the back seat, lay him out, put him in the resting position,
oh, the fetal position.
Get the heater going.
get the heater going because it's going to be cold. Make
Leave
sure
a little
don't-
sign.
make
I'm
sure-
okay. Yeah, he's okay. He has his favorite music playing and the heater's on.
He's also going to get a little note that says you need your appendix removed. See a doctor. And then we're going to leave.
What is this session? This is amazing.
So there's something in your appendix. Make sure you get it checked out. You have 2
Super
weeks
scary.
to live.
Super scary. This guy's going to the hospital tomorrow or when he wakes up. I'm going to take some.
Or
of
the
this-
cops.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but he never saw who did this to him.
I'm going to go ahead and pack the now blood-filled needle with snow to help keep it preserved. Unfortunately, I don't have any ice packs or anything nice here, but those Ziploc bags are going to help. I'm just going to basically pack one of those full of snow and try to put the syringe on ice.
And you laughed at my Ziploc bags. Now look at you, all of you.
Hey, you
Hey,
guys
it was
wanted
either a bag or a water bottle.
You wanted blood from someone that looked like they might be suffering from whatever is afflicting the people. And,
Nailed it.
And we got it.
We
Now
got
we just,
something.
well, after you're done patching him up and leaving him, the go see a doctor. Your insides are gonna become your outsides. You'll die in 2 weeks. Kind of note. Something truly menacing. Get your appendix checked if you want to live. Yeah. Anyways,
Get your
after you're done
appendix checked
patching him
if
up,
you want to
so
live.
I'm gonna, since I'm there next to you at the car, I'm probably trying to help you as much as I can. We got what we need.
Gonna do 1 second before we leave.
Once again, what is this session? This is so good. This is
Yeah.
not how I thought it would go.
3 with a crit. I'm just making sure we didn't leave any kind of shit behind that the cops could pin on us.
Well, I'm
You are
laughing,
leaving a
though.
handwritten note. So
That's not gonna. That's fine. I'm talking like DNA, blood, hair, parts of his clothes, things that could be pulled on a security camera later. Yeah, it's a handwritten note, but I have doctor's handwriting. Good fucking luck.
I checked for
oh,
security.
Doctor's
Perfect.
handwriting has killed 1,000 people, if not more.
okay, well, the doctor's gonna go and kind of just check for any hairs that came off in the struggle, anything like that. You can find a few strands of hair. You're not sure if it's this gentleman's, Theo's, but I imagine you're not taking the risk.
Nope. Taking
So
those
you-
with me.
You clean up the best that you can as you guys then finally leave. leaving only a little bit of evidence behind.
We could have just led with that. Your appendix is gonna explode.
How?
You
We
could've-
didn't
you-
know it
Yeah,
was
we
a
didn't
thing.
know.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. Like, you could have just, like, as a doctor, you could have just gone up to him and it's like, oh my gosh, you've got these symptoms. You need to go see the doctor.
Yeah, because that's not
and
crazy
then, like,
as
I'm
shit.
a doctor.
Yeah,
she's
I
not-
am a doctor. When
She's
your
not
appendix is
mental
going
stuff.
to
Everyone shush.
What the fuck?
That would be completely believable if this was a bad B movie.
But I'm saying she has the mental stuff so that they would believe it.
Yeah, but the problem once
Okay.
again was we were trying to find someone, and we didn't.
I know. I'm just
But
saying,
Theo
like, there's
did.
a way we could have done it to where
Correct.
we weren't so.
It's
We could have just killed him. Can't we move on?
Yeah, it's done.
I
Ugh.
know.
We need
I
to
know,
move on
I was making
before
a
the
joke.
blood goes bad, right?
It was just a joke.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And it went, okay, yep. Very funny. Let's go. Doctor time. Woo.
Where to?
Oh, I don't fucking
The
know.
hospital?
Yeah.
We gotta drop the doctor off, don't we?
Neat. All right. I'm making. No.
Do we swing by your apartment first?
Oh, it's gonna be the best way to do this. Yeah, I don't have.
We swing by the apartment, you change into the appropriate outfit,
I need to get my ID card and everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
which
and that's in the area from what Catherine said earlier.
You find any calamities there.
I tell you, I might have to
Okay.
go looking. I think I left my ID card in the Prius.
The Prius that we abandoned at Bowman's old digs.
No, Bowman has it.
So
However, my Prius. I tell you, it's fine. I have like 3. I'm pretty sure there's one around my apartment somewhere.
okay.
I was just thinking
I
where my
am
clip
not going
was,
to
and
go
I'm like,
ahead and choke out
shit.
Grandma. Thank you for the suggestion, Potato.
A speck.
Yeah, if you want to do the quick, get what I need.
Get what you
Yeah.
need. Get what you need.
Hey, you have a
Calamity
cooler
is-
at your apartment.
Not at your apartment.
But
Cool.
Still no sign of the majestic creature that we all know and love.
majestic.
Yeah, right?
That
Come
thing
on.
will die
Horses that can
eventually.
teleport? Majestic.
It is a force of nature.
It
Correct.
It's not.
You get
Of
your
course,
ID
look at the-
card. You
So
get your
is that
scrubs.
pharmacy a force of nature?
You are heading towards the hospital.
Yep.
Perfect. We're going to drop the doctor off at the hospital. What hospital do you work at? Go ahead and fill us up on that lore.
Oh, I'm sure it's the Loretta Hospital. Oh, God. Hmm.
$10 he doesn't have it. He's gonna have to Google it.
No, I have no idea. I just have where,
Nailed it.
where I went to school. But it's fine.
I work at the hospital. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Do I have a hospital background? I don't think so. Never thought to get one.
We'd be an asshole. Because
Don't you
I-
fucking say it's the Loretta Hospital. I swear to God.
I mean, you
It's
do have the
hilarious.
hospital background from when Crowley woke up there.
All right. I work at the Chicago Kindred Central Hospital.
Kindred Central Hospital.
There's a Kindred
Yes, I
Lakeshore
actually-
and a Kindred Chicago North. There's 3.
Yeah, there's actually a few kindred stuff. It's hilarious.
I work Central.
I'm sure that place never gets visited by fucking vampire
Yeah.
hunters.
I bet that they have a very good blood bank.
I would know I'm in charge of it.
You know? Now,
Anyway,
okay, so we're gonna drop the doctor off. Doctor, you're probably gonna be in there for a while doing some testing. You have our phone number. When you want us to go and pick you back up, give us a call.
Absolutely. Lynn, would you be so kind just to give me a sample of your blood so I can test it as well while I'm here?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect.
oh, that was
I mean,
easy.
I mean, we already discussed it, so
Mhm. Yeah.
perfect. I'll take a sample of Lynn's blood as well.
Please don't touch the artery. It's the vein that you want.
Stay up.
Eyeball. Oh, I missed. Nah. Like a
Here, let
skilled
me just get up your
professional.
nose.
Yeah, COVID testing. Shove it right up there.
Okay.
Okay.
And
You drop off the doctor. Are you guys leaving?
back to the Haven to lay low until the doctor gets us. I have some research that I need to do because apparently I need a more powerful shadow being to help out because apparently the shadow scout that I have, I'm being informed by the doctor that it is probably not enough for the situation. So maybe I should find a way to go ahead and get a more powerful shadow buddy.
Okay.
All right, well, I'll just spend the rest of this time just working on the bike, I suppose.
No, you
Okay.
have parts coming in the mail supposedly.
Well, I already have a
Mail.
handful of parts now.
Yeah.
You know, I've
Mhm.
spent like 3 days working on it.
Yep.
And of course, Lynn arranged for herself to have a job to lined up
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. And is Calamity at the Haven?
Nope.
Okay, that's a little bit.
It's done this before. I have no concern about the demon horse. The less I see it, the better.
No, it's quiet when you guys come in. Well, kind of. Theo,
Yeah.
so you've gotten used to this place. You know, it has a sense of consciousness.
Yeah.
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 And you know, it feels like a blanket most of the time. And then there's those creepy moments when wraiths pop through, and that's always just mind-boggling. I don't know.
we
When you
don't-
come,
Have the doctor with us to go ahead and banish them right now either. So this would be a
Yeah.
bad time for the Haven to go ahead and get uppity.
yeah. Well, as soon as you see the place, it's I don't know. It just feels like it's watching you, waiting.
Okay.
Little uncomfortable, but that's really all that you notice.
Interesting black background.
Yeah. Yeah, for now. Oh,
Well,
why?
I will try the whole. It's watching me. I'm gonna try to see if I can go ahead and do the whole hand motiony, open the door for me again to see how it reacts. Is it gonna just open up for me, or is it gonna be finicky? Just get
It'll open.
It just opens.
Yeah, it obeys.
Okay. You were waiting for me to get back, weren't you? Do you have something
so
that you need to
sweet.
show me? Like literally talking to the house itself. No response?
No whispers, nothing.
Hmm.
You all are gonna watch Theo be a little crazy as you guys get back, but you know,
It's me. It's not that unusual.
we're all
Also,
crazy.
the
I've
fucking
always been a
Yeah,
little
we know this
off.
house a little bit.
house.
No,
Well,
no,
yeah.
Potato, I'm not going to call the house daddy.
Daddy.
I get enough of that from my chat and some of my other friends. Don't.
Thank
It
God I'm
will-
not playing Vivian then.
Oh, God.
Cops daddies all the time.
Oh.
I love her. But no, it's still just the same old creepy freaking place that you guys have come to know and tolerate.
Hey,
But no calamities. At least that's nice. You guys can get yourself situated.
I'm
At
gonna
least
go.
so far, no wraiths.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I'm going to use the opportunity. I'm going to go through the library and look for any books that had anything on shadows, shadow rituals, anything like that.
all right,
Uh,
we'll jump between you guys then.
Has the rest of us also gone the creepiest fuck vibes have come back?
Or is it just me?
Yeah.
Just you, Theo. Just you.
Okay.
I mean, this place has been creepy to all of you, but only Theo just feels a little, I don't know, different.
Yeah, Theo picks up on the vibe of the place a little closer because he got some strange kinship with it.
Yeah, but now this place is still just as creepy and terrible.
Oh,
All right,
come
so
on. We've slept here for several nights now. It should feel right at home.
Oh yeah. Okay, so you're gonna do some research. You are going to find another text on abyss mysticism, which is the blood sorcery form of the La Sombra arts, obtenebration, that you've done research on in the past. And you know that the ability you have now, the Shadow of Hands That Serve, the one that lets you summon this servant, it seems like just the blood within yourself is enough to do it. I guess you're not sure what's going on with you. You're getting that sense that you're a bit of a mudblood, I've heard you say. Who knows? But it seems your blood can put out this call. Now, there is a way to, let's say, buff up this servant. They call this ritual the heart that beats in silence. And it's going to empower the shadow so it can actually attack and defend instead of just spying. But it's going to take a ritual to do so. You have to light a candle and crush its flame in your fist.
And fire
And if you-
and vampires don't go well together, do they?
And if you can manage to keep, your focus after willingly burning yourself, then whatever blood that drips, something will happen. That's really all you're going to get from the ritual. It seems really the focus is getting past that willingly burning yourself part is the hard part. You're going to learn the word Rotschreck. Rotschreck? Oh,
Rorschach.
Rotschreck?
Something like that.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Rorschach, I think is Rorschach.
Yeah, I think it's German, yeah. And that seems to be the fear frenzy that your beast will experience from fire. If you can push through that, guess we'll see what happens.
Well, I mean, Crowley's go ahead and busy working on his bike.
Yeah, he's basically right now he's working on his aesthetic. Is that how I should say?
Yeah.
Yeah, not necessarily the
Lynn-
parts, but the frame.
Lynn, are you busy?
A little bit,
Okay.
just a little bit.
Okay, because I'm about to do something crazy, and if I go and lose my head, I just want you to punch me out cold.
Hey,
Can you do that?
yeah,
All right.
I think so.
So like literally, I mean, Bruja. If I'm gonna go into a frenzy and uncontrollable, I can count on a Bruja probably to knock me out.
I mean, you've seen me punch before. If you really want me to punch you hard, I will do it. The other times
If
I've just
I
been
seem like I am completely going bestial crazy, knock me out.
This
As
is the
hard
time
as
you'll
you
see
need to punch.
you'll see Rune just like peer over the corner of the door, like
Yeah,
Someone getting punched?
Yeah, I'm saying this loud enough that he can hear me, but I don't want to pester him because I know his bike is important to him and he deserves time to work on it.
Mhm.
But if Lynn's not terribly busy right now, I'm going to go to her first. So, all right.
I mean,
At
if
that
it
point,
doesn't
since
take
we're
too
waiting
much
for the
time.
doctor anyways, I might as well get this out of the way. How much prep work does this ritual require?
You need a candle.
I'm going to say, are there any candles that are hidden around in the library? Any that were on hand? I'm going to search the Haven to see if there's like cabinet or cupboard or something that we missed that might have candles in it or ritual supplies. I mean, that would make sense considering the history of the place.
It would. Yeah, if you want to try to search the rooms that you at least have found,
Yeah,
you don't need a roll. I don't.
Okay.
No, you haven't. You're fine. You're not gonna find any like ritual kits, anything like that. No. Candle. I would say that you'd be able to find the small tea lights, the ones that come in like the little metal. I think they're called.
Yeah,
Whatever.
tea
I think that's
lights.
right.
I know
I think that's right.
I
Yeah,
know
you're gonna
exact-
find a few small those guys,
Does
but
it
no
have
like
any
sticks.
specification or requirements for the candle? It just has to be an open flame.
Yeah, the ritual doesn't specify further, just as a candle.
Okay, and I just have to crush the flame in my hand.
Yep. That's correct.
And it's got to be enough that it basically triggers the fight or flight response in my beast. So,
I guess so.
if we have tea lights, I'm going to go ahead and literally just set up like a little stool or something, take the metal off of the candle so it's just the candle, put it in the center, and then you got a light.
Yeah, probably.
Go ahead and light the candle for me.
All right.
All right.
So. hold
Lynn,
on.
you've had practice. You know that, yeah, just flame itself is a little uncomfortable, but you're aged vampire. I mean, you're still a baby, but you're an aged vampire. You understand. It's just something you flick it, do it quick, try to just finish it. As I don't know if you ever were an arson as a kid, seeing how you lit your barn on fire, but
Look,
yeah.
that was a very special situation.
For you, Thea, I mean, already just seeing the lighter makes you uncomfortable, giving you the kind of heebie-jeebies. As now she lights the candle, and it's like it's mocking you as it just flickers.
Yeah, fuck you.
Mhm. Let's go, little vampire.
All right. So, anything
Show
else
us what
that I
you
need to
got.
prep for the ritual? Anything that it said? Just crush the
That's-
can.
It just seems you have to crush the candle, hold it, and the blood that drips. It really just says that it'll just drip down, and there's no more explanation of what's supposed to happen.
All right. So I will go ahead and just fortify my sense of willpower and just go for it.
Okay. That's fine.
Anything that you think I should roll?
Okay. You take the tea light. Already you feel this thing inside you just encouraging you to put it down. Don't play with this. But instead, you pick it up and you crush it, and it burns. You are going to take 1 aggravated damage. I need you to roll me your willpower plus 1/3 of your humanity, so your willpower plus 2.
Yep. Willpower plus 2. Now, a while ago, I spent a willpower.
Mm-hmm.
Did we rest between then and there?
No,
So-
you have to go to bed,
Okay.
daytime. Yeah,
So I should go ahead and take off the willpower that I spent. So
that is correct.
instead of being 5, it will be 4 plus 2. So that's still 6. But okay. I just wanted to make sure that I went ahead and, be legit about this and not flub that. So 60-10.
Kill it.
And
Oh no.
Can't burn
Well,
willpower to roll willpower.
And there. Oh,
perfect
okay. Oh.
and 3 1s.
You crush it as that pain sears through you, and instinct takes over as everything in your being is telling you to get out, get away. And you're gonna see Lynn, he doesn't get aggressive. No, it's fight, flight, it's flight, baby. You're gonna see, and he's gonna move very quickly, and he's going to get the heck out of Dodge as he's just almost as if it looks like he's almost on all fours as he's just getting himself out of this room and away from the source of his pain. His movement sounds very animalistic, but for someone who's been a vampire for some time, you recognize this as, his beast might be in control right now.
And the candle falls and sets the library on fire.
No, he extinguished it.
Okay.
But he lost concentration, unfortunately. And Theo, I mean, you're going to leave the room. You're going to get as far away from this as you can, all the way up to the tippity top, until finally you're going to feel yourself pull through and it's not that you don't remember what happened. It was just the fear of just that pain it caused you. It was, you've stubbed your toe, you've been cut, but man, whatever that was unbearable.
He is going to be pissed at himself. The second he regains his senses, he is going to literally be pissed at himself. Because, again, that dreaded undercarrying tone of him, the fearing of being a failure, how dare he not have the willpower to overcome this? How dare he let something as simple as primal fear beat him?
Bioengi.
Oh, yeah. No, he's pissed at himself. Afraid or not, he's marching himself back in there. He's picking that candle back up and he's putting it back on the bloody stool.
Round 2.
Probably
Fight.
not what he should do. He should probably rest. But no, it's not logic that's thinking. This is not logical Theo. This is pissed Theo thinking now. Because now this is riling up the fact that now he's thinking about how he's a failure and those dreaded negative thoughts welling in. And he is
are you
not
okay?
going to fail. He's simply going to look at her, light it again.
Right. He likes it.
Hello, bro.
It is mocking you this time. I mean, it flickers, and already inside you is like, this is stupid. I'm not. You can feel inside you saying, I'm not doing it.
I'm just going to stare at it for a while. I'm just going to stare at it, and I'm just going to let that fear of being a failure, my anger at myself well up.
Does it have to be your blood?
I'm not even listening to anyone.
All right.
I am just zoned in, and I'm going to just use all of that, that self-doubt, that self-hatred, that fear, and I'm going to just try to use that as a force, and I am going to smash that candle into existence for scaring me. Literally just, I'm not only going to grab it and snuff it out of my hand, I am going to make it so that candle does not exist anymore.
Okay.
That's
It's
the
an
level
axe
of
candle.
that's
Strength.
just where Theo's headspace is.
Strength
Yeah,
roll of 2 on
you
the candle.
will and go ahead, roll me once again your willpower and your humanity halved. Yes, you already used that one willpower. It's the same roll as before. Difference being is even though you're super determined and all this nonsense, doesn't mean your beast is.
Exactly.
It's may not be your friend right now, so we'll see how well you do.
2 successes, 1 being a perfect.
Yeah. You crush it in your hand once more. You take another aggravated damage as that fear takes over, and this time, Lynn, he lets out just this anguish roar, and he's full speed once more, charges out. And you're going to see that he's just going to start slamming his head over and over and over into the wall. You're going to take 3 superficial on top of that.
As he starts to do that, can I try to restrain him?
Yes,
See,
absolutely.
I have 5 health. This is my second aggravated, and I'm taking 3 superficial.
Yep, superficial.
So just to put that
That's
out
it.
there, I'm on the verge of ending my existence, or
Like,
at least
can I,
knocking
like-
myself out.
To hold him back, can I roll athletics and strength to possibly make it less than that?
Yes, you can, absolutely.
Okay.
Can we hear the thumping?
Oh, yeah.
No, this is not
I
something
think
that
I'll
you're-
come down and check on it.
When the second roar happens,
Yeah, 4 successes.
Really good. All right, you're going to slam your head into the wall as then you're going to feel Lynn grab. You'll take 1 superficial
Okay.
instead.
Thank you. And this is why I asked for help.
Yeah. And you hear a loud, like, it sounds like a monstrous, anguished roar, Rune, and then just loud, just thump. And it feels like you can hear like a shake as dust kind of comes down. You're like, what in God's green earth? Lynn, you have him restrained, and I mean, he's going to thrash about until finally Theo, you're going to calm down. And when you calm down, you feel this aggression, this disappointment within yourself.
I failed again, didn't I? I'm not even waiting for a response. I'm
You're
more
new to
saying
the
it to
beast.
myself than anything.
You're new with your beast. You don't, for all I know, you don't really have that much experience with your beast. So it's lashing out a bit.
You can let me up. I'm back in control.
Okay.
Do I still have the candle in my hand?
I mean, there's like wax that is stuck to your hand, but no, I mean, the entirety of it is no longer. It's on the floor in crushed bits.
We good in here?
I'll be
No.
fine.
Okay.
Oh, rude. Okay.
I think we lost your camera there, ET.
And Mike and everything.
During that whole thing, it was very obvious there's someone in the room talking with her. I think her family showed up.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
I kept seeing
so-
her like talk sideways and go like this. So I think someone came in and talked to her.
So yeah.
I gotta help my mom with something real quick. I'm gonna be back.
Okay.
All right. Well, this is probably a good time to switch gears and see what the doctor's up to.
Oh yeah.
Well, while Theo, wallows in his self-loathing.
God, I hate hospitals.
I'm sorry.
It's the flaw of the character. We knew that this was going to be one of his underlying issues.
I say I'm sorry, but I'm not.
Yeah, it was cool singing.
It wouldn't be worth doing if it was easy.
Okay. Well, my dear sweet doctor, it's been a while since you've been here. Honestly, it's
I hope no one questions the dog.
Service dog.
It's like everything that you're used to, but it just feels different being here. I don't know. It's just, it's like your childhood. You're coming back as an adult, familiar, but maybe a little twisted from your recent experiences. Hospitals still bustling as always. Hospitals are never not busy. You go on through, and there are going to be a few people that recognize you. They're going to be surprised that you're even back. They know you took more time off, and they're not going to pry about the sister situation, but they are going to get, they've been praying for you and your sister.
I will thank them, of course. And
I'm pretty business my way through here. I'm heading straight to the lab.
That's pretty par for the course.
Mhm.
Yeah, you make your way to the lab. There's going to be a few people that are just going to give Bubba some like, "Ooh, buddy, hi," but no one really seems upset. There's a dog here.
Oh.
Who's
You
your
go straight-
strong widow man?
You go straight to the lab. There's no one here inside the lab. It's just going to be you and Bubba. It's quiet. You can see that there's been work that was finished probably during the daytime. Some reports. Yeah, it looks like the one report you can see is reports on an anemic, but I know you're not going to pry too much. What are you going to do?
Blood work.
And give me a roll, baby. Where's my little thing?
1, 2, 3.
I was just thinking about getting one of those Asian
5,
fans,
one
you
crit.
know?
Oh yeah. Well,
A 5 and a crit.
all right, what you trying to do?
For the most part, I'm just going to run basic blood work tests. I'm going to test for radiation poisoning as well on these tests. I want to do like radiation kind of specific, especially for like linen stuff. I know it's weird, but radiation at the beach and that kind of stuff has been a recurring theme. And I know testing for radiation really isn't the most difficult thing to do.
Well, if you're doing some radiation nonsense, you're probably going to be here all night. So just a heads up.
I know I can't sleep here for reasons. So if I need to like get the test started, slap my name and stuff on them, I can come back and get them in tomorrow. I figured some of these things are going to be in the machines for a couple of hours, and it's already pretty late.
Go ahead and let a lab tech know that you're running it so they can watch it for you, basically.
Yeah, basically I have all the info and stuff on there, put the requisite on there, Dr. Mosh, sign off, da-da-da-da-da-da. And, you know, all the good stuff where it's like, you know, just when you get the results, just go ahead and put everything in the cooler. I'll be back tonight to check it. Also, go over Mr. Johnson's paperwork again. I found a mistake or something stupid. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Well, few tests. So yeah, you want to do some radiation nonsense. That'll be interesting. That's going to be what's going to take the most time. Easy one you can do, of course. You know it was his appendix. Let's start with appendicitis. You know that a high white blood cell count is a sign of an infection. Nope, his blood count seems to be in normal range. You don't really notice anything strange in that regard. Really, what you can gather in this amount of time, spending what night you can before you have to leave.
Yeah, last thing I need is the lab tech coming into the dead doctor over a counter because daylight hit and I passed out.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could try to stay awake.
Honestly, from what you could tell, yeah, it looks like there is some medications in his system. Obviously, this might not surprise you, but Advil. Really, the big thing that you can see is he could probably use a few more vitamins. He's a little low on, but nothing dangerous. Nothing that is of concern.
All right, let's take note on what vitamin.
Yeah, I'll just take note of what vitamins he's low on in case it becomes like a reoccurring theme.
I can give you a list here. I just knocked something over.
Seems the guy has a parasite and it's depleting him of, say, specific nutrients, and that makes the blood unpalatable to vampires because it's so deprived of this vital essence because of the parasite.
Okay,
Realistically, I don't think there's a real parasite in him. I think it's like
magical
jumbo,
juju.
Magic mumbo jumbo parasite.
Yeah.
Well, he's a little low on vitamin D. Like I said, nothing to concern yourself about, but definitely, you should probably maybe take some supplements. He's a little low on iron too, but those are really the only two things that stand out.
All right.
I mean, for the most part, I already know Lynn's blood is gonna be fucking wacky tacky because it's vampire blood. So send that son of a bitch through, stick in the radiation thing, and I'm sure it's gonna be like, something's weird, boss, and I'll be like, crazy, you don't say.
Well, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. I think I actually have seen. Yep, here it is. Yeah, you're going to get no results. I mean, the test just isn't going to work, what you usually do. You can't tell you if she's low on vitamins. It can't tell if she's, her blood count, none of that. Nothing's going to be able to come through, which is interesting. It's very similar to what was happening with your sister before all this nonsense started. You're seeing identical results. It's literally saying it's dead blood, boss. That's what you're going to get.
All right, just check it for radiation as well, and I guess we're gonna call it there for the night. Give them a call and tell them that the tests are running. Nothing weird so far, but I won't get the final results until tomorrow night.
Okay. Yeah. You. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Well, you can make your way back. Are you heading to? Well, I don't know. What's your plan? You got no car.
I'm basically just gonna hang out at the nurse station and chit chat with the night nurses. Let them pet the dog until they're outside.
Yeah, like entirely. We gave her the instructions to give us a call when she's ready for us to come pick her up. So
it's probably gonna be Rune's phone who rings, because I don't have ET's new number. As far as I know, we're still setting that bad boy up. I didn't quite pay attention to her burner phone.
Hello?
The blood work is more or less done for the night. Couple tests are gonna need to wait till tomorrow. They're running through the machine. It takes like 6 hours, but I'm ready to be picked up.
All right, I'll come pick you up.
Perfect. Thank you. Boop. Normal people using normal people phones.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Rune, I'm kind of curious. So yeah, right now you've been working on your, like I said, the best word I can think of is aesthetic of the bike. Are you going for any sort of style, color, anything in particular? What you're building?
Matte black stealth, baby.
Black
I want
stealth,
it to
baby.
not be very standoutish.
He's going for the Batman look.
Oh heck yeah.
Oh,
I'll come
yeah.
up with a drawing for it later.
Oh, okay. You don't have to. I was just curious.
You
What
know,
are you
no,
working on?
I want to.
He's
Do it
going
then,
for
awesome.
the tactic, cool Batman aesthetic. Flat black, doesn't reflect light, blends
I
well in
want,
the
if I get thrown off my bike, I want the bike to be better than I am. Like, it's that good.
All right. I like it. All right. Well, Theo,
Yeah.
I guess you're done for the night before you kill yourself.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I'm gonna go around for round 3. Yeah, no.
Like, don't.
No. I made the mistake twice. I'm going to rest up until I feel like I have a better chance of pulling this off.
Theo puts arm on shoulder. We can do it together with the power of friendship. Take my hand.
You want to grab the candle?
We'll do it together.
Yeah, sure. No. Hard pass there.
Yeah, sure. No.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and for the equivalent of licking my wounds, I'm gonna go ahead and turn in early, make sure I clean my hand off of any residual wax, maybe wrap a bandage around it.
Okay.
And just rest for the rest of the night.
All right.
You're probably doing a lot of brooding,
You're
but
gonna drop it on me again?
Yeah.
Do it. I dare you. I'll nuke you.
Gets out fucking bear spray.
Trauma. So much trauma this relationship has caused. I love it.
That's love.
That's love, yeah. All
Oh,
right,
that's bear
well,
spray.
Love is
yeah.
pain.
Love is pain. You're getting picked up. Bada boom boom boom. Anything you guys want to talk about, go ahead. But you're just heading straight back to the Haven. So,
Now I'll basically just.
yeah, Rune could fill in the doctor on everything fun that happened at the Haven.
I'll ask if I missed anything.
From what I understand, I think Theo was trying to accomplish some sort of ritual by burning himself, and it didn't go very well, and he started whacking his head against the wall. So that happened.
What if that was part of the ritual?
I don't think so. It didn't happen the first time. He just ran off for like a few meters.
Interesting. Curious to what kind of ritual he was trying to succeed or complete.
Well, I don't know anything about that voodoo bullshit. So, I mean, if you figure it out, let me know. I mean,
I'll nod. Well, I will let you know that the blood work went pretty easily. I tell you that the only thing I really have to be conscious of is after the tests are done, I have to make sure that the samples are removed.
Yeah, it'd be great to have, like vampire blood just sitting around in the lab.
yeah, I'm sure Cthulhu blood would not send off any right signals.
Oh, yeah,
No.
yeah.
Definitely one of those things where I'm going in tomorrow right as soon as we wake up and I'm fixing this up because I'm like, I know I did it with my sister, which is why I can probably get away with it, but it's like, now that I know more, I'm like, oh, that's not, I don't need to leave this laying around.
Good old pour it down the drain of the sewer, or actually, how about we just sound fine? I don't know. We could find a good way to dispose of it.
I tell you chemicals, don't worry.
There's this thing called bleach. It's really good at destroying things, and it's probably commonly around a hospital because they
I have all sorts of stuff for cleaning up blood. You kidding me? Don't you worry.
Yeah. So, I mean, hell, they even likely have an on-site laundry service that goes ahead and uses super hot water just for the entire purposes of sanitizing. You could literally wash the sample into non-existence-ness.
Oh, look, there's the haunted house. That was quick.
Looks as terrible as always.
Agreed.
Yep.
I'll ask if the Calamity is here.
Oh, no.
Hmm.
That thing is evil.
I'm glad that you agree with me.
Well, after it tried to eat me for like the 4th time, you know.
I'll actually laugh at that.
Hey, the bonding. Yeah.
Ah, bonding. I simp. I do. I love him.
The boulder.
Okay, well, you guys make it back in. It's quiet in here as ever. Like a void. Theo's called it an early night. Everyone gets themselves settled for the night. Preparing for a day. Tomorrow you guys are free to do whatever you please. No obligations. And you all can get some rest.
The question is the doctor curious enough about what Theo is doing to check in on him or not before she goes to bed?
100%.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Okay. You usually sleep in the library, right, Theo?
Yep.
Okay. Well, you know where he usually is. He's always in that library. He likes his books.
All right, I'm gonna go poke my head in the library and see if Theo is in there.
Yeah,
Is he awake, or is he just like brooding in a corner?
He's
Or is he asleep?
he's probably, sitting, laying down somewhere, probably with his nose in a book, and occasionally freaking hearing him grumbling about something. He's obviously agitated, and there's probably like the little stool that he was using to put the candle on has probably been hucked halfway across the room. Minor temper tantrum. You probably noticed that one of the hands that he's holding the book that he's reading through has a bandage around it.
Mm.
That's
Well,
probably nowhere near done the way he should have.
Well, I'll go ahead and make my way over to Theo. I'm gonna ask. I heard you were attempting to perform a ritual tonight that did not go so successful. I'm asking, how are you? Are you feeling okay? Any symptoms of dizzy or nausea? Are you wounded? Do you need medical attention?
Doctor, I appreciate your concern. The last time you tried to give me attention, it didn't go so well for you.
I'll nod.
If you want to look at my wound, it is self-inflicted. It is a fire-based injury.
All right. He's gonna let me look at it. I'm definitely gonna take a look. Read
Gonna get out the aloe vera.
Realistically, I know we're not human. I just gotta make sure there's nothing terrible going on. With 1, 2, 3, 4 successes. Yeah.
At least this will be a first-hand chance to go ahead and see how we react to fire, and by examining the wound directly. So that might be...
horribly. It's like he's got third-degree burns. Yeah, it's thankfully it was only a candle, but yeah, just that little bit of flame seems to have his whole hand is just scorched, starting to like harden over. Still a little gooey on the edges.
All right, I'll go ahead and reapply the bandages and medicine is the best of my ability. And I'll ask him how much he knows about our supernatural healing. I ask if he knows if this is something that will heal overnight or is this something that will take time?
From what little I remember, wounds like this heal slow.
I will ask you if this wound is detrimental to what you are doing. Your research, I suppose.
I found a book regarding a ritual that could go ahead and strengthen the shadow magic that I'm trying to use. To go ahead and unlock it, it requires me overcoming the fear that is innate within us when being exposed to fire. So it is a mind power over physical weakness. So I tried it once. I panicked. It was irrational fear. I couldn't do anything against it. I got pissed at myself, and rather than taking a break and resting like a moron, I forced myself to do it a second time, which exasperated the problem, and I failed again, obviously.
I have been there many times myself, especially with this disease that has plagued my sister. Do not beat yourself up too much. The fact that you are able to try a second time shows you are moving in the right direction. We'll monitor this wound and see how it is doing tomorrow, and we'll go from there. Oh, after everything's wrapped up and got your aloe vera and everything go, give you a nice pat on the shoulder. I will tell you to enjoy your book, and I'll head on out.
For what it's worth, Doctor, thank you.
Of course. I'm just gonna leave. He seems pretty on top of it. Yeah, hard things are hard. I get it. Especially when you don't know what you're trying to beat your head against.
The unfathomable void of the unknown. Where you have just enough rope to hang yourself with.
Right? It's a real bitch and a half. I'm always like, I feel that with my sister. I was definitely fighting a losing battle. At least yours is winnable.
Maybe. We'll see.
Okay. Anything else before we go to bed?
Oh, part of my schedule is I would like to read my books for like half an hour, maybe 45 minutes before going to bed each night. That's about it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Crowley probably already knows a lot about Odin. I mean, the whole... I'm sure you already know the Allfather, the Wanderer, yada, yada, yada. Sacrificed his eye for wisdom. And, well, he got what he wanted. He saw the end of the world, apocalypse, Ragnarok. Seems like the lore, a lot of people have their ideas of what Ragnarok does entail, whether it's just the end times for gods, end times for the world. Problem being, he became so obsessed with this inevitability. It took over him. And, well, Christianity then kind of stomped him out, unfortunately. But, I mean, yeah, you're gonna learn about his children. Yeah. I understand that you probably know all this nonsense already, but yeah, really the texts are just gonna vary on what's happened to him. You will find one interesting text, though. It's going to just state that Odin, I'm gonna make sure I get this right. The All High. There we go. Is an ancient gangrel Methuselah.
Oh.
Methuselah?
Methuselah,
but Methuselah is how I've heard it be pronounced.
Okay.
I don't know. It's one of those like old lingos. It's probably like 20 ways to say it. It's terrible.
That was just in a book.
Yeah, it's basically that's gonna explain like that all these things are still gonna, I guess, say is what it is. I mean, sacrificed his eye, all that. But when it describes him, it doesn't really call him a god in this text, more so just that he was a gangrel Methuselah, which, well, you know, God and Methuselah, what's really the difference at that point?
So Odin was an ancient vampire.
Wait, what? Why do I keep coming in right at weird parts?
You go ahead and leave, and you're gonna miss stuff. It's just the way it is.
Sorry, but yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So I guess feast on that. And yeah, basically Christianity hit, stomped him out, and well, he's been gone, probably dead. Okay, well, Lynn, I got your Discord message.
Yep.
Okay. I have to ask, what is your strategy? What are you gonna try to do? What's your mindset?
Mainly delve into herself and try to just commune with it a little bit. Anyway.
Okay. After all this craziness, Theo goes to bed, get some rest. Doctors checked up on him. You get some time, no calamity around to actually focus. And you do, and you've always been a country girl. You found a lot of peace with yourself and with your animals.
Mm.
And you get into that same headspace. Try to just think about everything that's occurring and try to connect with your beast.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to feel, not so much that you're going to start sweating, but you're going to feel cold. That sensation you get when nausea suddenly hits you. Feel a little dizzy, cold, almost like you're about to sweat. And you feel terrified of yourself. As soon as you try to even put that connection, you pull back like this is a bad idea. You can keep trying if you want tonight, but that's gonna be your first instinct.
Yeah, I think to some degree she's probably gonna be like, I'm not afraid of myself. And yeah, she's gonna keep delving. Probably while drawing, because I've noticed that when I draw, I get to think really easily.
Okay. You get into that headspace once more, and you're not so much like the Roche Shrek. You don't feel like you're gonna frenzy or anything. You just feel so sick, uncomfortable. But you draw. Go ahead and do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
You know it. You love it. Roll me a willpower.
I'm hoping after I rest, I'll have that willpower that I spent back. And also maybe one of those aggravated damages if I'm lucky.
Closure. Yeah, 7. All right. Here we go again on my own. A crit and a 6.
You draw, and you get yourself in your drawing. Everything else just fades away. You're going to take a stain on your humanity. What does that mean, Catherine?
No,
What does that mean?
No.
I don't know. What does that
no.
mean? Okay. And you lose yourself in this drawing. And you finish. You have drawn picture of Calamity and you. And it's not your normal art style. It is not. It's much more, the shading is insane. It's a very dark picture that you've drawn, and it's a little bit more surreal than you normally draw. It is not your style. It doesn't even look like it was by your hand. But you can recognize that wolfish smile, glowing orange eyes, hooked hoofs. And you recognize yourself, but you don't look like yourself. You look bloated. You look like you're covered in boils. You look horrific, disfigured. You look like a monster. Sweet dreams.
Ooh, Nightmare Town.
Anybody else need to do anything tonight before they go to bed?
Not unless I can go ahead and see if in my shadow dreams I could try to somehow heal myself.
Oh, shadow dreams. Well, I mean, if that's what you guys want to do next. I mean, Rune, Doctor, anything you guys want to do before you go to bed?
I did my bedtime reading. I'm learning a lot from these books. Thank you, Amazon.
Yeah, that was the Amazon book that you read that from. You, Doctor?
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to send another message to Bowman.
It's a simple one. I'm just gonna ask if he's ever come across the phrase for the
Future of the planet.
world.
of the world. Yeah.
Text message?
Yeah. I'll just ask him if he's ever heard that slogan. That's all.
Immediately gets a call back. What have you got yourself into now?
Your phone is gonna ring.
Son of a bitch.
I will answer.
He's gonna head problem off with a pass.
Sorry.
As you answer, it sounds like a robocall that comes through, and it's a woman's voice who sounds very ecstatic as she's basically going to give a speech about welcome to Pentex, where we build a better future for our world. And then it cuts out, and the phone's going to hang up.
Pentex.
I'm gonna go see who's awake.
I mean, E.T. was drawing, so she's still awake. She drew something that she's staring at right now.
Yeah.
Theo's
Staring at that.
Theo's probably resting, but he's probably still awake because, you know. Until...
Perfect.
Rune's reading. He's finishing up his book and is like, what the fuck?
All right. I ask ET if she is busy. I think we may need a minor little discussion with everyone real quick.
Or
Perfect.
anything to get my mind off of what just happened. That's fine.
Oh, yeah, I'll ask you what just happened. I'll ask if your drawing wasn't very good.
Not my usual type of drawing. It was spur of the moment type of thing.
Well, if you're not happy with it, you can always try other things. Maybe this just wasn't your style. Or paint?
Sorry.
I'm not quite sure which medium you used.
I hate painting.
Ah, fair enough.
Taylor, I gotta ask, how are you not hot inside that thing?
'Cause I'm a
Me?
beast. All right, go poke by Rune's rune next. I'll ask Rune if he has his hovel. If he has just a moment, we're gonna have just a tiny meeting. I may have found out a little bit more about that strange cult thing.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go back into the library where I'm gonna assume we're just gonna have the meeting because now we're all together. Theo, are you still up?
I can be.
Okay, perfect. I have figured out more about the Pendex, more about that strange cult thing. I think we need to have a quick meeting on it.
All right.
Well, you get a text, Doctor, from an unknown number, and all it's going to say is get out now.
Yes, I'm going to tell everyone we need to leave now.
What?
Now.
To where?
Exactly.
I tell you not here. I'm telling everyone to get in the car. Bowman has told us that we need to leave.
Oh, Bowman finally contacted you. Okay, all right.
No, something known as Pentex did, and now he has contacted me.
Okay, then.
As we're walking, I'm going to explain.
Oh, I'm throwing the fucking frame of my fucking bike into the back.
All right. Rune, your phone is going to ring.
No.
All right, Bowman is going to ask you. He needs to talk to someone who's not a complete fucking idiot. He's going to ask what the fuck is going on. He's going to ask, why are you fishing around Pentex? He's going to say, you need to get out of it, whatever it is you're doing.
Beckett gave us a job.
Bennett.
Beckett, whoa, fuck you, I didn't do that.
No.
Bennett.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beckett is someone else entirely.
Mm-hmm.
And evidently the doctor did some voodoo and heard the phrase. If I understand correctly.
Look, he's going to tell you he's not sure how, why, what you were doing, but he's going to say, whatever business you've gotten yourself into, get out. He says that is way, way...
I'm gonna ask.
He says, leave this to the Nosferatu.
Oh, I was right. I was right to go to Bowman.
Yeah, but
I'm gonna ask if that's Bowman on the phone.
I'm gonna put it on speaker.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to tell Bowman when I sent him that text, I got an automated robocall from the Pentex Corporation.
No, he says that was him.
Oh, thank goodness. I was very worried first.
He's realized his sense of humor doesn't translate very well. Anyways, moving on. But look, he's going to say to all of you, whatever you're doing, get out and get out now. This is way over your heads. He says the Pentex is... He tells you just to get out.
I'm going to ask him if this line is secure to ask a question or two. I can keep it pretty vague, if need be, but I know you'll understand.
Keep it vague.
I tell him that the horse and the building we visited that kicked all this off have the same thing. I'm going to ask if this is that Pentex is doing.
All right, look, he's going to tell you that you need to get out of this. Whatever you're in, get out. He has enough problem right now trying to find a mythic figure in Chicago. He is not going to start getting himself involved into the fucking Pentex Corporation. No, not for you. Maybe for Vidoma, but definitely not for you. He says, get out of it so he can please just focus on this impossible mission you've already given him. Please don't just... He says, you're shooting me in the head. He tells you to get out.
All right, tell him we're out.
we will leave it alone.
Thank you.
Let's just make sure that we clean up those blood samples.
Oh no.
Obviously, yes. That has to be done when the tests for radiation are done in the morning. Those bad boys take 6 hours to complete each.
Jesus Christ.
All right. Well, I will thank him. I'll tell everyone that we don't need to leave. Thank goodness. I'll ask Bowman if he's seen the horse. We haven't found it all night.
He tells you nothing on the cameras. He hasn't seen anything.
Well, then I will thank him for his...
How about those bullets that are made out of the shiny stuff?
He's going to tell all of you that he has been spending all of his time trying to find somebody. And he's going to say that he knows people that know where this person is, but they're not. He's going to say, give him some more time. He'll figure something out. No, he hasn't gotten any silver bullets. He hasn't put any time into that. In fact, him asking around about this person is already going to get the attention of Garu. He doesn't need to start buying silver bullets and really drawing suspicions.
Well,
Gotcha.
I mean, the whole reason why we were caught up in the thing that we shouldn't be caught up in, according to you, is because we were told by an individual that if we were to find out why people were getting sickly from not eating well enough after dining around a certain pharmaceutical company, that it would go ahead and earn us a lot of favor if we could go ahead and learn the secret of it.
Yeah, I mean, he says you're right on that. But yeah, he says that's way out of your league, kids. I'm sorry.
Well, it sounds like we already know who's doing it. So that might be good enough.
Sure. He says if that's all it takes, then sure. Bring him the name the Pentex. Yeah, he says it sounds like whoever gave you the job, that probably won't even mean anything to him. Maybe it will impress him.
Well,
Anything anyone else needs to get off your chest before I hang up on this poor man?
He's got
I'm
enough
sorry
to
that we
I'm not
put
gonna
you
do
through
anymore.
so much
Yes.
work, Bowman.
No,
Everything
he's
you're-
going to hang up for that one, but
But what you're doing for us, we do appreciate it.
The phone's gonna hang up.
yeah, called it.
All right.
All
Well,
right, well, you gave me a fucking heart attack, Doc. I'm going to go to bed.
sorry about that. False-ish alarm. Whatever this Pentex is seems to be far out of our league. Perfect.
So-
We will.
So, what we do is we go ahead and get the results from the blood samples. We go ahead and see Stedman. We said, Pentex business, we're stepping out. So that way he knows that who's involved with it and what's involved.
We
And
can just
maybe
give
he
him.
can-
Yeah.
He
we
didn't
learn,
say to stop it. He just said to find out about it.
which we have
Oh, he
done
did it.
more than enough.
Found out. Yep. Sounds good to me.
We're smart enough to know when we need to go ahead and back out for our own safety.
Well, not necessarily all the time. Do we realize that before it's too late?
I'm just glad I was able to at least talk us into scouting a little bit more. Well, good night, I guess.
Good night.
How exciting.
That's one word for it, yeah.
Okay. Well,
House checks.
Bowman hates all of you. He wants all of you dead. Okay.
I
So
said nothing in this whole thing. But anyway, while they're all
oh,
going
blah,
to
blah,
bed.
blah.
Yeah.
Now, hold on.
Sorry.
The
It's
whole
fine.
reason-
It's
the
fine.
whole reason he's looking for a mythical figure is because of who?
That 10-gallon
I
hat
was
bastard.
kidding.
Yeah, we know.
Anyway, while they're all going to bed, she's just staring at that drawing.
Oh, that's a good thing to do. I'd burn it.
If she's staring at the drawing again after the meeting, I am going to get curious to what she drew because she was like super zoned in on it the first time and now she's right back to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask Lynn if I may see her drawing.
To go ahead and interrupt, Plinth user, welcome to the stream. And yes, Catherine Knowles, right over there. She is our storyteller for this campaign. The rest of us are all players in it. So yeah, she's the person in charge of torturing the crap out of us, and we appreciate her for every moment of it.
I feel like I'm getting tortured.
Oh.
Yeah, because you're just playing Bowman.
Oh, Bowman, go find the pariah. Oh, Bowman, oh, look at the Pentex.
I was joking about the silver bullets, okay? It was just...
You were only half joking.
Yeah, I was half joking.
Yeah,
Like that 10,
I
that 10
want
gallon
to shoot
bastard
that.
comes
I want
back.
to... Yeah, him and the demon horse.
I mean, there's definitely a reason why she didn't bring, Lynn didn't bring up if he had gotten through all this stuff about changing her identity.
Well, honestly, I don't know why
he didn't
Rune.
say anything.
I honestly don't know why Rune hasn't gone. You know, like a small
I
little.
could probably make some silver bullets.
You can go and get a mold for like a fishing line weight, and then just melt
You
down
want what?
silver. A fishing line weight. You know, like the little fishing line weights that they make on fishing lines. You can get
Uh-huh.
molds for them super cheap. All you have to do is melt down silver, pour it in the mold, and then start loading shotgun shells with it.
I don't have a furnace, and last time I checked, vampires don't like fire.
Well, looks like I'm not the only one that needs to get over my fire fears.
Might I suggest
I
watching
said, I
the
light a
sunrise?
fucking cigar every night. I'm not that afraid of fire. I'm just cautious. I don't put out. Well, I have. Never mind.
What were you
I can't even say
suggesting,
that.
Taylor?
Watching the sunset or the sunrise?
After the evening that I have had, I'm not going to test myself further.
Well, I imagine this wasn't an actual conversation game. That's what was being said.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, all I asked was if I could see Lynn's picture, since she seems like really drawn into it for some reason. Like,
Yeah, the
she
evil.
was she's checking it out, had the heart attack moment. She's going right back to it. So I'm like,
Are you going to ask, or are you just going to
No,
look
I'm
over
gonna
her
ask.
shoulder? Okay.
I mean, I imagine she's like over there somewhere. So I'm not gonna be rude, but I'm going to ask if she'd let me see her picture. She seems very intrigued by it.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I'm gonna look at her picture.
With the third eye.
Yeah, how are you gonna look at this picture?
Just normal for now. I mean, I have no reason to think it's crazy yet. About 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I might
Yeah,
have
for about
reason.
5 seconds. Yeah.
Okay, all
But
right.
She's an artist. Why would I think that there's anything strange about this? It's disturbing for sure, but
Mhm.
Oh, she did go a little bit weird earlier.
It's
today.
very surreal. You've seen her do some drawing. She does very good like realism and maybe probably a few like cartoonish, but this is very just surreal. And it's very dark, this picture. And you can see a horse. That's not a horse. It's got a wolf head, sharp hoofs, glowing orange eyes, teeth. And on top is Lynn. I mean, she looks bloated. She looks more so like a cylinder than a pear or whatever, body shape, but very much more like a cylinder. She looks like she has like boils and she looks greasy and I mean disfigured, like a monster in this picture. It is rather repulsive. Which is funny enough, it very much has like a shape of a worm, I guess, with how like the cylinder is. It's yeah.
all right, I'm gonna take in this lovely drawing and I'm going to say that it's not your usual style, I will admit. I'll ask if she felt like she was having a particularly bad day.
Would it be right in me saying that I feel like I blacked out when I illustrated myself?
You definitely felt disattached. I wouldn't say you blacked out, but definitely disattached.
Okay.
Kind of like ghostwriting, where the psychic isn't controlling their hand, but
It felt like, best thing I could say is like shock, especially when you came to and you just saw that.
Sometimes I use drawing to process emotions and whatnot, thoroughly think through things. So I was trying to do that. I was trying to understand this new beast inside of me, try and figure out why it lashed out at the person we saw today. And instead I just drew this and kind of lost control for a second.
So if I loosely understand this, you were trying to focus, as most people do when they're performing some form of medium like this. And you were attempting to focus on this thing inside you. We're trying to obviously learn more about and hopefully get out of you, or whatever is the right course of action. And this is what you drew.
Yep.
Well, I guess the only real question I have is this what it wants to make you, or is this what you want it to make you? Obviously, I think I know that answer, but you seem quite disturbed, which more or less gives me what I think. That is horrifying. I hope we can agree on that. I'm really not a fan of this style.
Do I look like I'm not disturbed by this thing?
All right, perfect. All right, I have a question for you. Since we've talked about this a couple times, Theo, Rune, you and myself, we're going off the assumption that whatever this entity inside of both you and Calamity and now this weird pharmacy place is obviously a foreign entity. It didn't start with it, to say the least. Even as a vampire, it is still a foreign entity.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, do you think, and I know this is a stretch, but do you think Calamity was ever a just normal horse? Or do you think Calamity was always Calamity?
I mean, I only heard of it through crazy rumors. And then I found it at a horse show, and I was the only one allowed to see it. So.
I'm going to ask, what if the thing inside you makes you like Calamity? Maybe Calamity was a normal horse for a while, and then became what it is now. And just like you are still very much Lynn, fighting the good fight, as we have been told, it is pretty bad, and we definitely need to find this pariah individual to help you. Maybe you're just seeing what happens if we don't get you the help.
Hopefully. Hopefully hopefully that's only going to happen if we don't get help, is what she's meaning.
So hopefully the very least that happens, you turn into a horrible monster thing.
No, I'm saying hopefully this is the only if we don't find help, that's the only way that this will happen. If we do find help, hopefully it won't happen.
Got you. Yeah,
it's a convoluted way of thinking about it, but yes.
I got you. I understand. Well, I am going to apologize. I am going to let you know that, unfortunately, both Fadoma and myself have really no idea on how to slow this process. I believe a lot of that will come down to you. So as long as you are still willing to fight this thing and we find this pariah, I think we have a chance.
I'm just looking at Kat right now, just...
Oh, she's enjoying every second of it.
I know she is! Oh. You happy she lost out of one of your frenzies?
Oh, what is it? Just one stain upon humanity.
Does that mean I lose one humanity or what?
No.
Exactly.
Not yet.
What?
Well, I guess you don't really know.
What does it mean?
So we completely don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see when you guys go to bed.
Mm-hmm. Well, I tell Lynn that, we're all here to help you to the best of our ability. Bowman is working his hardest. I ask if there's maybe anything you'd like to do tomorrow that you normally find relaxing. Maybe we can go and do that.
Relaxing. That was the thing she was trying.
We're gonna go sell some weapons tomorrow.
I meant like in a group-based activity, like bowling or.
We're gonna go sell some guns.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna do a gun delivery.
Yeah.
I say that sounds pretty normal. I think that's a good way to spend your time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's work, so that'll help me keep my mind off of it.
All right. Well, I tell you that once again, from what we've noticed, this entity gives strange side effects. Let me know if you feel nausea, if you feel any effects of radiation poisoning. This is really random, but if you think you're seeing worms or feeling worms, let me know about that one too.
Okay.
Yes, the gentleman Theo got this morning. His appendix was full of worm magic or something. I'm not 100% sure.
Huh.
Running, yeah. So I hope
Okay.
there's nothing bad inside of you, but I'm sorry. I know with what I do, looking at you, it's probably gonna hurt.
Well, I mean, the photo's not exactly her, but
Nah, I've already touched this stuff's energy on set random things, and it doesn't like when you poke at it. So I'm gonna stay back for tonight.
oh, why not? Poke it further, see what happens.
Nah, I'm
Why
not.
use
I'm
a
not.
knife, though?
Pokes back.
It already did. That's the problem. The too aggravated damage poked back. Like, let's not get myself sucked into this painting where I have to like slap fight Lynn on the back of a horse. I don't
Oh,
want to do
so
that.
it's like
I don't
Dark
wanna
Souls
do that.
1 when you go into the painting. Oh, I see. You have to beat the
I don't-
boss.
I don't need to see any really weird stuff involving this picture for the good old doctor to know. That's bad. All right.
We can't hear you.
I guess that's it, right? We're going to bed.
Yeah.
Yep.
House checks.
Hmm.
Oh!
Okay. You all right there, Crowley?
Oh, I got 10 on my rouse
Yeah,
check.
I got
feel
it
great.
at 10.
Yeah, he's feeling great.
Oh. So,
Theo.
yes.
Here we go.
Once more, you stand within the black void that has grown, as I mentioned, a source of comfort in these past few nights. Like a snug blanket that engulfs you within its embrace. Sometimes a bit suffocating, but this time a wind blasts through. Like that of a black hole sucking essence to its core. This force pulling you towards it, deep within this endless abyss. Whispers, bone rattle melodies and worm-laden rain. You're in for it now. Evil crouches. This vacuum, sucking, swallowing. The darkness swirling as one, falling. Clouds and earth combined as one, mind fracturing, self-fading, swallowing. Inky strands of hair shoot from the pit of this void. From what lies at the end of this space, wrapping around you, you have no breath, yet it's suffocating. You have no body, yet you feel it crushing. Succumb. An agonizing pain shoots through you as the strands begin to pierce, stripping and swallowing your very essence. No mouth to cry for help, trapped within the ceaseless maw of entropy. Succumb. Faces infiltrate your vision, monstrous and disfigured, beautiful and enchanting, tortured and aggrieved, all blinding you with their overwhelming ectoplasmic fury. The strands playing with your sense of self. The pain unlike anything you've experienced before. You remember. The ritual that deemed you a failure. The ritual of transferring the soul. The excruciating torment of your spirit ripping from your body as another forcibly takes its place. Succumb. Okay, thank you. No applause.
Wow. So I'm having nightmare about my turning. Great.
I guess I will. The doctor's the first one to wake.
I'm gonna go and
let's-
roll that rouse check.
All right. Well, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So first things first. That's a good way to pause. You know what, Lynn? You have a stain on your humanity. I need you to do me a favor. Your humanity is 7, correct?
Yeah.
Roll me 2 dice.
Alright. Just 2d10.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good thing you got that rouse check out of the way already, ET, huh?
So
A good rouse check it was.
Hey,
See, you had a rough browse check, but you got the bad die roll out of the way for the die roll that mattered just slightly bit more.
She might only just try to eat somebody.
I have plenty of blood bags. I have like 4.
I think we're all gonna wake up a little bit hungry this night, except for maybe Crowley. I mean, Rune.
Rolling a crit on your Raz doesn't do anything, does it?
I have 2 people that have aggravated damage. Dr. Theo. You, as you go to sleep, you heal 1 aggravated.
Okay.
All superficial is healed. And your willpower is refreshed. Refreshed? Excuse me.
Done.
Okay.
So I see the first one is that you, Taylor, the 5.
Mm-hmm.
You are hungry.
Perfect. I'll eat before everyone wakes up.
Crowley, is that your 10?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And is that your 5, Theo?
Yeah.
You are hungry. E.T., is that your 1? I mean, I know it is. Your name's
yes,
right there.
yes. I put my name there.
Okay.
Should I mark down a hunger on my character sheet if I'm hungry?
Yeah, you can. I mean, I've been keeping track of it too, just to help you guys, because I have to take away from your dice. Yeah.
It's just the 1.
Lynn, you have 2 hunger. Doctor, you're the first one awake. You're going to hear noises when you first awake. You're feeling a little hungry, but I mean, your attention is going to be focused. Thank you. Your attention is going to be focused. It sounds like gargling. It sounds horrific, like someone's having a stroke. And you follow the noises. It's gonna lead you straight to Theo. Theo is convulsing. It looks like he is having a seizure, and there is white foam that's coming from his mouth. What do you do?
Claire.
Thank God I'm the cleric. All right.
That's a rather rough nightmare.
Gotta check wording on something, you know how it is. All right, first things first, I'm going to go ahead and use Sense Vitality on him to see what has inflicted this harm upon him. Why are we here? So I can hopefully take the next course of action correctly. First things first, evaluate the situation.
You have Okay, well, stick with the wording. First things first, he still has some wounds from the burn, unfortunately, and you two don't feel really 100% after yesterday either. You know how that came to be. You know he burnt himself. But besides that, I mean, he's healthy. Nothing else seems to be, I guess, afflicting him. Nothing you can sense for what's put him in the state of being.
All right.
Well, since no one's here, no one's awake. I have to put it back on. It fell off earlier. It fell off earlier. It came undone. I'm gonna go ahead and actually just take my eyeball out for this one. I'm gonna take a good hard look at him.
Sure you want to do that?
That's fine. Looking, you're not like Lynn. Looking's not gonna hurt me. Helping might. That's kind of why I'm trying to poke the right way.
Boy.
2 successes.
This is your sight beyond sight.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 successes. Man, I hate sight beyond sight. It's like it's just as bad as me having to tell you what you smell and you taste. It's miserable. Why do you keep playing characters like this?
You gave me the smell and taste one.
I did not. You know who picked it? Rob picked it. That's his fault.
It's Rob's
I didn't
fault.
pick that. Okay.
Damn Malkavians.
Your eye is going to open. And go ahead and roll me. Oh, it's going to be willpower. I did this yesterday. Roll me a willpower, please. I actually already know
she's
what this
suddenly
is.
excited. Why does that instantly terrify
Second, I had
me?
already did this.
Is this one of the ones with the humanity roll or
No,
or
just a
not
willpower.
one? Yeah.
Oh boy.
I'm not frenzying you.
2
Or am I?
successes.
2 successes. Okay. Your eye opens and it's like looking into a portal of incomprehensibility, of pain, anguish, torture, death, life, everything. I mean, you stare into it and you can feel yourself being drawn it as if it's swallowing you within itself as your eye then closes. And there's going to be blood that will pour down your face. Glad everyone's asleep.
Mm-hmm. Especially for this next part. All right.
Really only one thing I can try, and I don't even have to roll for it. I just got to take the hit. I am going to attempt to use Healer's Touch on him.
Oh, you have that
I'm
one
sorry
too.
in advance. Out of character. I'm sorry in advance.
Anesthetic touch?
No, it's
Corporal Santa?
Oh no, I guess it's Valorine then, because yeah, it's under the Valorine thing. It's the heal under the healer's path.
I thought you only have Obia. You don't have Valorant. Yeah, you only have Obia.
Oh yeah, because when I spent the points, I told you like I got healer's touch. I was going down the healing path. Is that not?
You?
Ooh.
I have healing touch.
Ah?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's how the hell you pronounce that? Corporo Santo. That's what I'm doing. Because that's totally not English.
So exactly what I said. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay,
There's like
expending
a
vitae,
70%
huh?
chance this isn't gonna work.
Expending vitae, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Interesting. Oh, fuck. I will ask you this question. How hard are you trying?
I've never done it before.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of one of those experimental things. I'm not 100% sure it's going to work in the first place. So I'm trying, but
Are you putting your all into it? Are you really trying to help him?
I mean, is this one of those things where it's either all or nothing?
That's not what I'm asking you. Are you really trying? Are you putting your effort into this? You want to help him, right?
Yeah, the answer is yeah. Sorry, 8 humanity. I'm empathetic. It's my bane. Let's go.
Okay, your eye is going to open once more, and it takes effort for you to do so. It doesn't really, it's not going to do it on instinct.
Oh,
You're
boy.
going to have to open it, and instantly blood is going to start pouring down your face.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. That's really bad. Okay. Mhm, mhm. Roll me your, or is that what that roll is? Did you roll your,
There's no roll for this, so no, I haven't rolled anything.
there is a roll. It's, how do you say that? I'm gonna say Sano for short. Is that okay? Perfect.
That's fine.
Go ahead and roll your Sano with a, resolve. Absolutely resolve.
Well, that's actually pretty good. 4 successes.
Okay. Blood pours as you reach out towards him, and you are trying to heal him.
Trying to help. That's all I
Mhm.
got.
You're going to heal the wound on his hand, so you're going to take away a point of aggravated damage. You're going to
Yay.
gain a hunger.
Mm-hmm.
You then push further. You want to heal, and you have anesthetic touch that can take away pain as well. And you push through, and it's okay. It's like trying to bring back someone whose head's been cut off. You're going to gain another hunger. And after you realize just what the situation you've gotten yourself into, the blood is now just running down your face, you're going to get another hunger. And it feels like this essence of the blood that pours from is just being swallowed, taken, but it does not give. It does not lash out. Doesn't cause you pain. It's just taking. And Theo will stop writhing. As Theo, you are going to wake. And the first thing that you'll see is hell. I mean, as soon as you wake up, it's like you are looking at your death, jerking up. The doctor's there very quickly to hold on to you, and you feel hungry, yes, but you remember. You remember them trying to rip out you and put something else in.
Okay.
You know, funny enough, your hand actually feels good. I mean, as you kind of look at your body, remembering where you are, who you are, notice that your hand is okay. Your face is a little wet. Not from blood, thankfully.
You said I saw the doctor there.
Oh,
Mhm.
there's a hellish figure standing over you.
Yeah, I'm assuming, the doctor's face is all covered with blood and everything.
Yeah, it is. There's blood on the floor. It smells good, but that's not really your mindset. Hunger really, you're not even really focused on that.
You tried to help me again, didn't you?
I did help you.
Are
I
you
need
gonna
to clean up. I need to eat.
go? Thank you. For what it's worth, you've helped me regain back some of myself.
I understand you a little bit better now. I ask if you can leave the room first.
Go ahead and get up. Can I bring you some blood bags from the fridge?
I'll ask if you'll leave them at the door.
I understand. I'll go ahead and fetch a couple blood bags. I don't know how hungry she is, but obviously there's a lot of blood, so I'm assuming one's not going to be enough. So I'll grab a couple, and then I will go ahead and put them on like a piece of plate or cutlery or something that we have lying about, and then I'll just like, set it on the ground and knock twice on the door. And then as that happens, I'm going to go out hunting that place that I had already staked out. I haven't been there in a while, and see if I can go ahead and get something a little bit more satisfying than a blood bag.
That's
Because
amazing.
it's just
So
Yeah.
funny thing,
hmm.
you're gonna go upstairs and there's gonna be light coming through the windows still. It's like 5 something. The sun's not fully down.
Well, yes. This is the earliest you've ever been awake because you can actually see the sun is going down.
Oh,
It hasn't
crap.
fully set yet.
Okay. Wow, I'm not used to being up this early.
It feels unnatural as you see that light that comes through. It's, let's say it's like looking at the candle combined with that sense of dread you had when you first woke up.
Yeah,
It doesn't
no.
taunt you. It just, well, it's superior.
Yeah, like no. Just no. He sees like that there's a little light coming through one of the windows when he goes up the staircase. He's like, yeah, no, back down the staircase. I am not screwing with that. I'll wait a little bit. I'll wait until it's, fully set. Then I'll leave and go hunting. But, at least I'm giving the doctor some space so she can recuperate.
Doctor, you're at 3 hunger, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty hungry.
You drink a blood bag. It'll take away 1 hunger. You drink another one. Has no effect. You really don't feel a difference. It's you've been up all night drinking, you woke up, you're hungover, and you just took a shot of vodka. That is not what you need. You need water.
All right.
Good thing
Sorry,
we're going to
look.
red number 5 tonight. Go to get my consensual hunting on. Maybe get a little ecstasy up again. Who knows?
Whoa, wacky.
Wacky. I'll stop at the second blood bag if eating that didn't do anything. I'm gonna from there go ahead and clean up my mess because
As you clean up the blood, it's dripped on the floor, it's on your face, and you just get glimpses of it, just mind-numbing insanity. It's just, you've never seen something that doesn't end and that just takes and takes and takes. It just, oh man, it's like it's the worst nightmare that you've probably ever had.
Prepare to Jesus.
Yeah. You're not sure if it helps.
Oh, it always helps.
Placebo it. Yeah, I understand. But you just feel empty.
Mm-hmm.
Empty. Theo, you too. You feel empty. Empty. Well, it's 3. I don't know if that's a good time to leave it. Do you work tomorrow?
No.
No, you don't. That's good. So it's
It
up to
doesn't
you
work
guys.
tomorrow.
Yeah, he usually does. So, we can keep going
That's
if
a
you
good
want.
sign to
Finish it up.
continue.
All
It's up to you. It's up. We can take a break if we want to. I just want to touch base. I also have been really mean this session, but it's chapter 2, baby. Let's go.
Yep, first session, chapter 2. Everything is new again. Yeah. E.T.
Is it though? It's not new again. What are you talking about?
You know, we're just.
I am witnessing all of you people progressively lose your shit.
Yes.
the
That's
way it
fine. I
goes.
just keep happening to look at Cthulhu in different forms from time to time.
E.T., do you have to
Jesus.
work tomorrow?
I don't go to work. I do go to church in the morning, but I'm gonna be going later in the day because of my ankle. So
Okay. So you're good to continue?
for a little bit longer, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Dude, is there anyone that needs a break right now?
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I think it's a
Yeah.
good time. I also want to
Yeah,
get
we can
something
do
to
a.
drink.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Let's take a breather here. And I'll probably stay here. I'm going to talk with my chat a little bit. Go ahead and answer any questions.
Succumb.
No.
I think I'm noticing a trend.
Are you?
Yeah,
Well,
it's crazy.
okay. Fuck. You're
Yeah.
Shut up, you.
Storyteller wants us to lose our fucking minds and give in to the darkness. I mean, it is called the World of Darkness for a reason.
He's like, I didn't do any of this.
I didn't do any of this. Don't look at me. I work with what I got, boss.
I throw character concept out there. She's like, ooh, I like this character concept because I get to play with you. It was like throwing.
I felt that.
It
I
was
don't know
like
about all of you.
it was like pulling out the laser pen in front of the cat.
You got you. That's like, oh, I'm not gonna do you DM, like everyone GM. Everyone loves that. You got ET who gave me hers, and I was like, oh, I sent out that offer of calamity. She jumped on it. I got Rune over here that's like, oh, Odin, and I'm like, Odin, interesting, of course. And then a Salubri is always fun.
Is that why you had to buy new books?
I had to buy new books for a lot of different reasons. The biggest reason is I mean, of course, I had to buy like the War of Chicago supplement, Under a Blood Red Moon, because I needed to know. This is after all those supplements. This is in 2018, not 1999. So I needed to know like the Pariah's stats, what happened to him. Like I needed to know a lot of stuff. And then of course I needed to know about the big baddies and the Pentex Corporation and all that greatness. And anyone who's a fan of vampires everyone gets excited when they hear Pentex, so
Oh boy.
I look forward to if we do, when we finish the campaign. I think we should do like a wrap-up session, answer questions that you guys might have. I think that would be kind of fun because the lore just gets so twisted and deep.
Oh goodness. Well, hopefully we'll. Thank you so much for the sub, or follow rather. Aquila Metahuba. I don't even know if I pronounced that name even close to correct.
I think we're all good to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
Fast and Furious.
Okay. Chat, I know that things have been kind of crazy, and when it comes to doing these kind of live streams, it's one of those things where I'm not going to be able to talk and answer questions while we're doing the role play, but while we're doing breaks and stuff like this, if you have any questions now about what's going on or what have you, I will try to explain the best I can, but it's one of those things where when I archive these streams to YouTube, I don't know what you missed. That's the problem. So when I archive this to YouTube, you may have to rewatch the episode to go over it. Like the past 5 minutes, I had my character Theo, because of his nature, had a really bad nightmare. And because the doctor is a special type of vampire that has the ability to heal and see things beyond and have kind of like a precognition ability, some foresight, she's able to see between what's happening and what's behind what's happening, I think. And so when she woke up, because she wakes up earlier than the rest of us, she saw that I was thrashing about. So she tried to peer into what was going wrong with me and tried to heal me. But the essence of what my character's true nature is kind of twisted, because my character was not created the normal way a vampire is created. There was a ritual done that was supposed to try to bring back an ancient vampire unfortunately, the ritual didn't quite work as planned, and I was deemed a failure and basically thrown away with the trash. But my character hasn't made that general knowledge to everyone because he's worried that if he was found out that he still exists, the folks that did the original ritual to create him might decide that it'd be better if he just not be anymore. So he doesn't go around talking about how he was created. But also the fractured way he was created has damaged a lot of his memories. So he's got a bit of amnesia going too.
Kind of surprised you don't have any memories of the being that tried to get into your head.
Who knows? It could be that the memories that I am remembering are from the being that was trying to get into my head, and the memories that I'm trying to remember are not there. Maybe that's why I have amnesia, because I am the entity that was being supplanted in there. There's no way for me to know. Am I the original Theo, or is Theo the entity, the name of the entity that took over my shell when I was turned? It's a very... Are you you? Or are you someone else that's pretending to be you because you don't know any better?
Right.
So...
But man, this whole session just made me realize just how much closer and closer this other character of mine might be coming out soon.
I don't know why we need maggots to study. You brought maggots up.
It's from the appendix, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Potato, you've brought maggots up multiple times. I don't know why we need to study maggots at all. So, I mean, that's something that hasn't come up in the normal course of the campaign. So
Also, it's like if you were to open up somebody to get a maggot, that would be highly stressful for the person in the wrong, like, because you don't have any sort of thing to keep them under.
I don't think it has anything to do with the campaign at all, AT. I think that it's just a personal interest of this viewer that they keep on bringing it up multiple times in chat. If it doesn't pertain to the campaign, we're probably not going to do it in the campaign. That's the thing with RP. It's going to be involved around the things that are actually happening in the story. If Catherine decides that maggots need to be a focus, then she'll bring that up, and then maybe we'll study maggots. But until Catherine decides that's going to happen...
Did someone say, wait, what? What did I come into?
Now you get the feeling.
Okay. Catherine, multiple times a viewer of mine has brought up, why don't you study maggots? Study maggots. Maggots are important. And I'm like,
my sweet summer child. That's all I'm going to say to that.
Yeah.
Very cute. That is very cute. I like it.
Wrong.
I like it. I like it. Very cute.
Yeah,
we should study maggots. I agree. Let's do it. Brilliant.
So,
I love it.
Like
Let's
I
do
said,
it.
I was going to spend
Fuck
this
it, why
break
not?
just talking to chat, and I basically told them the only reason why we would be studying maggots is if Catherine makes that something as a hint that we should be doing that
What?
through the story.
I don't give you guys hints on nothing. I mean, if you guys, she's seen worm stuff. If she decides she wants to study maggots, she can. But what do you want from me? I don't know. You have to convince them to do it, not me.
Yeah. Okay. The storyteller weaves in the story. We have to interact with that story. The story at this point, as far as I know, hasn't specifically brought up maggots. Worms, maybe.
I'm having a great time, guys. This is great. It's just
You're a piece of shit.
Wow.
I know it just happened. I know that smile.
Okay. So
You're bad, lady.
to
Don't even.
go ahead and
So,
cover
what did I
this.
miss?
Too much. Let me sum up. Suggestions made by a viewer in chat. I said it doesn't really fit the story as it stands right now, so we're probably not going to pursue it. But who knows? Maybe in the future, if the story bends that way, maybe we will be
I
studying
heard
maggots.
something about maggots. So.
I have a viewer
they
wanting
want us to study maggots.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
Do it.
they're interested in insects, so they think we should study maggots because that's their interest. They also would like a rundown of each of our characters. So I gave you a rundown of Theo pretty much.
Theo's fucked.
Yeah.
Lynn's fucked. Amala's fucked. Rune's okay. There you go. There's your rundown.
Yeah, okay, so
Done.
yeah, pretty much.
I'm gonna get on my bicycle and
I'm a
you'll never
smart
see
ass,
me
I'm
again.
sorry. Yeah.
So Theo, you understand, was part of a failed ritual. Amala is our doctor / has a third eye healing,
Salubri.
mystic vampire who does the healy things and sees
hated
probably
this.
things she'd rather not. And then
Every
we
day.
have Lynn, or ET playing Lynn, who was a simple farming rural vampire until we dragged her into all this nonsense. She ended up buying a demon-possessed horse.
I didn't buy it. It was given
She got
to
it
me.
for free.
Oh, what a deal!
I want to pay money for
Nothing in life is for free, and I think
Yeah.
you're
It only costs your eternal soul.
yeah, pretty much. So she's currently bonded with this demon horse, and she's also taken the blood of a very creepy demon man thing that likes to wear 10-gallon hats. So she's currently got a inner demon working inside of her that we're trying to see what we need to do. How do we handle that? And Crowley here is playing a Bruja vampire, basically big, broody kind of punch you in the face if you piss him off vampire. But he also he likes his drink, so he tries
It is I, Rune. I got
Tries.
into a DUI car crash after my parents died in one. Oh,
yeah. So
oh, they're not. Yeah, well, you know, the real parents. Yeah,
okay.
Oh.
but the
So-
grandparents. Oh,
So we're all problem children with our own dysfunctions, basically, in one way or another. Runes are just more mundane than the rest of us.
yeah, that's one way to say it, yeah. You know what? For once, I like being mundane.
Yeah.
My next one is so mundane. It'll be nice.
There's no such thing as mundane in the world of darkness. Very cute. Everyone gets their upcomings.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at you, Rune.
Oh boy, more biker fights. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh. Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Oh
No, it
no.
wouldn't.
Be nice.
I didn't like the last one.
So-
I gotta have to put more points and points.
Just wait until the wolf pack find you again.
I'm not intending on that happening if I can avoid it.
Yeah. So yeah, we anger issue drunk is what he's describing Rune at. Horse lady is what Lynn is.
I feel like I'm
Doctor
more than
is
just a horse lady.
yeah,
Come on.
exactly. The doctor is what Taylor's Amala Shamash is being described as, and I'm apparently a Walmart vampire.
Hmm.
Okay.
You
Who's
are
the other one,
Target.
though?
You're
It's Target.
Kmart blue light special.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. I don't know if that's an
I don't even
upgrade.
know what that means.
Slap in the face is what that means.
I'm a
for you,
Walmart knockoff. Thanks, Potato.
for you youngins
it's
that
like
don't
the
know what
value
Kmart
bond.
is, Kmart was like the cheap.
Oh, I know. It just mine shut down like 10
They
years
all
ago.
shut down
Yeah.
like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
And yeah, you have these cool blue light specials. They'd have like the flashing light that was blue to let you know that that's the deal item.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll tell you a story. All right. I was at Kmart when I learned Santa Claus wasn't real.
Wow.
Funnily enough, I was at a Target when I had that conversation with my mom.
Oh,
I was at home sitting on the piano.
I sure hope there's no kids watching this stream.
I mean,
They
there's
should
reasons
not
in that.
be.
Yeah.
this isn't really the
okay,
place.
so it's degrading that they're kidding. I'm actually a Dollar Tree vampire.
Yo, Dollar Tree's got good stuff. Don't be hating on Dollar Tree.
You know, honestly, I did get some apple cured turkey bacon at a Dollar Tree once. That shit was good for $1.
They also have very inexpensive silverware and plates and stuff.
Like
Yeah.
when you first move into an area, man, Family Dollar, Dollar Tree,
They will hook you
99
up.
cent store, that place will hook you up for
Mhm.
cheap.
Well, enough of that. Back to the campaign.
Okay. Well, when the sun finally goes down, our other two friends will awake as well. Lynn, you're feeling pretty hungry when you wake up. Your beast is a little, you're not even sure if it is your beast, but something within you is gnawing for something juicy. You, Rune, yeah, you feel pretty good. Yeah, you feel really good, actually.
Can I punch Rune? I feel like I want to punch Rune right now.
I can't tell you yes or no. Only he can.
All right, time to get that fucking grappling specialty that I've been wanting.
Are two
You
girls
know,
actually gonna
why
punch?
does it
Is
not
that like
surprise
sex?
me? I go and walk around a corner and I see two Bruhats rolling across the floor, brawling. Yeah, nope, that checks
How
out.
dare you wake up happy?
How dare you wake up with a smile?
Yeah. No, I mean, good morning, everyone.
You want some of the flask one?
At which point, with them waking up, I said, the doctor's in a rough shape. Keep an eye on her. I'll be back as soon as I can. And then I'm just gone. I am going out hunting for something better than a blood bag. After the nightmare that I had, and the fact that I'm hungry, no.
All right, well, after that very cryptic message and abrupt departure, I'm going to go check on the doctor.
I'm gonna quickly open a blood bag to try and curb it a bit.
Lynn,
The goggles, they do nothing.
you drink it, and it tastes coagulated. It tastes heavy, and you swallow it, and oh man, like it doesn't cut that itch. Honestly, taking just a swallow, you almost want to spit it up. It's awful, horrible, even.
Yeah.
Even with the iron gullet merit.
Oh yeah, even with it. And you are feeling a little riled up. I mean, once you swallow it, it's almost like an insult, honestly. You can feel it just rile within you, lash out. It wants something better. Well, Theo, though, I mean, he's going hunting, so.
Yep.
Theo.
Miss Amala.
Let's say 10 seconds behind Theo.
Yeah.
E.T.
All right, you're a Sandman, my friend.
Yup.
Sandman.
Mr. Sandman.
And this is why I
What do you
scout
do?
quiet suburban neighborhoods where people go ahead and sleep but forget to lock their windows and don't have house alarms or pets.
All right, so your hunting is a dexterity and your stealth.
Right, so that is going to be 7.
I'm so alone.
That's going to be 2 successes.
Okay.
Please turn on your magic beam.
All right, so you've already staked this neighborhood before. You've found a few houses that you know either keep their back doors unlocked or crack a window. Now it's pretty dang cold, and when you make your way out, it's icy out here. There is, some puffy snow, but most of it from the day has melted into just that mass of in Massachusetts I see a lot, but it's like dirt snow at this point. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you're able to find a house, yes, that has an air conditioning unit, so their window isn't closed all the way. You can climb yourself through, sneak on through. Doesn't seem anyone's home. And it is only about 6 p.m. No one's here. check a few other joints, and there's still movement in most of these other houses. People haven't quite gone to bed yet.
The house that there's no one in, does it appear that there is mail piled up or no?
Nope. In fact, I mean, there's a few dishes, but they don't look like they've been there for a while. Maybe from earlier in the day.
Car in the garage or no?
No car.
Is there oil in the garage like there was a car parked there?
If your car's leaving an oil stain, you get that checked
You're not
out.
going to see anything like that, no. Well, they don't have this place probably wouldn't have a garage, but I think what you can see is there is like a dry area on the driveway from where the snow was coming down and it was, landing on the car.
Yeah, I was
You
looking
can see
for
that.
signs that there is
Yeah.
someone that has been here recently.
That's so good. I needed that. I was thirsty.
Yeah. The
Had a 2 in hunger.
Does this look like it's just a single person living here, or is there multiple bedrooms?
It's a pretty small house. If you had to guess, no more than 2 people. You can actually check the house out, and it looks like it's a older. Unfortunately, it's hard to say who's here, but you can tell, yes, there's a picture of an older woman, older man with their families, grandkids. And it looks like they even have some pictures of a pet, but you don't see a pet anywhere.
No sign of a pet bed, dog food dish, or anything like that?
You will find, dog food in the kitchen. Looking through, you will see some bowls. There is a dog bed that's in the bedroom. And
No.
it's like a little rat dog. It's it's
not worth the risk. So
Yeah,
I'll move on to another house. If there are just too many people active, I might go ahead and find a good place to skulk around and just hide until things get a little quieter. But I'm looking for a house where there is someone home and has no pet that would go ahead and alert them to my presence.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, all these houses still have movements. You can tell people are having dinner right now, watching TV. No one, what you can tell, totally seems to be asleep. And the houses that are quiet, doesn't look like anyone's there. But you can find a few of small families. One this might interest you, but there is one that looks like they have a newborn baby, probably only a few months old. And they're, having dinner together as you peek through the window. They're parents to a newborn. They look exhausted.
Okay. That might work. Wait till one of them is tending the child and the other one's passed out, and go ahead and take advantage of the one that's sleeping at the time quietly while the other one's dealing with the kid, and then disappear again.
Okay. Well, Theo's going to be gone for some time. What are the rest of you going to be doing?
I'm checking on the doctor.
Was I told a specific time that I was supposed to be ready for the job?
Oh, 1:30.
Okay, so I got a little bit of time.
Checking in on the doc. I will.
Yeah, you're basically gonna get to where the library is, where me and Theo typically wear stuff. You'll notice there is a plate with some silverware and a blood bag sitting out in front of it.
I'll raise my eyebrows at that. Interesting. Doctor, are you okay in there? Theo didn't really say what happened.
Well, I've had plenty of time to clean up at this point, so I'm going to go ahead and open up the door. You'll notice I most likely have some pretty dirty rags and things that probably have some blood on them, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. Unfortunately.
Rune is not hungry.
Yeah.
It smells good. It's blood. It smells good. And you already know that her blood is pretty bangaranging, but yeah. you're
Another
fine.
bloody morning, huh?
And I'll look a little bit gone. I have 2 hunger, so I'm a little bit sharper than normal. I'll just ask if you'd be so kind as to find me a metal trash bin and a couple of matches.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, thank you.
Well, we won't need matches. I have a lighter.
Perfect.
Just
But
need a
the-
little cloth. Pour on some from the flask. Whoop.
I'll take it out back before I light it up. I'm not gonna fucking light this trash can on fire in the building. I'm a dumbass. Especially not in the library. That's asking for trouble.
Yeah, that's asking for a lot of trouble. No open flames.
Yeah, I would assume you wouldn't burn a barrel inside of a library.
Well, you go outside. I know you want to burn your rags and stuff. And when you open the door to leave, you feel this vacuum at your back, as if it's trying to pull you in as your mind fills once more with and you push yourself outside.
Throw. Light. Get some distance from it. I'm not gonna stand right on it. I don't want to burn myself.
I mean, yeah, you instinctively you stand even further back than you attend. It's fire. It's
Yeah.
dangerous. Even the little you coated it on a rag, but even just seeing the lighter is enough to make you uncomfortable. But funny enough, your mind is just you're empty.
I'll make a joke to the doctor and say, well, too bad we don't have any of those stuffed marshmallows you were talking about.
Oh, those would be good right now. All right. I'm a little drained, I will admit. Theo was dying, I think, when I came upon him this morning.
Oh,
Something was happening. He was seizing. Kind of like when someone has a seizure and they choke on their tongue. Foam on the mouth, a lot of sporadic movements. I didn't think vampires could choke, but he definitely seemed like he was.
well, that doesn't sound like any good.
Whatever is inside of him is very different than what is inside of our friend Lynn. She has some sort of, and forgive me for saying it, some sort of monster inside her, honestly. Her calamity, that pharmaceutical business we went to, those are similar. Those lash out. His is, honestly, it's like a void. It takes, and I'm worried for him. How much of whatever's inside of him is taking him slowly? Two different forces, both very strong, both very interesting, both very dangerous. At least Theo's doesn't fight back when I try to help. It just takes.
What if I end up using the void inside me to eat the monster inside of Lynn? If it just keeps taking...
I like that plan. You're going to explode into a black hole. You're going to suck in Lynn Calamity, close, and that's how the campaign's going to end.
And
Yeah,
then
oh,
ruining the
awesome.
doctor.
High five and start a church or something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
sure. No, that's where we're going.
Yeah, Church of the Hells Angels.
What a happy ending.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I am going to tell Rune that I'm going to ask where the other two are.
Lynn's inside and Theo went to, I think, get a snack.
All right. We have a busy night ahead of us. As soon as everyone gets back, let us gather the things we need. I hope we can stop by the hospital first. Hopefully I can get those results and we can destroy the samples before anything funny happens.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit hectic with the schedule because me and Lynn need to go do a drop, and we need to drop you off at the hospital.
Oh, what time is that?
I'm not sure. I'll have to ask her.
All right. We'll make it work. At the very least, I guess, if it's a little later on in the evening, sometime around like 8 or 9, you can drop us off the red number 5. We can work everything over with Bennett, and then hopefully your job will be done by then or shortly after.
Mm.
All right.
Watch Theo's mouth. Sometimes he'll go off a little bit too much. Especially when the last time we were there and he brought up the certain gang, my affiliation with them. So I wasn't very happy about that at the time.
I will keep what needs to be known, and what needs to be unknown. Besides, this is very business, I suspect,
Yes.
tonight. I'm apprehensive as if what we will be bringing to him will be enough, but I'm hoping we can play the angle. If he doesn't know what we're bringing him, well, then that's really his fault now, isn't it?
Also, while you're there, make sure to if you see she, give her my regards.
Yes, she seems to have some friendship with my sister, so I'm sure we'll run into her again. All right.
Like we've been saying, always need more friends. So
Turn the trash can over, get the ash out, kind of scatter it, kick it to the wind. Excellent. All right, take the trash can back inside. Let's start getting
good
ready.
talk. Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
lovely.
gonna have to start stocking up on more linens.
It's a good thing we went by my apartment the other night. Thank God. Because yeah, I was running out of changes of clothes before we did that.
Drop something. Okay. Well, Theo, after waiting about 30 minutes, they don't go to bed. So right now the mom seems to be sing a song to the baby, trying to get the baby to go to bed. That new parent, just please sleep for the entire night. Please, little human.
Meet the baby.
And while she's caring to the baby, the father is on the couch and he's
Zoinked.
remote, like, right next to him, his hand close to it, but yeah, he's completely zoinked out.
Yeah. Just wait until he is absolutely seeming out of it, and then just obfuscate in to make sure they absolutely never know that I'm there. Take just enough to save me without, causing any permanent harm to him. Seal up and then disappear.
Okay.
Very quiet.
You can take away your hunger.
Okay.
You slide on in, invisible. Nothing they can do about that. And you can hear the mom singing, and her song is, it changes a little bit to maybe not as child friendly with her lyrics as she's cursing this child that she loves so very much. And you sneak in, get a little snacky snack on dear old dad. Doesn't even budge. You can tell he's exhausted. And what is the resonance for a tired parent?
Considering they're probably completely exhausted, maybe melancholy. I mean, I don't know about you, but when I'm like absolutely exhausted, that's kind of the mood that I would be feeling.
Isn't that interesting? The resonance is phlegmatic.
Phlegmatic.
Mm-hmm.
Never heard that one before.
Interesting.
I wonder what disciplines tie into that one.
I don't know. I mean, let me take a look. Yeah, I don't think you have either of these, but I can tell you. Oops. Sorry.
Obfuscate, blood sorcery, and then abyssal mysticism. And I mean, blood sorcery is sanguine, and then obfuscate is melancholy. So
it is familiar to you.
Oh, great! Something from an old memory, which means it could activate a first dot into a discipline if I push it too far. Which could be a good thing or could be a very bad thing. Who knows?
World of Darkness is all about bad things.
Hey, I appreciate having options. I don't appreciate getting eaten by my options.
Succumb.
No.
Yeah, it's familiar to you. Uncomfortably so. still enjoyable nonetheless.
Hey, if it gets that bit of hunger done and out of the way, and thanks to the doctor, I am a-okay now. I am going to head back to the Haven and make sure that everyone is okay. And I'm assuming that sufficient time has passed that they're probably going to have to get some time in, because traveling back and forth to the hunting grounds is probably a decent distance walking.
Oh, yeah. So, anything else you guys want to do as you get ready for the rest of your day? You don't really have any time constraints except for Lynn, and I believe Rune's going to partake as well. At 1:30, you have to be at the docks, pick up a shipment, and take it an hour. It's going to be outside of Chicago. It'll be about an hour drive to get there.
I'm assuming that they're taking the doctor to the hospital to check on the blood work, but on their way to the job, and then picking her back up after the job. Is that the game plan?
Oh no, I want to hit the hospital at like 6:30. Like, I want to get that vampire blood sample done and gone as quick as possible. I'm not waiting until 1:30 at night. I'm fine going in early, especially since my name's already on a bunch of paperwork and stuff. People already know I came in there, so just come in, finish my tests, get my results, high five my lab tech, who I probably haven't seen in like a month and a half, and leave. It's gonna be 15 minutes. Bring the dog with me.
Okay.
And then we drop you guys off at the Red.
I imagine since it'll probably be quick enough, we could all have some time at the red number 5, since we'll be getting there at like 7 or 8. You guys would have to be out till like 1 or 12:30ish if I guess you're gonna leave early to get there on time. So I mean, if you want to do.
Well, if we have enough time, then we will go in.
Yeah, I was gonna say you guys have more than enough time to come in with us if you want, especially since it doesn't seem like there's anything else that we have planned other than hit the hospital to clear up the blood stuff, go to the number 5 to be like, it's Pentex. Oh, you don't know who Pentex is? Well, maybe you're not as cool as you thought. Later.
Oh, I'm sure that we're going to drop that name on Bennett, and he's going to instantly go, oh,
you're not dead. Cool.
Again,
yeah,
impressive.
again. Why?
Impressive.
You know, the next
I really
person-
just can't get rid of you guys, can I?
Yeah. Like I said, all of his missions have been suicide missions so far. The next mission he sends us on, if it is not a cakewalk and it turns out to be another suicide mission, it is going to be the last mission that Theo is going to voluntarily participate in. He's literally going to say, "Ben, you have us do work for you. You give us no solid reward that makes our lives easier, and you keep on throwing us in suicide missions. Thank you for your offer of work, but I decline." I see a mousetrap. I'm not sticking my finger in it.
Oh, really? I haven't noticed. Okay, so you guys are heading to the hospital now?
Yep.
Okay. You get there. Doctor's gonna run on in.
And the blood samples are missing.
It's gone. No. It's there. It's fine.
The SWAT team is there. You are dead.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Nope, you
GG, try
got
again.
both your samples. Some results are coming in, and radiation. No, there's nothing with either Lynn or the gentleman that's gonna ding for any type of radiation poisoning specifically.
Well, perfect. I mean, if there's any more tests I can run, realistically, not with what I have. So I'll keep the guy's sample because that's just human blood. There's nothing weird about that. Don't worry about that. Lynn's blood, though, I'm going to finish up with that sample. And yeah, I'm going to basically mix it with a bunch of chemicals and stuff to more or less destroy whatever's in it. Pour it down the drain, do some water, clear everything out, clean up real good. I was going to destroy the Lynn's blood.
And that's how turtle vampires were made.
Teenage Mutant Ninja
Into vampires.
Oh, I could only imagine that there was someone working on the pipes that day, and instead of draining out, it was just like drained right into the morgue, and somehow we start getting mutant zombie vampires just popping out of the morgue.
Maybe if Lynn was a Simishi, but I think we're good.
Really funny coming from you. All right. So you do your very best to mess up her blood the best you can, whatever that entails. You make something nasty that you want no part of. And your hunger, I mean, looking at the sample of the gentleman's blood, I mean,
Nope.
you know it's not going to help, man.
This is worm crawly appendix blood. I don't want none of this nonsense.
Mm.
It's radiation poisoning.
Really, no other
actually, no.
tests. I mean, the big one was the radiation, but no clean. There's nothing. You make your way out.
All right.
Going through the biohazard, I'm sure, when you're pouring out Lynn's blood.
Gotta do it all right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a professional.
Put in the sharps.
Yep. Yep. And you make your way back outside. That was nice. Look at you, back to work.
Yeah, it'll be like 20 minutes if that. You guys will see me walking back out.
So, what do we got?
Nothing, unfortunately. Both for Lynn and for the gentleman, the tests I ran showed no signs of anything that could be picked up by our machines. Which leads. Go ahead.
If we do set up a lab of our own, are you sure that? I know your goals.
I tell you, any lab we can set up small scale won't have nearly as much information gathering power as what I used in there. I'm going to tell you that I don't think what's in the blood can be traced by conventional methods at this point. I think, as we like to refer to it, a little mumbo jumbo may need to get involved.
Well, I know a little bit about mumbo jumbo. I don't know everything, but I know a little bit. So I'll help however I can.
I'm not. Well, we're gonna get in the car. I assume so. Where's Theo sitting?
In the back.
Perfect. We could kick Lynn up to the front or room to the front since Lynn's driving. Yeah.
I'm
Room to the
driving.
front. Yeah. And while I'm in the back with Theo, I'm just gonna explain to him what I've come to realize about the force inside of him. How it's different than what's inside of Lynn and Calamity and what we've dealt with before. I'll tell him that his force doesn't seem to be malicious in nature. I tell him that his force seems very natural compared to the others. I tell him that the thing about it is it seems to be some sort of void. It just takes and takes and takes.
That sounds similar to what I've read about the Abyss. So...
Well, I'm going to tell you...
that's simply what it is, a bottomless void that just consumes. But the thing is, though, whatever happened, I was going through one hell of a nightmare when you did what you did. And when you did what you did, it helped me get back a portion of a memory of my creation. And that memory was literally, the process of my creation was not standard. I'm not sure I want to talk about all of what I remember, but a key portion was the goal was to remove my soul and force a soul of another into me. I don't remember how successful or not that was. I do know that I was not destroyed, but at the same time, it didn't turn out the way it was planned.
I'll nod. I will... Let's go with this. I'll tell you that what you say makes a lot of sense. I'll tell you that when I was helping, and as a doctor, I know this is going to come across as kind of strange, but trying to help you was like trying to help someone who had their head cut off.
So hopeless.
Yet here we are.
Thank you for your effort. I do really appreciate it.
I tell you every chance I get. I am here to help, and I know that in turn, the three of you will help me and my sister as well. I let you know that whatever happens, it seems like I was able to help. It comes at a cost to myself, but I will be more prepared for it next time.
Speaking of that, since Lynn and Rune are going to be going off on that job, and I know that we will be going to the Red 5 probably after they get back from that job. I'm thinking about trying that ritual I was trying yesterday one more time to see if I can pull it off. But I don't know. Do you think if I go ahead and lose it a third time, that you'll be able to help me rein it in so I don't hurt myself like I did last time?
I tell you, that's a tricky thing. I'm not sure, to be honest. My powers and your powers sometimes are at odds and sometimes are not. So,
well, thing is, you seem to give and I seem to take. Maybe my analogy earlier of us being different sides of the same coin was more accurately than I immediately meant.
an odd. I'm going to tell you though, I'm going to tell you that when I woke up this morning, you were convulsing in the middle of a seizure. Foam
it was
around your
one
mouth.
hell of a nightmare.
I'm going to tell you that when I looked inside of what was happening so I could help you, I saw a lot of things. And one of the things I saw was life.
Mm.
So somewhere inside of you, there is the capacity to give.
Well, I don't think I saw much of that in my nightmare. So maybe you were seeing a bit of yourself in me. I don't know.
Oh, that is not how it works, my friend. What I did to help you was I gave. And while giving, I had a small chance to catch glimpses of what you saw, what you were going through. And yes, though many of the things I saw were horrible, beyond comprehension, hellish even,
Sounds accurate.
there was still life. Through it all. Through all the good, the bad, the horrible, there was the ability to give in there. And I think maybe that will be the hardest thing for you to find within this abyss.
No doubt in that. Finding a light in the middle of endless darkness does sound like quite the challenge.
Well, I'll tell you, lucky for you, we at least know it's there.
I'll have to take that on faith.
I'll wink at you for that.
So many bonding moments.
I love them. All right. Well, you guys' job's at 1:30. What are you guys be doing to pass the time until you two leave?
Yeah, what are our two Brujas doing?
So yes, Odin was a gangrel, fucking god-like vampire. Okay. What about like Thor?
Well, I mean, if Thor was the son of Odin, then couldn't it have simply been Thor
Sire.
been a gangrel that was sired by Odin?
Oh, I don't know how to spell, apparently.
Now, ain't that something to look into?
Yeah, considering I wear a Mjolnir, which is a fucking hammer, it might be important to learn about him. So
Oh,
You
goodness.
read about Odin and you're like a little too obsessive at the end. Hold on, let's check out his son. Might be chiller.
I wouldn't go that far. I'm just trying to expand the knowledge.
Of course. Here we go. Yep. Reading from the library, and I mean the books that you have, it's all basically just what you can expect, but yep, you're gonna see that Thor is a Norse god of thunder. He was a member of the Aesir, And I mean, we all know that Thor was like a one-man army. I mean, his hammer can shatter mountains, and he's strong enough to lift Midgard, the Midgard serpent. I mean, he can drink the entire ocean. His temper and his pride is his biggest downside and maybe even a danger. But Odin still trusted Thor as his chief enforcer among all the gods. Thor is enormous with red hair and blue eyes that light like lightning. He travels the world in a chariot drawn by goats with his companion. I don't know how to pronounce that. Thjalfi. Slap on the wrist for that pronunciation. And yeah, no, that's really about all you're gonna find. Just a lot of just Norse mythology about him. His associated, powers, of course. His strength, his durability, his charisma. You don't really see anything mentioning vampires, though.
Who's gonna have an epiphany? We're not vampires. That's just another word for the Azure. We're all gods. Oh my god.
We're all Asgardians. Ah, Marvel was right.
Wow. Wow.
Now Ruin has a god complex. Yes.
Oh no, please no.
Welcome to the foil. Come on over. We got faith.
It turns out that Asgard also means ancient blood curse from having too much knowledge passed down from Odin. So we are knowledgeable of the blood, and that's how we become Asgardians? Is that what you're going to go and chase down next? Oh, God.
I'm a god.
Oh, God.
Hell yeah. Hell
if
yeah.
he's saying that out loud next to Lidman is just gonna face palm.
I mean, I like it.
Of course
I dig it.
you like it.
I dig it.
Jesus.
I have a character that's in the same boat. I get it.
I feel like this entire group's on the freaking train to Crazy Town.
Me too. But yeah, there you
How
go.
you just fear what you do not know. Yo.
Take it as you will. There's a few texts in here in the library that you're gonna have to get translated. I don't really know if anyone is fluent.
In Old Norse?
What's your languages?
Hebrew.
Oh, fair enough.
I speak English. I speak Hebrew.
Oh, no one is fluent in dead languages. I think it's a dead language, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yep. Really, it's just nonsense. It looks more hieroglyphic, this text.
Wait.
But it does have...
Is dead language I'm so gonna get that. I can't wait to be speaking Old Norse.
You actually can learn languages. Depending on how many you have, it gets more expensive. But yeah, you could. But
just the one.
You're definitely gonna need resources though, and one book ain't gonna cut it. But yeah, you're not even sure what the cover is, unfortunately, as you're flipping through this library. Can't even read it. And there's going to be a few others that's Hebrew, some's going to be Latin, some's going to be just European languages, German, French. I mean, you're trying to sort through whatever you got, something that you don't already know, but that's really going to be the end of that. You're just going to learn about Odin's sons, all the stories of Odin always showing up as a one-eyed, bearded man who impregnates women, then leaves, and he's a great father, mind you. Great father. All gods are great dads.
Oh, yeah.
Just like mine.
Just like Zeus.
Well, okay, Zeus, but...
Yeah, Zeus was a total fucking whore.
Zeus is worse, but
Zeus
yeah. Yeah.
Zeus looked at a cow and went, "Oh fuck that."
Yeah. And that's how Minotaurs were made.
I mean, you're going to learn about the kind of back and forth between Loki, Odin, all of that. Once again, though, you're really not going to find much more that goes into details about it claiming Odin's a gangrel Methuselah.
Just one.
Just the really it's the reference, and that's really about it. That's all you're gonna find.
Okay.
Let's just hope that, in all this research, Rune doesn't start thinking he's Thor and I'm Loki. I mean, I am
No,
the one
those are
that can
different gods.
disappear, right?
Trickster. You don't really have the trickster energy about you, though.
No.
Mm-mm. Nope. You're not fun enough to be Loki.
No. Have you seen the TV series?
Mm-mm.
Well, I'm not really gonna go off that. More so but yeah.
Yeah. No. I mean, if you like the character Loki from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I'm going to recommend watching the Disney Plus. It's
gonna have to.
Freaking good.
I'm gonna have to bring up something that I know Crowley's heard several times. I don't like Disney. I will not support that company, and I will not indulge in its media.
Hey,
Ooh, okay. Well, yeah, I can respect that.
Penned. Yeah, no, my brother worked for him for a number of years. Like Disney is a just evil company.
Oh yeah, they're awful.
Oh yeah, no. I
With the frozen head and everything. Ugh.
Yeah. Well, they basically do like indentured servitude. Because my brother saw it a couple of times because he worked at the Southern California one where they would be like, oh, we're doing foreign exchange programs, come from like Tokyo or Disneyland France or Disneyland Tokyo or one of the other ones out there and come, work in America for like a year. We'll give you a house and everything. We're not going to pay you and we're going to charge you to live in that house. But
wait, what?
they get paid like pennies. If you ever go to the Southern California Disneyland, go to the outside of the Disneyland Hotel. For the last 20 some odd years, there have been worker strikes and protests that have just been largely ignored, vying for fair wages, better conditions. Nobody cares. Disney owns pretty much all of Anaheim, the city it's in. So there's nothing that's ever done about it. Yeah, they're bad.
So we need to kill Walt Disney.
Already done.
he's already dead.
That's what you think?
He's been dead a long time.
That's what you think?
Everything he's stood for is dead.
Well, yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
Hitler lost World War II. Everything he stood for is dead now.
I'm just not.
And on that cheery note,
let's get back to the campaign.
That was great. I love it.
Jesus.
Coming for you, Disney.
Are you guys gonna hit the red number 5 before they go on their shipment tonight, or what are you guys thinking?
I imagine, yeah. So in case they wanted to do any scouting, I mean, Rune said he wanted to try to hook up with She and try to get some friendships going. Not really sure about Lynn. She might just be like, "I'll stay in the car," but if she wants to come in and hang out, it's a
if
good time.
Lynn's still hungry and the blood bags aren't doing it for her, maybe she'll find someone on the dance floor.
I think that might be a bad idea.
It's up to Lynn.
The thing is,
I'm not going to be in the room when she eats someone on the dance floor.
one of her convictions is will not hurt innocent people. So sees all of them as innocent, and she doesn't want to touch any of them. That's why I had her be the bloodbath person. So
Yeah.
she's-
So does that mean that if someone is a vampire or ghoul or something and they're maliciously attacking you, you're perfectly fine with going and draining them dry? They're not innocent.
I mean, yeah, they're attacking. It's more self-defense.
Listen, I'm sure when we get attacked by delivering these weapons, will find somebody you can eat.
Haha! Oh, yes, just drain a criminal dry and make sure the corpse is properly disposed of. I suppose that'll work.
It's gotta find Calamity, or just toss it in the ocean, and maybe Calamity will find it at some point.
Or, just, incinerate the body.
Too.
I don't think you know exactly what it takes to incinerate a body, Mr. Theo. It is not a quick process.
Yeah.
If it's enough to damage
Needs to be
it,
pretty hot.
if it's enough to disfigure it so there's not enough medical information left behind to go and tell that it was desanguinated.
Now, I remember someone yelling at me for fire recently.
Hey, if
I can't really compare throwing Molotovs at the wolf pack as the same in this situation. Funny. Funny though.
something that can be described as gang war in comparison
Yeah.
to something as, you know, getting a dumpster and throwing a body in it and pouring a little kerosene on it.
A couple bullet holes for stab wounds for good effect, you know.
Yeah, something that looks like, you know, someone dumping a body that they want to dispose of.
Yeah.
But it can
Where
be
this
tied
person
to-
wasn't liked.
Yeah.
Burnt, stabbed, and then
Well,
burnt.
let's just
trash
hope
can.
we don't get attacked. I'm sure we will, but let's just hope not.
So we're going to the Red 5 before you guys are doing your little mission thing. Yes?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
I feel like I only have enough energy to really do the red number 5, and then I'm probably gonna pass out.
That's fine.
No, I was
So
gonna say it
we're
is
about
4
to call
o'clock.
it a
If-
night.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we just wanted to call it here as we're getting to the red number 5, I feel good. That's a pretty good spot, especially since we
boss.
can
We can
Boss.
call it here and we can pick up next session at the Red number 5.
finishing up the Bennett quest, giving some info. Yeah.
Hopefully he's very grateful for what we provide him and doesn't ask for anything further of us.
But you guys wanted this. This was you said that you wanted to be, oh, I'm so sorry, Camarilla. He was gonna get you something. What's that have to do with him? I don't give a crap. It's great. Now, Camarilla's gonna appreciate it. Anarchs, big, small. This was the greatest thing ever. You guys
I
wanted
can't
this.
wait to play my other character because she despises the Camarilla.
Oh, wow. But,
Oh man, all these plants are dying. Oh boy, optimistic as ever I see. Yes.
Yeah. Okay then.
Mouse.
So,
Boss.
Crowley, are you going to be streaming any longer after this?
Yeah.
You going to be calling it a night?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. How much?
I gotta go wash off all this paint now.
All right.
All right. See you later, Darth Maul.
So I'll see you all later. Yep.
All
Have a
right.
night,
Let's
T.
see here.
Bye.
All right. It looks like a friend of mine,
Vampires.
Tiana Lamb, is just
Vampires dance from the
chatting.
game.
Oh goodness.
That's what they
So-
dance in the bloodlines. I love it.
I think what I'll do is I'll go ahead and raid Tiana tonight because it's been a while. Send you folks off to her. Thank you so much, everyone, as always, for joining us. I hope you had a great time. As always, stay frosty. I hope to see you again next time. And my raid is